Chapter 261. That night was a busy one for Simon. He was no longer in a hurry to find the zombies before they caused further havoc. Now, he was in a hurry to leave the scene of this massacre before someone decided he'd done it, and he had no idea when the next traitor might come through. There were only so many places that one could stop for more water in the middle of nowhere. So, he worked quickly. First, he found the largest wagon, which was small enough to be drawn by a single horse. Then he removed everything he didn't think he'd need, keeping only basics for camping along with a barrel of water and plenty of flatbread and spiced meat that the locals seemed to prefer. Once that was done, and he had room, he started to load his newfound wagon with the trade goods he thought were most appropriate. He didn't take all of the richest items with him. Anything that was particularly distinctive, he decided to leave behind. Instead, he went with a mixture of spices, bolts of cloth, and tools. He also brought a few sacks of grain and a cask of dates, though the last one was for eating more than trading. This deep in the desert, he was worried about running low on supplies, though. So, he took things with a dual use whenever possible. When all that was done, he gathered the journals and logs from all the wagons to review. Those were incriminating documents he'd have to get rid of before he reached a major city, but between their maps and notes, he could learn much about the world around him, both geographically and politically. This was probably a southbound caravan, and most of those items had been chosen for the value they'd been bringing in southern lands. But that didn't bother Simon. He didn't care about the exact price he got. The whole thing was worth less than the gold he had hidden in his saddlebags. The wagon and everything in it was just a tool for blending in along the road ahead. It was only after he got moving and made camp an hour away, in a place where there was nothing but sand and a star-filled sky, that he finally slept. He fell asleep with ideas about the last change he'd need to make if he really wanted to blend in. For a long time, Simon had both the words of flesh sculpting and the talents of an artist. But other than a few minor tweaks to make himself appear to be someone else during his lifetime as Ennis, he'd only barely used them to disguise himself. Instead, he'd really only used them to make himself a little skinnier at the start of each new life. That was going to have to change this time, though. He'd only read a few works that dealt with the desert dwellers, but he knew they were a clannish people, and that he would make few inroads in learning about them as an outsider. That was what he did the following morning. He didn't start with magic. Of course, that would have been foolhardy. The first thing he did, even before he drove the wagon back to the trade road, was to make a mirror from a silver coin and draw his reflection into one of the logbooks. He wanted to be the same man he'd been when he'd traveled north years before for Zoa, more or less, and that would be impossible without having some idea of what his face looked like. Once that was done, he sketched a second image of one of the zombies he'd just recently killed. He'd never know the man he was stealing the face from, and truthfully, he didn't want it to be exactly the same face lest someone recognize it on the road ahead. Still, he paid attention to the shape of the ears and the slightly larger hooked nose, along with the bushier eyebrows. When he was done, he compared the two pictures and decided the two people he'd drawn couldn't even be considered distant cousins. He was happy enough with that. Simon stilled his mind and fixed the image he'd just made in his mind. He imagined what it would be if it came to life off the page with dark tan skin and black hair. Then, with the words Keldura Hiek, he took on the identity of the dead merchant, more or less. A strange tingling shot through his skin, and the muscles of his face went numb and then tight as the magic took hold. It was like he'd lost control of parts of his body, and the muscles were spasming at random. But he knew that was just the magic forcing reality to conform to his will at the cost of a month or so of life. Simon waited for all of that to die down. Then he opened his eyes and looked in the mirror again. He found that he no longer recognized himself. More importantly, he hadn't made himself look like a monster in the course of the magic. He followed up his first spell with a second, lesser word of flesh shaping. This one adjusted a few of the details he'd missed the first time, deepening the lines in his forehead and putting more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. That was enough to satisfy Simon and make him feel like a real person, even though his new identity had only recently come into existence. As he put away the mirror, he found that even though his skin was only a few shades darker and his features had only changed a little, he couldn't recognize himself at all. The change was even more stark when he stripped and donned the clothes and weapons of one of the dead men. He kept his vampiric dagger tucked away in the folds of his dun-colored robes, but he hid his vorpal sword away in the wagon and donned a scimitar in its place. It was a good-looking weapon, but he'd need to practice with it if he wanted to be halfway decent at fighting with it. The balance was unfamiliar, and the reach was slightly shorter. All of that took hours, and the sun was approaching its zenith by the time Simon set off again. First, he headed east toward the road, and then when he reached it, he headed north toward the nearest oasis. Later that day, he passed another wagon, and when the other man waved at him, he waved back. That was enough to make him feel comfortably anonymous, though the fact that all languages still blended together made him feel somewhat uneasy about the whole thing. Well, that and the fact that I don't yet have a name, Simon reminded himself. That was what he did that first night. He went through the logs, not for information about where he was or for where he should be going. He just read the names of people and got a feel for how people were addressed. Eventually, after some consideration, he decided to name himself Nijam. Though it only had a passing resemblance to his real name, he'd seen it used several times in different logs, which meant it was common enough for his purposes. A new name and a new face didn't make him feel any less like he was in familiar territory. Even if the Mirani were not yet at war with the South, he'd only ever known them as the enemy. And that was a hard switch to flip overnight. Still, as he shared his dung-fueled campfires on the long road north with other travelers, he slowly began to see that however different their ways were, they were just people, by and large. Sometimes he met people who seemed likely to try to rob him, but never someone who was suspicious he might be anyone but Nijam, the humble merchant. There were still inns, though they were often large caravansaries rather than humble little establishments. The foods were different, and so was the alcohol. The former was a nice change of pace. He ate well on steamed rice served with peppers and spiced olives instead of the breads and stews he was more used to. Drinking, on the other hand, he did much less of. He didn't care for their bitter alcohol and drank little of it as he continued north. He did indulge in gambling, but only as ever, to learn things from strangers. The best way to make a man see you as no threat at all was to lose a silver or two to him over a couple of hours. After that, he'd say just about anything. Simon learned more about people this way than any amount of trading. He learned that the culture here really was more tolerant of magic, though only of the sanctioned magi who wore the amulets that Simon had seen many times before. No one knew that those amulets were suicide bombs waiting to go off or anything. They just knew that it was death to cross a magi, and at the same time, abominations who used magic without allegiance to their god king should be stoned to death. In time, Simon learned that it was political will more than even the desert that stymied attacks to the south. The Mirani mostly warred with each other, which was why larger wars were so rare. They had a capital and a number of large cities, but much of their strength existed in the nomadic tribes of the plains. He interacted with them a few times when he tried to sell his wares in some of the larger villages he ran through, but the things he'd brought with him didn't appeal to rural herdsmen. All of these were detours, though. His destination was never in doubt. While there were many nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes, there were only a few large cities worthy of the name. As the desert faded to a vast and endless steppe, all of those little encounters steered him toward the same few cities as the books he'd long since devoured did. Does that mean I've just crossed the equator? Simon wondered as the land began to blossom around him. He had no idea where he was on the globe, but he knew of at least 2 large deserts now. Surely one had to be caused by its position on the planet. The other, though, that had to be because geography, probably, and because of all the mountains to the south. He was betting the area near Darndell and Crovar was because of rain shadow, and not latitude. The same didn't seem to be true for this place, though. Simon hadn't exactly mapped the whole thing out yet, but at least, according to other traders, the coasts up ahead were warm and clear with hot summers and mild winters. The Mirani had a few coastal towns and cities, but they lacked the tools for navigation, so they clung to the largest inland rivers instead. Apparently, one had to travel a lot further north before the forests dominated things again. Simon was well aware that the Greeks had figured out the world was round with math thousands of years before. He was even pretty sure they had some idea of where they were on the planet, but he had no idea how any of those equations worked when he'd been on Earth. After being in the pit for centuries, though, even most of what he had known was lost to him. He might remember the words Pythagorean theorem and that they had something to do with triangles, but he no longer knew the equation involved. That's something I can do with one of my lives, Simon told himself as he rode north. I can invent math. That made him laugh. It was a fine goal, but he put it way down the list of things he needed to do. He didn't think math was going to help improve his magic or save kids from owlbears. Chapter 262. Really, the more Simon spoke with people in caravanseries and trading posts that dotted the roads, it seemed like he had two main choices on where to go, and between them, there was no choice at all. 3 weeks to the northeast was the capital of Zurari, and a week to the northwest lay one of the largest coastal hubs of Urani. Both were large cities. The closer one was apparently quite wealthy. It even did some trade with points further south, like Ionar and Abres, along with other cities that he'd never heard of. While he would have thought that the main reason for such a city was to trade with the wider world, the Mirani largely turned their nose up at the cultures of the south and their trade goods. While Ionian pottery was prized, their bronze ingots were much more common since tin was scarce in the region. And the only thing that anyone cared about from Bryn besides silver was its steel, which was apparently quite fine. It wasn't foreigners that Urani traded with, though. It was the other large cities of the Mirani, and most of those were linked together by a single river. While they were at heart a nomadic people, the Serpent River that came down from the north crisscrossed the vast plains in a meandering path that often changed. When the river flooded, the people who lived on those barges and went up and down the languid yellow waters would never have the same status as the horse-riding clans that used their services. But it seemed to Simon that they were the people who truly connected the region. To the Mirani, land was for fighting on and fighting over, and real commerce, especially for heavier objects like grains and stone, happened nearly exclusively on the water. Simon had to pretend he knew all this in these conversations, of course. And if he misspoke, he had to feign drunkenness and accept the mockery of other traders. But really, he found the relationships fascinating. While the 3 of the 4 kingdoms of the south seemed to be almost nascent, or proto-states, and Ionar was a real country within its small bounds, Muran was bigger than all of them combined, and apparently more unified as well. The southern reaches didn't even have monsters to speak of anymore, except for the occasional Naga attack in the deep desert. One had to journey all the way to the far north, apparently, to find something to kill you that wasn't another man. That fascinated Simon. Because of his encounters with them up until now, he'd considered the Mirani to be the barbarians, but the farther he journeyed north, the more it seemed like it was the peoples of the south who were the barbarians. Still, it wasn't all good here. As he cut further inland, bypassing Urani in favor of Zurari, he passed by several slave caravans heading in the same direction. In fact, he hadn't even reached the city before he decided that was the true reason why the horse clans fought each other. It wasn't for honor, or even for grazing territory. It was so the winner could sell the loser into bondage to enrich themselves. This, combined with the fact that the South had little in the way of slavery, made the question of who exactly was the barbarian a little messier. But Simon held off on making judgment. He wasn't here to decide which culture was better. He was here to try to stop whatever war might be on the horizon. Still, the way people talked about the capital as he approached it made it seem like it was more than just another city. Even the logbooks he'd read before he burned them said the same things. He'd saved a few pages that contained maps, illustrations, and important notes, but he could still recall what some of the merchants had said in their own private notes. Their assessment ranged from calling Zurari the crown of the world and the beating heart of the serpent to a den of thieves and cultists who will steal your money and your soul. Assessments varied wildly, but everyone agreed the place was grand. They agreed on something else too, and that was that, in addition to being the seat of the God King's power, it was also the place where the Mirani trained their mages. That alone made it a must-see destination for him. I would stay far away from the crown of the world, one merchant told him while they smoked a hookah together at a crossroads. It is the worst of all worlds. Mages and the imperial court, both, The other men that were there laughed at that a bit before the conversation turned back to which city had the finest prostitutes, and how many wives they had at home. Simon didn't let any of that dissuade him. He'd need intrigue. And though he didn't care for the rumor mill, he'd learned from his time in Darndale that simply attending the right parties was nearly as valuable as any research to do on his own. I can't exactly buy my way into that sort of engagement. Of course, he realized, Simon spent the next several days trying to figure out how he might slip into the circles of the elite as he continued to the northeast. Every option, though, even the artistic ones, met with the same roadblocks. He just didn't know enough about the culture to stay hidden for long as anything but a wandering merchant or something similar. Still, despite whatever concerns he might have when he got there, Simon enjoyed the trip. Without the threat of goblins and bandits, it was almost peaceful. He would occasionally wander through the territory of some new clan that demanded tribute. But those gifts were small and intended to show obedience, not smother trade or rise to the level of outright theft. He hadn't actually had to pull his blade in weeks when he finally topped a low rise and saw Zurari spread out before him along both sides of the river. That was a surprising moment because he'd been entirely unprepared for the scale of the thing. He'd known that it was going to be a large city from what he'd read, but he'd thought that the stories he'd heard were exaggerated, at least a little bit, but that had not been the case. Other than perhaps the jungle city in the early levels, this was probably the largest city in the world. At least it was the largest city in the world that he'd seen. Ayanar was tiny by comparison. It was the size of a single district that radiated out from the center like spokes. Leapson was bigger, of course, but it was still less than half of the size. Now, this is something worth painting, Simon told himself as he burned the image into his mind. The city was surrounded by 2 layers of walls, spaced widely apart, which spoke to Simon about its history. Not only were walls still necessary because of the size of some of the horse-riding clans, but the city had outgrown them twice. It lent the whole thing the appearance of a bull's eye. But when he thought of it like that, it was impossible not to focus on the giant ziggurat that stood at the city center. There were 2 other step pyramids that were large enough to tower over all but that central monument. All 3 of them dominated the city skyline, making a dozen smaller pyramids and monuments seem like nothing but buildings. Still, of the 3, the one in the center of Zurari stood out the most. It might have been 30 stories. It was hard to say exactly from where he was standing, so far away. It was undoubtedly the seat of power for the Mirai Kingdom. And though he had no plans to enter or topple it, he knew he was probably going to have to figure out something if he wanted to get back to learning to see the world around him better in the Oracle's little cult. Simon took his time approaching the city and spent as much time watching the rest of the traffic as other people. He wasn't afraid of the city guards exactly. But in a place where there were state-sanctioned mages, it was impossible to be sure. What if they have magical metal detectors to detect auras on the main gates? He wondered. There were plenty of decorative markings and inscriptions around the massive 40-foot-tall gates that might have hidden such features, but Simon couldn't spot anything like a word of power. Instead, he simply admired the way the architecture married beauty and defensiveness while he slowly approached the gate. He had no idea how he would even start to incorporate magic into those defenses beyond the obvious, like using words of earth to strengthen the very stone. Still, as he eyed the other travelers that were coming and going, he gave it some thought, just for something to do. He was almost through imagining what an illusion-powered display might look like, and was trying to imagine an interface by the time the slow line of wagons allowed him to make his way to the front. He needn't have worried. Only the few foreigners in line, along with anyone who was obviously poor, seemed to be given any sort of extra scrutiny. Instead of identifying Simon as a spy or a mage, the guard who chatted with him just tried to press him for a bribe. That wasn't so strange, not after dealing with the other tribal figures on the way up here. Bribes, or as the people here called them, gifts, were just a part of the process. It was only a few coppers. Simon would have been happy to give it to him. Still, that would have been more suspicious than haggling about it. A man who didn't push back was considered a sucker. It struck Simon as backward since he thought things should simply be priced according to their worth, but it was a fact of life here. Fortunately, half a lifetime in Ionia had gotten him used to it, and he didn't hesitate. I can hardly afford so rich a gift, even for a friend such as you, when I have yet to sell my wares, he insisted, Perhaps we could arrange such a thing when I am done with my business and leaving. That made the guard laugh, which was precisely what Simon had been going for. Not even a small gift for the safety of our city? Surely, a wise man like you can spare me at least enough for a good meal after a long shift, the guard retorted. The two of them went back and forth like that a few more times before a couple of copper were exchanged. They disappeared in a well-practiced handshake like they'd never existed at all. And then, with a nod, he was allowed to enter the Mirani capital without even a hint of violence. Chapter 263. Zurari didn't disappoint, even in those first few minutes. The outermost portion of the city he'd already passed through, even before Simon had reached the main gate, was completely different than the world beyond the 50-foot-high walls. It had been full of dusty streets along with 2- and 3-story buildings. Inside the city proper, the place was cleaner, and the buildings were taller. They were more colorful, too. Every shop and home seemed to be a different hue. As he went along, asking after a good inn near the closest bazaar, there seemed to be some patterns. This street favored blues, and that one greens. Certain shops, like herbalists, were usually green. But barbers and doctors tended to prefer red. Only the truly wealthy preferred a more muted palette. Goldsmiths had simple, whitewashed homes, and the wealthy, who often dwelt on the top floors of the urban canyons he walked through, did likewise. Still, despite those patterns, it was a dizzying experience. And it didn't get any easier once Simon found a free spot in the yard at the Golden Ass, a small caravansary that hugged the wall near the edge of the gate district. It wasn't the cheapest place around, but it did have guards patrolling the yard day and night, which made the half a silver a night worthwhile. Simon didn't try to lowball the owner. Instead, he offered a bulk deal and traded a gold coin from his stash for a 2-month stay at a discounted rate. This marked him as a man with some wealth, but that still wasn't enough to make him stand out among this crowd. Even the poorest merchants in this city seemed to be enough to justify 2 or 3 bodyguards. While pickpockets were a danger, Simon wasn't afraid. And the first thing he did was go to a bathhouse for a soak and a shave. Once he was clean, he arranged for a small stall in one of the lower traffic areas of one of the lesser bazaars, and then set about exploring the area. He didn't even try to enter the inner city walls that marked the line between the common and the powerful. The old city could wait until he'd sold off his inventory and reinvented himself a time or two. His first thought was to fall back on his map-making, but he realized, only belatedly, that he didn't have enough information about the North to make that feasible. The Mirani don't care much about the world beyond their borders, he reminded himself. I'd have to buy maps of my own before I could make something they'd want to buy. It was frustrating to think of so many of his usual skills as regional. Many of the herbs he would have used as a healer simply didn't grow in the area, and none of the surroundings were places he'd ever explored before. Even his swordsmanship wasn't what it should be, thanks to the unfamiliar shape of his new sword. Still, Simon didn't let any of that bring him down, and from his 3rd day in Zurari, he was hawking his wares by day and listening to strangers trade gossip in tea houses and gambling dens by night. After a few weeks, Simon even found which parlors were the most rigged and often used those to his advantage to make almost as much money as he made selling off his stock on a given day. It was easy. You just waited for certain pits to let a winner run up, and then when everyone was on his coattails, you switched sides. Simon never won big enough for establishments, like the 3-tailed cat or God's grace, to single him out for any rough treatment. It was the other men who lost when he won that were most unhappy with him. You've stolen our luck, more than one drunkard declared on nights when they were wiped out while he walked away a little richer. To Simon, the rules of the dice games were complicated, but he wasn't really playing the game. He was playing the other players. And that was easy enough, given their boisterous culture. Turning on the group when the good times were rolling seemed to be unthinkable for them. So, his behavior earned him a couple fistfights when it came time to go home for the night. But fortunately, a good left hook worked the same in Zurari as it did anywhere else he'd lived. On quieter nights when he wasn't feeling up to gambling, or he was trying to make himself forgettable after a decent win, he spent his time in tea houses or hookah shops more than bars. In this city, bars seemed to almost always be associated with prostitution, and though he had no interest in the trade normally, The idea that the owner of the establishment owned a number of beautiful slave girls who could be rented out for the right price sickened him, and made it impossible to stay for any length of time. Increasingly, that was the answer that Simon was leaning toward. A good slave uprising might do wonders toward hobbling the Marani for the foreseeable future. Unfortunately, they were a broken group, and he hadn't figured out how best to put them to use. Still, even if he didn't learn how to unleash the spirit of revolt amongst the servants of the God King, he always seemed to find out something interesting. He almost spit out his drink when someone tried to convince him that there were still giants that lived high in the mountains to the north. "I swear on the throne of the God King himself," the man insisted, continuing to tell the story of an ill-fated prospecting trip that was almost the end for his cousin's cousin. Simon had chatted with a dragon, so really he shouldn't have doubted that such a thing was possible. Still, for some reason, he did. The idea of 20-foot-tall men living in the mountains struck him as very strange. They weren't the only mythological creatures that were in the north, though. There were the goblins and the orcs he was used to. But there were other strange elemental spirits, and even jinn, though fewer people were willing to say that those really existed. Some claimed they were merely devils in disguise. Still, the whole thing made for an interesting backdrop, and Simon couldn't help but plan out expeditions in his head to journey to some of the places that the travelers had discussed. Even if he had no plans to go anywhere, but south once he figured out how to foment a slave rebellion. Simon's strange little life was comfortable, and, indeed, almost unremarkable. He appreciated the pageantry of city life and did his best to ignore the ugliest bits, except for when he was trying to figure out how to exploit them for his own benefit. Even when he finally journeyed into the inner city a few times, it didn't make any waves. There, the bustle of city life was replaced with ritual and opulence. The decor was more somber, and the guards were more numerous. The biggest difference, though, was that there were magi. Nobles and the other rich people of the city could be seen throughout the city, especially at night. They were his most frequent customers at the bazaar as his inventory slowly waned. The magi, though, were another story. He never saw them outside the inner city unless they were with a unit of the army. Aside from that, they kept to themselves like they were a religious order more than they were mages. The magi were a hard thing to bring up in casual conversation, and people almost always steered away from the topic. Still, he did learn a few things. He learned that they were said to get their power from the blessing of the God King and other things, which he knew not to be true. People also seemed to have some idea of blood magic. They never said that in so many words, of course. There were euphemisms. "The inner city's appetite for slaves is bottomless," a dealer of flesh once told him. "Even the ugly or the infirm are in demand. The pyramid of lesser miracles will give you a decent price for almost anyone, as long as they aren't old." Simon had to suppress the urge to shake his head at that. The people of Zurari believed that magic cost nothing. It was used to exercise the God King's will. They used magic to build monuments and fight wars. They healed the sick and kept evil at bay. No one knew the terrible cost of all that. And increasingly, Simon felt like that might be the wedge he needed to shatter the unity of the Marani. The capital ruled over the hordes with magic, and the people tolerated it because they knew that the magi were a source for good. If they knew that all of those little miracles were powered by the lives of the disposable, Simon thought the relative harmony of the metropolis might change a bit. "I haven't even been mugged since I've been here," part of his mind tried to argue, looking for some upside to a society powered by slaughter. Still, before he could decide on the best way to do all of that, he saw his first selection. He didn't know what it was at the time. He had to ask a few of the regulars about it afterward, but no one else was surprised by it, and studied the strange procession of masked figures as they whispered to any children they happened to come across like some demented circus. "There's a few of them a year," Imal answered. He was a greengrocer, 2 decades Simon's senior. He was a bit dull, but he knew everything about the city, which made it worth Simon's time to listen to the man complain all and sundry half the time. Nothing special about that. Maybe they'll find someone special, maybe they won't. But how? Simon asked. What are they looking for? Are they selecting future magi? Or, my friend, you definitely aren't from around here, the older man laughed. The magi select their own, but talent is not hereditary. They seek it out where they can find it. How? Simon asked again. No one knows, the man said with a shake of his head before he took another drink of his tea. They ask young people questions. If they get them right, their families are paid handsomely, and they're taken away into the old city. And if they are wrong, well, they use magic so you forget what you were even asked in the first place. Another secret fucking society, Simon told himself as he fumed silently, despite the fact that the Magi were pretty much the polar opposite of the unspoken. Somehow, he couldn't get it out of his head that they were the same thing, but inverted and more evil. The Magi hid the true nature of magic, just like the White Cloaks did. They just did it in plain sight. Chapter 264. Simon spent the next few weeks nibbling around the edges of his discovery, which explained the Marani's bottomless appetite for slaves, in an effort to learn more. It was hard to get a glimpse of anything but the propaganda, and so his efforts to replace his suspicions with facts were slow. He tried efforts that were straightforward, as well as those that were more speculative, and even magical. At first, he would simply wander around the inner 2 rings of Zerari, keeping his ears open, and, whenever possible, his mouth closed. As that made less and less progress, though, he turned to magical tools at his disposal. Some nights, he would meditate, willing his soul to become calm so that he could try to get a sense for the powers that flowed through the city like currents through the water. Those efforts never revealed much insight. That was both because it was hard to find any real stillness in a city this large, and because he was also experimenting with magic in an effort to create his own divination spells. And as the Oracle had taught him, using magic to change the world made it that much harder to see the world. Still, like teleportation, scrying was a sort of magic he definitely needed to invent. At first, he tried using lesser words of distant illusion to try to show him things from other nearby buildings, but the results of those experiments were erratic and inconclusive. After that, he tried using lesser words of connection plan to make a pendulum swing back and forth as he asked it questions. If the answer was yes, it would swing forward and back. If it was no, it would swing left and right. And if it was uncertain, or maybe, it would swing in circles. Sometimes, that seemed to work extremely well, but other times, it was nearly as inconclusive as his illusion efforts had been. Still, if the question was definite and unambiguous, he would get clear answers. Though each use of the spell was only good for a handful of questions, he learned much in this way. Are the Magi sacrificing slaves on an industrial scale to use them for blood magic? Yes. Are they using those rituals to keep themselves young? Yes. Are they summoning demons regularly? Uncertain. Have the God King's Magi summoned at least 10 different demons in the last year? Yes. Have they summoned 50 demons in the last year? Number question by question, answers started to take shape. As a technique, it wasn't always exact, and sometimes he tested it with more mundane questions he could verify. He determined that the market he was in would have poor business the following week, and that the place he'd been staying wouldn't be serving roasts next week. Both of those turned out to be true, though in neither case did he find out why until it actually happened. The first case was caused by an unseasonable rainstorm, which kept most potential customers in their homes, while the second incident was caused by a kitchen fire that had almost burned the place down one night. Both of those circumstances would have been nice to know. But then, Simon didn't plan on playing 20 questions with the universe at the cost of blowing several weeks of his life. He tried the same techniques on questions with a wider scope, but there, the answers were much more mixed. Anything that had to do with Hellades ended up with a maybe for an answer, which was frustrating. Questions like, is Hellades telling me the truth about the pit? Or, does she want the Marani to conquer the world? Never showed clear, repeatable answers, no matter how hard he focused. Other topics, such as the pit, provided certain answers, but sometimes they would change from a yes to a no when he repeated them days or weeks later. Simon kept notes on all of those things, but as interesting as the technique was, it was the next one he discovered almost by accident that was most promising. One evening, while he was scribbling away and trying to discover why the Magi seemed to like the pyramidal shape so much, he said to the silver mirror he had propped up on his desk, "Show me the pyramid of lesser miracles." Simon had meant to say, "Show me my notes on the pyramid of lesser miracles," but he didn't. And that slip of the tongue showed him something entirely unexpected. As he looked up, expecting to see the text he'd made about the thing, along with the sketches he'd produced circumspectly from the West Plaza, he was surprised to see a fuzzy, distorted image of the massive structure itself. For a moment, Simon thought he'd taken a picture of the thing using a mirror. That was certainly something he was capable of doing, but he was fairly sure he hadn't. He'd been very careful not to use any magic inside the inner city. He had no idea what countermeasures might exist for that. The most he would do was jot down a few quick notes or a sketch while he was pretending to admire the wares in someone's stand or shop. His confusion only deepened when he realized the picture in front of him was moving. "Wait, what in the hell?" Simon asked as he watched a couple stroll across the picture. "Mirror, how are you doing this?" "I do not understand the question," the mirror answered in glowing blue text across the image in a way that was mostly expected. "You're showing me a live image of somewhere," Simon repeated. "How are you doing that?" "I have merely obtained its reflection for you, as requested," it typed. Simon's brain hurt. Did this fucking thing really have this power all along? He asked himself. He supposed he should have guessed, at least after the Oracle used it to show him his own aura. It could obviously display things beyond writing, but a distant location? "Why is the image blurry?" Simon asked this time. "The reflection is from the large fountain near the structure," it answered. "The water is quite turbulent, which makes image quality unavoidably poor." "Show me another view," Simon almost trembling with excitement. "Show me the view from the northern reflecting pool I was at yesterday." The image faded away, and almost instantly a new one appeared. This one was from a different angle, and though it was clearer, it was more fisheye because the mirror was further from the source. "Have you always been able to do this?" Simon asked the plain silver mirror incredulously, realizing the thing would just give him an "I don't know what you mean" answer again. He quickly followed up with, "Have you always been able to display distant locations? What about other levels? Can you show me those too? Without being able to look for you in reflections, how would I ever be able to find you?" the mirror asked. "Other levels, though, even accessible ones, that would be more complicated. I am bound to your location and can only move forward in time when I cannot locate you." "I see," Simon said. To him, that sounded like a lot of words to say no, which meant the answer wasn't exactly no. It wasn't a yes either, though. Still, for now, he didn't need to see the future. He hadn't fully explored his present with this new ability. Stating that night, though, that was pretty much all he did as he struggled to learn the limits of a tool that had been under his nose this whole time. Though Simon still went out every day and pretended to be a merchant, he dropped all of his other lines of research in favor of this one. Each night when he came home, he gave it targets to explore, and he studied them. The first limitation he found was that if it wasn't a place that he had been near recently, the mirror had a hard time finding it. It could not, for example, show him the south side of the old city or the inside of any of the pyramids, because he hadn't been to any of those places and could not adequately explain their location. He could sometimes make it go somewhere. It had never gone by jumping from reflection to reflection. That was how he got into his neighbor's room while he was using the chamber pot. Simon had canceled that view immediately, but still, the man didn't seem to notice. There were no obvious giveaways that he could see that anything was amiss. The next big problem was range. Even if Simon knew exactly where something was and had been there many times before, if it was too far away, the mirror couldn't find it. While testing showed that it could reach anywhere in the city, he could explain and describe somewhere past that it couldn't reach anymore. It also couldn't give him anything approaching an estimate for distance. As dumb as the mirror was, it genuinely didn't seem to understand distance, which puzzled Simon. Directions like 50 feet from your location seldom worked, but others like the carpet monger shop with the vibrant red I visited 3 days ago did. The one thing he did figure out was that the quality of the image was entirely dependent on the quality of the reflections. Simon was not yet sure how he could use this new ability to his advantage. His first thought had been to spy on rooms he could never enter. He wouldn't be able to hear anything the people inside might say, of course. But the fact that going somewhere he'd never been was difficult made that unlikely. Likewise, if he could see between levels, even the same spot between two levels, That might help him make a lot of decisions, but that didn't seem to be possible. The only thing he could really say for sure was that image quality was all about the material that he borrowed the reflection of. Water was a poor choice, and moving water was even worse. Silvered mirrors were best, followed by polished metal, and pretty much anything else in between after that. For weeks of work, it wasn't exactly a lot of progress. Still, he would have counted it a success if he hadn't managed to attract the wrong sort of attention. At first, no one noticed Simon's investigations. He was just a merchant selling out the last of his wares and looking to buy new stock. He made sure to play that up quite a bit. He used the mirror to keep tabs on his karma, and he was back in the negative 100,000 range. That was still a lot, but it was in a normal range, at least as far as Simon could tell. Now that he was using his mirror more, he tried to use it to check out the auras of other people in the common room and the market squares, and a light glow to a light darkness was pretty typical. He had no way to put an actual number on anyone, but he would bet that most people were slightly positive, in the 250,000 range, especially if they were young. Older people were almost always brighter. There weren't a lot of saints or monsters. Well, not at first. He realized that he was being watched when he started to see more and more night black auras in his immediate vicinity. The first one surprised him. The second one concerned him. And the third one, well, by the time he saw the third one, he was fairly sure they were watching him, not the other way around. Simon made plans to leave the city the very night he saw two of them together. They might not look like magi, but he was almost certain that they were. Chapter 265. Simon didn't waste any time once he decided that someone was definitely onto him. These mages had captured Freya, and Simon knew exactly how powerful she'd been. The words from his doppelganger came back to him immediately in that moment. They won't let her die for a long time, his evil twin had whispered. Not until they learn her secrets. In that way, she ended up rather like you did, though her cage is a bit nicer than a rotting bricked-in casket. Simon had only recently gotten over that terrible claustrophobic experience, and he had no desire to repeat it as a lab rat instead of a prisoner. He only even went back to the inn because it would have been stranger for him not to. The truth was that his most important notes were already in the mirror, and while he didn't want anyone to go through his logbooks, they were unlikely to find anything of value in his cryptic notes. He'd planned to wait for the city to go to sleep, then sneak out and hop the wall to the outer city by dark. From there, he'd steal a horse, and then start south before they even realized he wasn't even sleeping in. That wasn't the way it turned out, though. In the end, they didn't even give him an hour. Before, guards swarmed the wagon yard outside and the common room below. He heard the commotion before he'd even finished packing. That was enough to make him move to the window of his room and peer out from between the shutters. What he saw annoyed him, but it also gave him hope. He was up against a canny enemy, but not a perfect one. They'd already placed guards on the surrounding rooftops, but those men weren't even all looking in the right spot. Whoever had planned this noose had thought ahead, but they were fallible too. Or, at least that's what they want you to think, Simon told himself before he cast a word of illusion on himself to create the appearance of a heat-shimmered outline. It wasn't quite enough to make him invisible, but for the next few minutes, it would make it much more difficult to target him, and much easier for him to blend in with walls and rooftops, especially if he stood still. There wasn't going to be a lot of standing still, though, not when he heard the sound of heavy boots thundering up the stairs toward his room. Then he threw open the shutters and used a word of force to propel him out of the window, over a dozen or so men with swords in their hands, and onto the first building on the far side of the caravan yard. The man he landed close to looked at him in confusion, then raised his bow. Simon didn't bother to draw his weapon. He couldn't cover the gap in time. Instead, he used a word of lesser light on the man's eyes, willing all of the light to be repelled by them, plunging him instantly into a blindness that was as complete as it was temporary. He'd recovered in a few minutes, but by then, Simon would be long gone. The man dropped his weapon and clutched his face as he screamed. My eyes. I've been blinded by a magi. My eyes. Simon had been feeling rather good about his decision to spare the man, but he regretted it immediately as he felt dozens of pairs of eyes turn toward him. He didn't wait for any shouted commands. He just darted across the roof to the other side and used a word of lesser force to cushion his fall when he jumped over the busy street on the far side and landed in an alley. At that exact moment, Simon would have given several years of his life to know exactly how they had found him. The unspoken had sprung the word of nullification on him when he wasn't ready, and he had no doubt that these pricks had a trick or two up their sleeves that he hadn't seen before either. They probably can't read my mind, he decided as he ran down the alley like a phantom. If they could, they would have known what I was about to do. So either I asked someone the wrong question, or one of the spells I used gave me away. Is there a way to detect magic? Simon didn't know, but he kind of worried that there was, which meant he should try to use less of it as soon as he shook his tail. He was pretty sure if he'd merely asked the wrong question, he would have been arrested by a guard or two. Mages and a small army meant they were expecting trouble. He darted down the long, dark alley between buildings and outran the sound of the chaos he left in his wake. Still, eventually, after he made a left and leaped over a beggar, he could hear distant gongs. Someone had sounded the alarm, and the gates were closing. That was a shame because he was so close to one of them. But he was never going to outrun everyone on the ground. Instead of trying, he made his way toward the nearest guard tower and ran inside. That was the last place anyone would expect a fugitive to run. But even if he was going to have to fight his way out, it was the only place with easily accessible stairs, and he wasn't about to try to Superman it over the top of the wall with a word of greater force. It might be fun, but he'd rather save the big guns in case he needed them later. Simon unsheathed his vampiric blade, even as he started running up the 8-story spiral staircase. He had his scimitar, but he didn't trust himself with it nearly as much as he did his short, straight blade. He met the first guard on the 3rd floor, coming out of a door that led into a tunnel in the wall. He didn't even bother to stab him. He just grabbed the armored man by the gorget and yanked him down the narrow, winding stairs. While that wasn't sure to break his neck, the odds were good. They were even better when the guard barely even cried out. Simon looked down at his hands and noted that he was still largely swirling and translucent. Up close, he probably looked more like a ghost than anything else. That works for me, he decided, slowing down a touch rather than taking a break. Fear is a great edge for moments like this. When he reached the top of the wall, he expected another fight, but instead, he found this section of the wall clear. Offarum Barum, Simon whispered to himself, using a word of minor illusion to reshape his lingering heat shimmer into the plain uniform of the guard he'd just tossed down the stairs. Surely that would be enough to. Simon's thoughts trailed off as a magi flicked into existence. Not 30 feet from him, they can detect magic. His mind screamed. They can teleport too. Like that asshole doppelganger. Both of those surprised him, but not so much that he let the other mage beat him to the punch. Even as the other man opened his mouth to cast whatever it was he was going to cast, Simon had already finished speaking. Vrazig! The words for fire and lightning were both 2 syllables, but fire traveled at the speed of a flamethrower, whereas lightning moved at almost 300,000 miles an hour. That was fast. It was certainly fast enough to be an advantage in a tense moment like this. A word of death might move faster, but Simon hadn't used Gelthic like that before, and he wasn't about to risk it. Instead, he stopped the other man's heart and seized his throat even as he leaped over the far side of the wall. Simon knew exactly what was going to happen seconds after the other man died, and he didn't want to be anywhere near that fireball. It detonated on the wall behind him, even as Simon had already fallen 4 stories toward the street on the far side. The 8-story fall would have almost certainly been fatal, except that he used a word of force when he was 10 feet above the ground to arrest his momentum, letting him land smooth and almost untroubled. A few people stared at him, but more were still staring up at the wall where the mage had just exploded. From their reaction, Simon could tell that they knew what that meant, but not how they felt about it. Before anyone could link him to it, though, he was gone. He moved almost at random between streets. His scimitar was out now, and he was doing his best to look menacing. His armor would be fading away in the next few minutes, but for as long as it was still convincing, Simon yelled at anyone who walked too near him. Which way did he go? No one had any idea, of course. They'd heard the explosion, and everyone could see the wall on fire, but none of them had any idea what it was about. The foreigner! Simon shouted again. Which way did he go? Simon got a dozen different answers to that, but he ignored them all. Instead, he headed toward the nearest caravansary and hid out in their stables for a few minutes so that his illusion would wear away entirely. Normally, he would have spoken the words of lesser nullification, but this time that would give away his position all over again. So he had to take it slow despite the urgency of the moment. Then he stole a stranger's horse and rode out of there like he owned the place. The city was an angry beehive now. Men were everywhere, exchanging rumors or searching for the foreigner mage, as many were calling him. Simon didn't interact with any of them. He just rode directly east as quickly as he could without drawing attention. He didn't really have supplies for a long expedition, which meant he needed to visit a town or a nomad camp first to resupply. That wouldn't be a problem. Of course, he had all the money in the world right now. From where he was right now, he could ride a day or two out. But a week's worth of food, and be back in the desert before the commotion had died down. Still, something made him hesitate. He was tempted to say that he hadn't accomplished his aim. If anything, he might have made things slightly worse. If the Magi believed that a foreign mage had moved against them, they were more likely to attack the south sooner rather than later. That wasn't it either, though. It was that all of this had raised more questions than answers. The Magi of Zerari could do things he couldn't begin to understand. They could teleport. They could detect magic. He'd seen them do some interesting things when he'd waged a private war with them for a few months as a vampire. But apparently, demonology was only the tip of the iceberg. I need to know, he told himself. There's too much here to just give up on. The same was true in Hepelian, of course. But somehow, learning reasons not to use magic wasn't nearly as interesting to him as learning more ways to use it. And surprisingly, Simon was okay with that. Chapter 266. That Simon got out of the city without another confrontation was a minor miracle in itself. That wasn't the end of his pursuit, though. Even after he crested the low hills around the city and retreated toward one of the smaller satellite towns that dotted the horizon, he still had to deal with more pursuers. The first signs of that were a small group of riders that continued to follow him even after darkness fell. It was like they had a compass that pointed unerringly toward him. He noticed them after he'd resupplied a bit, and though they kept an appropriate distance, it was clear to him that he was being hunted. Even when he set an ambush and made camp in a box canyon, with his stolen horse and a small fire next to a wadded-up cloak that had been made to look like a bedroll, they still rode toward where he was hiding in the nearby brush instead. If cleverness won't work, then it's time to use brute force instead, Simon decided. Simon responded by using a word of greater force to take off the legs of the men charging toward him, as well as their mounts. It was an ugly scene, and the screams of men and horses rang out into the night as bodies were separated from limbs and everyone was maimed. Killing them would have been easier, but he wanted answers, and hopefully, this way, he'd be able to leave someone alive to do it. Not even that mayhem stopped whatever mage was in that group from striking back at him. A pillar of fire slammed into the ground a little bit past Simon, followed immediately by a bolt of lightning that arced wildly around him and came even closer to ending him. The flames had landed close enough that he'd felt their heat through his clothes, and he smelled the scent of burning hair that was almost, but not completely, masked by the smell of ozone around him. Simon stayed still then to see if they'd follow up or think him dead. He didn't have to wait long. Though no further spells were tossed toward him, the Magi that had lashed out at him perished and then immolated most of the remaining survivors. It was quieter after that, but not silent, which meant people yet lived and suffered. I suppose I could have just killed them and then interrogated their spirits, Simon realized belatedly as he tried to decide his next steps. He felt stupid for doing that at first, but then he cut himself a little bit of slack. The idea of torturing someone's soul to force them to answer your questions still freaked him out a bit. As he cautiously approached the carnage, though he didn't find any threats, when he didn't find any, he started putting the dying horses out of their misery that hadn't been killed by the blast. That had to be first because he couldn't stand the terrible, pathetic sounds they were making. As he went, he noticed that a few of the guards were still alive and thrashing in pain, but only one looked to be unburned, even if his legs were both cut off near the ankle. Tell me how the Magi tracked me, and I will let you live, Simon promised the other man. He looked at Simon skeptically and seemed determined to say nothing. So, Simon dragged one of the other dying guards in front of him and then plunged his dagger into the man's heart, killing him almost immediately as another burst of life energy coursed through Simon. Simon made the whole act look like a threat, but really, it was just a mercy killing. He didn't want to kill, but if he did have to, then he certainly wanted to do it cleanly. For a while, he'd tried to be mindful of the Oracle's teaching and avoid violence and magic, but there was no place for such a mindset when dealing with the Mirani. The guard didn't talk, not after the second or even the third member of his group was reduced to a corpse. When Simon slit the fourth dying man's throat and flung him at the feet of the tight-lipped man, he finally said, "You won't spare me." "I will," Simon said. "I'll even reattach your feet if you like. You have information I need, and I'm willing to trade for it." While Simon had no idea if a couple words of healing would be enough to ever let the man walk again, he was certainly willing to give it a shot. That turned out to be enough to make the man speak. "Hail my legs, and I will tell you all I know," he said finally. Simon spent a few minutes doing just that. First, he cast a lesser light spell so he could see what he was doing. Then, with great care, he lined up the separated limbs and spoke a word to join them once more. When he cast the spells, he took great care to line up the bones, arteries, and veins. In his imagination, he also tied the muscles and nerves together as clearly as he could possibly visualize them as well. However, given his limited knowledge of anatomy, he had no way of knowing if that would be enough. It wasn't until he saw the man actually wiggle his toes that he pronounced his first magical limb surgery to be successful. "All right," he said finally as he backed away from the guard. "Tell me how you're following me." The man's scale mail had been sliced away like he was wearing a pair of high-water pants now, but there was every chance he might actually walk again. That, and the fact that he hadn't reached for his sword once during all of this, were positive signs to Simon. "The Magi's talisman," the man answered. "It is in his left hand, I think, or on the ground nearby. It glows when it points toward you." "Will other groups have them?" Simon asked. "How do they work?" "I know not the secrets of magecraft," the warrior answered as he got shackily to his feet. "But I do know that every group they send to hunt you down will have something similar. And when they find you, they will make you pay for every Magi you murdered. Not every guardsman or every Mirani life, but every Magi." Simon thought to himself as he smashed the mage's charred fist open in search of the talisman. How very telling. The talisman that the man mentioned was a vial wrapped in a golden wire and sealed in wax. It appeared to be made to look like a serpent, with the head drowned in wax and the body wrapped around the glass. It was a simple bauble that Simon would have bet money had no magic about it, and yet, when he picked it up, it started to glow faintly. Simon turned it in his hand, and as the head of the snake faced away from him, it stopped glowing again. "Interesting," he said to himself. "But how does it work?" He would take it apart later, but for now, it was enough to know that whoever was following him truly did have a way to track him. Simon looked up from the thing and back to the guard, who was trying to walk with shaky steps. "This can detect me from any distance, then?" Simon asked. "Do they work indefinitely?" "I told you that I know nothing of magecraft," the man answered. "You have traded me my feet for that talisman, and now we are done." "We're done when I know everything you know," Simon countered. "Now tell me, what did the Magi say about this thing? Even if you don't know how it works, you surely know how the man used it." The guard hesitated as he almost tripped. When we were too far away, he complained that the glow was dim, the man confessed, and he always made us hurry. He said that sooner or later, your scent would be lost. "Scent?" Simon said to himself as he looked at the vial quizzically. He cast a lesser light spell again, but this time, he did it to light up the vial. Inside, he saw a little scrap of cloth. It was brown and unremarkable, but suddenly, everything clicked into place for him. That had to be a piece from one of the garments that he'd left behind. "Son of a bitch," Simon said to himself. "Magical bloodhounds." For a moment, His mind raced as he tried to figure out how to handle this, but he forced himself not to worry. Instead of panicking, he shook his head to clear it and then said, "I'm done with you. You are free to go." The man laughed. "My feet will not carry me to the next camp or village, and the only horse left alive is your own. Perhaps you will walk better after some rest and a new pair of boots to stiffen your ankles," Simon suggested as he started to go through the Magi's smoldering robes and saddlebags in search of anything useful. He found what might have been a journal and a few other magic trinkets that had been destroyed by the blast. He left those behind. Instead, he cut off the man's charred hand and took it with him so that he could have a conversation about tracking magic once he'd shaken his tail. That was distasteful too, but not as distasteful as having to put the horses down. That surprised Simon, and he pondered what that said about him as he walked back toward his camp, leaving the sole survivor behind to question his life choices. Simon quickly gathered his things. If these magic trinkets had a range, then he was going to do his best to get outside of it. Then he could spend a few weeks or a few months lying low and waiting for his pursuit to end. Unfortunately, that meant he couldn't exactly head straight south, which had been his plan. The last thing he wanted the Magi to do was to reach the conclusion that he really was a foreigner and trigger the very war he sought to avoid by inciting a revolution. After Simon finished packing up his camp, he tossed the last of his firewood on the embers, making them flare to life once more. That better revealed the grisly scene he'd caused not so far away. But more importantly, it let him see that the man he'd just waited a few months of his life healing looked to be very seriously considering seppuku. "Hey!" Simon called out in annoyance as he led his horse in that general direction. "Don't do that. I just saved you. I didn't do that so you could kill yourself." "What is the point?" the man asked. "When the Magi find me, they will find out what I've done and they will kill me." "Maybe," Simon answered, as he paused to pick out a horn shortbow that was still in good shape, and 2 quivers of arrows from one of the dead men. "Or maybe you'll go over there, sit down by that nice warm fire, and think up a good lie to tell them. Paint yourself as a hero. Tell them that your horse crushed your ankles when you fell. Maybe they'll give you a medal." "You do not know the Magi, stranger," the man said. "Pray that you never do." The wounded guard still had his sword, but he looked less sure of himself now, which was all Simon could ask for. Simon smiled at that, then with a shrug, he walked on. He made sure to ride east as he left the light of his fire. Should the man or his spirit be questioned in the aftermath of this? Then, when he was far enough away that he doubted even his mount's hooves could be heard in the grasslands, he turned and started north. According to the stories that Simon had heard, it was the wildest and most untamed part of the territory, which made it the perfect place to lay low. Chapter 267. Simon rode off and on for 3 nights before he decided that he was far enough away from whoever might be pursuing him to risk another act of necromancy and summon the spirit of the Magi he'd killed. So recently. Those first few days were hardly wasted, though. Even before he did that, he spent several nights learning about the talisman that had been used to hunt him. Once he unraveled the golden snake that made the thing work, it was fairly straightforward. Etched in tiny letters by a craftsman with a steady hand were the words Offarum, Barom Denarth Koresh, along with a few connecting symbols. The spell, as Simon understood it, was the light of distant location detection or something similar. The words were written in such a way that Denarth looked to be used twice, but without taking the time to sketch it out and do some experiments. Simon really couldn't be sure. It was a delicate thing, and he found it interesting. Still, the most concerning part was that it was only a lesser version. There might well be a greater version that could follow him to the ends of the earth. For now, he just assumed that was the case. That made his stops brief and his route circuitous. Even the night he picked to do his second attempt at necromancy, atop a rocky escarpment where he could see for miles in all directions, he didn't stay more than a few hours. This attempt was just as successful and just as disturbing as the last one. The Magi, whose name turned out to be Zondarian, didn't beg to be released, though. He begged not to be sent back as he spilled his guts to Simon, whereas the first necromancer Simon had interviewed demanded to be released and was loath to share anything. This one had already been found by the devils and begged not to return. Anything I'll tell you anything." The tormented soul screamed while fire flickered around the edge of the binding circle. Even without sending him back, though, the ghost's time in the real world was brief. Still, in that time, Simon learned a great deal. He confirmed that the Magi's dark pyramid was a charnel house, and that sometimes dozens of men and women were drained of their vital essence to power any number of rituals. Some of these were merely to keep them young, even if many of the leaders were old enough to put vampires to shame. There were other rituals too, though. There were large-scale divinations and demon summoning. There were even enchantments fueled by violent deaths. The corpses and the souls were often bartered to demons for other diabolical boons. But the Magi could not offer Simon any details on that front. "I'm merely an acolyte. I've been with them for only a decade, and know only a handful of the king's own words," the ghost pleaded, fading away. He told Simon the 5 words that he knew, but none of them were new to him. Ironically, if the man had merely read the talisman he'd been given, he could have learned 2 more. But Simon didn't think his focus had been on learning. It had been on power, specifically power over others. The groveling ghost didn't say as much, but it was evident by what he seemed to think was important. He kept trying to tell Simon the secrets of noblemen rather than the secrets of the universe, which showed Simon just how misplaced the man's priorities were. "I don't care who's buggering who," Simon exploded at one point. "I care about the talismans. Tell me about those. Why do you wear them?" They command our loyalty to the God Emperor," the man said cautiously. "They have a grip on our very soul and let him share his vast power with all of his anointed subjects." Simon didn't see any trace of the amulet on the ghost before him, and it certainly didn't seem capable of making the dead keep their secrets. So, while he thought the soul part might be a bit overblown, the idea that it could channel energy to the energy from their monarch was very interesting to him if it was even halfway true. What Simon most wanted was to study one of those amulets that the Magi wore, but each time they were destroyed by their own blast. He had some hope the spirit might be able to offer him some insight there. But before it could offer Simon any more details in that regard, it started to dissolve. No, dissolve was the wrong word. That implied the process was gentle, and the ghost of Zondarian was in obvious pain as he came apart at the seams, even if he lacked the strength to say anything. Simon couldn't read lips properly, though with his mirror experiments he'd certainly been trying to learn. In this case, at least it was easy, which made it all the more horrifying. "No, please don't let them take me." Those words were when Simon realized that the man's soul wasn't coming apart, it was being ripped back to hell a piece at a time. When he was almost gone, the runes that Simon had scratched into the dirt burned briefly with blue fire. Then they were gone, just like the ghost, and he was left with nothing but the smoldering hand of a dead man. Well, that looked unpleasant, Simon said to himself as he reflected on the bizarre conversation. It hadn't gone the way he'd expected at all. He'd thought that he'd pry a few answers out of a reluctant ghost, but instead, he'd gotten more answers than he could have asked for, and most of them were worthless. More than anything they'd discussed, Simon wondered if he could summon the man's spirit again in a day or two. How does necromancy interact in a world with heaven and hell? He wondered. He had already summoned a spirit that still wandered the world in pain, and he'd very clearly just dragged someone out of hell. Could he do the same thing to someone in heaven? Normally, he would have considered those questions to be too metaphysical to worry about, but given the strange place his soul occupied, he thought he should add it to his list of things to do. Simon saved a few charred finger bones in case he wanted to experiment with this more later, but he didn't plan to summon the dead again anytime soon. Just thinking about it creeped him out quite a bit. Simon had gotten used to some weird shit. He could kill goblins, and even men without batting an eye, as long as they were bad men. But watching souls rent to tatters, of men who didn't want to be sent back to hell, that was rough by anyone's measure. Still, all of these developments put him in a bit of a quandary. He'd planned to cause some strife that might foment into a civil war, and then go back to being Zen for a few years. But given all these strange developments, he wasn't really sure what his next move should be. Seeing a giant would be cool, he said to himself as he rode north in no particular hurry. It would be cool, but it would also be a complete waste of time. The The problem, he decided, after several days, was that he'd taken far too much for granted. He'd assumed that magic was rare because the white cloaks had kept it that way, but only in his neck of the woods. Although he still couldn't speak with any authority where it came from, he suspected that it was infernal in nature. It was quantifiable and understandable. So Simon had already figured out how to do a great many interesting things with it. As much as he'd learned, it seemed to him that the Magi of Moran knew more, and he coveted that knowledge. Do I want it more than what I'm learning from the Oracle, though? He asked himself. On the one hand, there was that strange feeling of connectedness that made everything feel right, and on the other was learning ever more powerful ways to use magic. Even knowing that he'd lived enough lives to learn both in time, it was still an impossible decision for him. So, at least for now, he resolved not to make it. Instead, he tried to get his head right. He brushed up on his archery and hunted for his food instead. He hadn't had to do that in lives, and despite the gamey, stringy nature of the food, it somehow made it taste better. Although he lacked the frames or the tannins to cure the hides, he traded them as he went for other useful objects. The clans of the area didn't give him much trouble. Only once was he forced to fight, and even that had more of a ceremonial nature to it. If anything, the lack of violence toward a lone rider surprised him and highlighted the distinct lack of monsters that existed in this part of the world. Despite the fact that this region would have made the perfect domain for centaurs, there were none to be found. Rather than face off against monsters, there were only men, and usually he'd be welcomed as a guest and offered fermented mare's milk to tell them news of the South. Simon didn't know much about Moran, of course, but he'd heard many other stories in the tea houses of the capital, so he told some of those as his own instead. Several times, Simon was tempted to use magic simply to skip other riders altogether. A word of illusion would make him all but vanish amidst the tall, wispy grass until he was over the horizon. He didn't do that, though. In fact, for the first time in a long time, he entirely abstained from magic in an effort to make his soul less turbulent and murky. He had no idea what to do next. So, while he waited, he decided that he would at least try to put the Oracle's teachings to good use. Somehow, all of that helped. It didn't give Simon any special insight as to what was going to happen or anything. But as he rode, he calmed down and stopped living in fear that each rider on the southern horizon was another group of men bent on hunting him down. After that, the days started to blur together. The weather was starting to get colder. But it was only when he saw the mountains start to poke up above the northern horizon that he realized how far he'd gone. Top of the world, man, he said to himself as he looked at the vast glacier, dotted peaks that only got taller as he got closer, day by day. This wasn't the sort of place he should be when winter started, of course. But given that he was unlikely to ever come this far to the north again, it was something he wanted to appreciate. Even if that appreciation only took the form of a few days of sketching. Chapter 268. Once he entered the territory of monsters, the Morani horse clans were unsurprisingly absent. There was no market for goblin slaves, nor were there glorious combats to be had. Simon was sure that a battle with a giant would have counted as glorious combat, but no one seemed eager for that either. It wasn't like someone could bring back a trophy from that fight very easily, and without an ox train and a wagon-sized skull, no one was likely to believe that such a battle had even taken place. He wasn't looking to forge any more legends, though. And while he would love to see one from a distance, he was happy to spend his time in the wilds, fighting more inglorious battles. Just 2 weeks, he told himself, notching a tree near the boulder mound that had become his campsite near the edge of the forest that stretched out to the north of him. Just 2 weeks, and if no one comes for me, I can turn around and go back. While Simon wasn't sure if that was overcautious or not cautious enough, he certainly wasn't going to underestimate these mages again. In those first few days, he spent a lot of time thinking about all the various magics he'd been exposed to recently, and how some grand unified theory of magic might go together. But such things were still far too complex for him to understand. And once the killing started, those vast intellectual constructs pieced together with what ifs drifted away like the castles in the sky that they were. Once he started going on nighttime raids against the nearby goblins, None of those theoretical concerns mattered. By day, he would hunt rabbits, pheasants, and the occasional mountain goat or elk to keep his little base camp well fed. By night, when no magi appeared to drag him back to their ziggurat-dotted city, he would creep out in search of combat that only fed his soul. At first, it had started as an activity to make sure that the hungry little bastard stayed well away from his mount and supplies. Gradually, night by night, it became more than that. It became his main source of entertainment. And for once, he didn't even blame the little jolts of life energy he was getting from his blade. He'd long since grown used to those tiny jolts and didn't feel any trace of the creeping addiction he'd worried about for so long. It was that there was something thrilling about skulking through the shadows, wondering if you were the hunter or the hunted in any given moment. If he'd remembered them more clearly, he would have said this was the same feeling he'd gotten from playing video games once upon a time. That was too long ago, and Simon could no longer remember it. Truthfully, he wasn't even sure he'd enjoy sitting there and clicking on words and images on the mirror-like screen if there wasn't any real danger in it. Out in the night there was danger, and whether he was sniping the beasts with his bow or gutting them with his dagger, he enjoyed it immensely. I've had too many safe lives lately, he told himself. That didn't reduce his desire to return to the Oracle and to Zoa, of course. But those desires didn't make it any less true. Neither relaxing by a volcanic lake, nor fighting a zombie outbreak in Schwarzenbruck for the 15th time was particularly dangerous to him anymore. With magic, very little was dangerous at this point in his many lives. It was only his abstention from that which made fighting goblins in the forest a challenge. For a few nights running, Simon lost himself in that little guerrilla war of his own making. It wouldn't change history. It wouldn't save any villages. And when he was done, no one but him would ever know that it had happened. That was very freeing. Normally, he spent so much time thinking about how everything he did might impact everything else he was going to do. Here, he was so far off the map that no one cared either way. The most impactful thing he did was focus on understanding the advantages of the scimitar in certain situations, even if he preferred the longsword he'd long since left behind. Simon ranged further and further afield as the days progressed, and when 2 weeks had passed with no further sign that he was being pursued, he decided to move on. However, instead of moving back to the south, as he'd planned, he went further north. It wasn't quite on a whim, but it certainly wasn't planned either. I still have time before the first snows, he told himself, and I have even more time to stop the coming war. The truth was that since he doubted he'd ever have to come this far north again, he wanted to see a giant. Well, that was mostly the truth. The rest of it was that he wasn't sure what to do next. Going north wouldn't help with any of that. It was a side quest at best, and an indulgence at worst. He wouldn't even really think about what it was he should do next until he was riding south again. Still, he could resist delaying things a little longer, and he told himself that confirming the existence of giants would be enough. So, day by day, the things he needed to do percolated at the back of his mind as he navigated through forested ravines and found the right slopes to lead his horse further and further into the uplands. Even as he climbed, though, the mountains rose inexorably before him. These weren't the climbable, almost picturesque mountains he navigated when he dealt with the wyvern. These were rugged, jutting peaks, and behind them there were only higher, icier peaks. Part of him wondered if he'd find a new kingdom hidden away if he went far enough. But Simon knew it was too rugged even to be compared to the mountainous kingdom of Cheria. That was the reason that he was eventually forced to turn around. Above the tree line, there wasn't much in the way of danger, but without grass, he could take his horse no farther. And when he finally reached vast snowfields, he decided that was as far as he could go. Still, it was a gorgeous view, and Simon took the time to appreciate the vast sea of grass to his south, past the mountains he'd climbed to get here, and the forests that separated the two. They continued into the distance so far that he could only see a long sweep of yellow, unmarred by fortifications or settlements. Only the smaller rivers and streams that would eventually become the mighty Serpent River broke it up as they meandered across the plain. Despite that simplicity, Simon wasn't sure that he had the skill to capture that beauty, even if he had proper paints and canvas. Still, just for a moment, he couldn't help but feel like everything was connected again in some deep way. He had no way of knowing whether that was simply an aesthetic projection or some deeper intuition. but he hoped it was the latter. Simon had been abstaining from magic ever since he'd left Zerari, and he was sure that the oracle would tell him that such things would pay dividends eventually if she were here. Perhaps you could find a way to avoid killing too? The imaginary version of the woman quipped in his head? Maybe then you'd find out what true clarity is like. It was nice to do without magic, but he didn't see that he'd ever be able to do without a blade, at least in this sort of life. When he turned around the following day, he took a different way down than he had up, just to do a bit more exploring. It was there he finally found his first and only piece of evidence that giants were real. There, in a half-melted snowy meadow 2 valleys over, he saw regularly spaced ovals a dozen feet apart. At first, he'd assumed they were springs or a partially frozen stream, but as he traveled along them for a short time, he was eventually struck by the idea that they couldn't be anything but footprints. For a moment, Simon was tempted to free his horse and continue on, tracking the thing down that much further. But he resisted. That would have been too self-indulgent, even for the mood he was in lately. It was enough to see the tracks, he decided, and he took a moment to study the outlines before deciding they were too melted to bother sketching. On his way back toward the plains, his own goals and responsibilities began to stalk him once more, like an invisible giant. Prevent a war, then go gain clarity and solve some more levels, he told himself. That's not so hard, right? It was hard, though. It was a heavy burden, and now that he was proceeding back toward it once more, it weighed on him every bit as much as his supplies weighed down the saddlebags of his horse. It might be overburdened with things, but it was his mind that was overburdened with ideas. What I need to do is worm my way into the Mirani's Magi, the same way I did with Bryn's white cloaks, he told himself as he dismounted and walked his horse to the edge of a stream to water it after a long ride. The problem is they only allow children to join their ranks so they can properly brainwash them, and I haven't been a kid in centuries. He sighed at that. It wasn't the first time that Simon had come to that conclusion, but it still annoyed him. He'd considered stealing the identities of one of the existing magi and worming his way in that way. He felt confident enough that he could sculpt his face into someone else's. Surely, he could follow them around enough to learn enough about them to fool their colleagues for a couple of days. Would that be enough? Even if he faked his own identity, faking those amulets that they wore would be harder. He'd never gotten a close look at one until after it had blown up. And though they vaguely looked like a very curved shuriken or a flattened lotus flower, he didn't think that would be enough to pass even a cursory inspection. No, I need to infiltrate them the proper way, but I can't. His words trailed off as he looked at his own reflection in the water, and he noted how young he looked. Simon had been killing for weeks with his blade and hadn't thought much of it. He'd barely been around a mirror, and he had the patchy beard to show for it. He also apparently had smooth skin and a hairline that he hadn't had since his 20s. During his time in Ionia, he de-aged himself decades, but never very quickly. The result had been that he'd stayed the same oldish man for a very long time. Throughout his last month or so in the wilderness, he'd devoured years from goblins, a few weeks at a time. And it showed. Really, it creeped him out a little. He'd gotten used to this new face of his. It was strange that he looked sort of Central Asian or Middle Eastern, but he'd looked very Mediterranean in his last life, so that was tolerable. The idea that he could look like the son, or at least the younger brother of the man he'd been in Zerari, until this point, he'd considered it completely impossible that he could infiltrate the Magi properly because he would never be young enough. But this presented an interesting option. Could I get young enough to fool them? Simon wondered. Is it even possible? Chapter 269. Is it possible? That thought weighed on Simon for the rest of the day and kept him up half the night, even though he was deep enough into the plains that monster attacks were practically a non-issue. Whether it was possible to make himself younger and how he might accomplish such a miracle eventually took a back seat to whether or not it was a good idea. Of course, it's possible, he assured himself after thinking about it for almost 24 hours straight. If I can make myself a little younger, I can make myself a lot younger. The Magi already keep themselves young, and the leaders of the Unspoken probably do too. However, if he was going to do it, then the means were obvious too. Jervulzavon. He hadn't used a greater word of transfer in a long time. His last time had been in Darndell, and before that with the Black Swarmers. It was too powerful and too dangerous. He'd long since learned to cope with the low-grade euphoria that came from draining through a piece of steel. It was like drinking animal blood as a vampire. Effective, but far from ideal. If he was going to do this, then it was almost certainly the right tool for the job, and Simon feared that. I shouldn't, he told himself as he rode. I've gotten used to the effects. He hadn't, though, never on that scale. It wouldn't be just one word of greater transfer after all. It would be a dozen, at least. It might be twice that. Simon had no idea if he'd have to use words of flesh shaping or if his body would naturally ungrow as he got young enough, but that wasn't what put him off of the idea. If he messed up his body too badly trying this and ended up as some deformed monstrosity, he could always kill himself and reset that. He'd miss leaving this life undone, but that would be recoverable. If he screwed up his soul and ended up hopelessly addicted to draining the life force of others for life after life, well, he'd be no better than a vampire, even if he could walk around in daylight. Maybe I could slip my soul into the body of a child instead, Simon thought, trying to find another, less risky solution. That was even worse, though. Even if it was somehow possible, the idea of killing some innocent kid just to borrow their body for a covert op seemed too ghoulish for words. As he made his way south, he considered all of the options and slowly worked out how he would do this if he decided it was the best plan. Instead of draining people or even beasts, he'd draw from nature itself, near the river in places that would be easily replenished by floods in the spring. He even worked out the circle he'd use to accomplish this strange project. It wasn't so complex, and though technically they were the words of greater youthful flesh siphoning, given the proximity he planned to the water, he ended up thinking of the whole thing as his personal fountain of youth. Eventually, when he'd covered half the distance back to Zerari, all he was missing was the will to move forward. To some extent, that was the problem with all of his lives. He wasn't sure how to move forward, and even when he was, things rarely went according to plan. In that regard, at least this life had gone better than most. He'd found somewhere to wait until the zombie outbreak, and when it was time, he'd found the true cause and resolved it. If not for his doppelganger, he would be back in Hippalion meditating on the nature of the universe or something until it was time to address the next unfinished level. You can still do that, Simon reminded himself. You can breeze through Zerari on the way back, splash up a little graffiti to get the masses riled up, then use a little terrorism to set him loose, and be gone before the city falls into civil war. You don't have to go further than that. He did, though. Simon had found another vast source of knowledge, and he desperately wanted a peek inside. Even if it was only a few more words of power or new meanings for the words he already had, that was worth taking a chance. Well, if you believe that, then you can start summoning demons anytime. Man, he told himself, mocking his glibness, I'm sure they'd trade you your soul for just about anything you might want. Even on nights when Simon was greeted by horse clans, or he sat around the fires of traders, telling him about the giant footprints that he saw in the snow to a mixture of astonishment and laughter, these thoughts never left him. But none of these options became a certainty until the night of a full moon on a windy night after the first snows. The grasslands were not the sort of place where snow stayed for any length of time until the winter was as deep as its grass. It would come and swirl about, then melt away again after a few days. Still, that night, he'd gotten a little drunk as the other traders had talked about how a war between the clans was likely to make the northern steppes a place that was unwise to travel through once spring arrived. Simon made his excuses when he realized he was slurring his words. But even that caution wasn't enough to stop him from taking a tumble on the icy grass and patchy snow between the fire and his simple tent. As he lay there laughing at his own clumsiness and his drunkenness, he wasn't even tempted to use a word of lesser cure to purge the alcohol from his system. Instead, he lay there, appreciating the moment as an accidental snow angel. He stared at the stars for a few seconds, and the way they burned sharply in the deep black sky before he forced himself to rise. When he was on his feet, he turned and looked at his footsteps. For a moment, he thought they looked just like the giant's footsteps in the mountains weeks before. It was only their scale that was different, and that was all it took. In that instant, Simon's entire world reoriented. Suddenly, everything was composed of those same lines that he saw back in Hippalion. These weren't red and blue currents in the water, though. They were white lines of fate that made up everything. They were the ice that he'd slipped on and the snow he'd fallen in. They were the fiery constellations above him and the canvas tents around him. They were everything, even the cities that lay far to the south. This was a moment of clarity that was far more powerful than his last one had been. It wasn't that he could see the fork in the road. It was that he was the fork in the road. Far to the south, in a winding road made of choices, lay the city of Zurari, and past it, despite the enormous distances involved, lay Hippalion. There were other cities, too. Abress and Darndell were just as easy to find, like the intersections of a spiderweb. For that instant, Simon knew that he could go anywhere and he could be anyone. That was the curse of his life in the pit. He had true freedom in the midst of what might be permanent imprisonment. But even so, he was only just starting to understand it. Right now, he understood that his choice was the right one. He understood that he could go anywhere, but eventually the Mirani would be everywhere. He couldn't say why Hilides might want that. Truthfully, he didn't even think to ask. It was like the moment with Oracle where he viewed the world through her sight, and the further out things were, the hazier. Past a certain point, the entire south was nothing but fire and blood. Whether Ionai or Bryn stood longer than the other didn't really matter. If he wanted to prevent it, all that really mattered was Zurari. 1,000 ways that he could navigate himself to the heart of power that he'd never considered before flicker through his mind. Some were war crimes, like recreating the demon seed or the frost orb. In one version of events, he saw very clearly that he could save the world for a time by detonating the Grand Pyramid in the center, though he did not precisely understand how. All of those were too far from the way he lived his lives for him to truly embrace. Sneaking into the Magi by becoming a child, though, wasn't impossible. That had a chance of paying off and giving the world exactly the sort of reprieve he wanted. Those details didn't matter, though. What mattered was how he could achieve it without directly channeling the forces of creation through his soul until he was a burned-out dilettante. He needed another vessel, like the circles and the weapons that he used. In a flash, he finally saw what it was he needed to do. And though the answer, as it turned out, was quite unpleasant, he could bear that too. A vessel, he breathed as he stood there in a fugue state, trying to process everything that had just occurred to him. Magic requires a vessel. He'd known that, of course. Weapons with words of power were more potent than those that were spoken, and they weren't as hard on his body, even when his own soul fueled them. He'd limited himself in that regard more than he should have. Simon had no idea if he stood there amidst 10,000 crisscrossing lines that made up the possibilities of his future for seconds or hours. However, when the world unfroze, the night was just as it had been, and the other merchants still laughed and chatted by the fire, not so far away. Bleary and overwhelmed, Simon made his way back to his tent to sleep it off. But before he could, he had to make a few notes so he wouldn't forget what he needed to do next. The next day, he threw away his original plans to scratch a fountain of youth in the dirt. It would work, but such a ritual would likely leave him hopelessly addicted to the thrill after using it only a handful of times. What he needed instead was something that worked only once and was far too awful to enjoy. So, he rode south, and when he found a large copse of trees, he tethered his horse far away from it and made camp there. Then, he walked into the grove and chose the tree near the center, because he was pretty sure it was a pawpaw tree. The exact tree didn't matter, just as the exact grove didn't matter. An oak would have made this harder and less digestible. All that mattered was that he was okay with destroying it because what he was about to do next was probably going to kill everything on this spot for years. He didn't expect that to be very visible now since only a few yellow leaves remained on these already skeletal trees, but it would still weigh on his concise more than any number of goblins. Once the tree was chosen, and he shaved off the bark on one side, Simon took his time carving a series of runes into the tree, though he left them unconnected and non-functional. Then, when that was done, he retreated from the area as well, because he was pretty sure that what he was about to do next was going to suck the life out of anyone that was close enough to power the spell he was about to unleash. When Simon was 100 feet away, which was about as far as he could get without losing sight of his carving, he took a deep breath and pictured the last marks he needed to make. Then he whispered, Narth Razig, and unleashed a word of distant lightning to complete the inscription with a single precise bolt from the leaden sky above. Chapter 270. It felt strange to cast his first spell in months. But it was even stranger to watch what happened next. As the taste of sulfur filled his mouth and the faint tingle of power spread through his body, the slender lightning bolt he summoned came down from the clouds above. It made contact with the tree's tallest branch in a shower of sparks as the light peal of thunder passed through Simon. What happened next happened faster than the eye could see as the lightning raced along the branches to where he'd carved his runes. Still, he could see the energy arc from sky to earth and earth to sky several times as it connected with the runes he'd left. They were burning with energy now, and even after the lightning stopped, they glowed a dim red color like the embers they were. Simon expected that to be it. He'd used one spell to trigger another, and when it was done, hopefully, he'd get what it was he was trying to create. Even now, the spell was draining the life from everything it could within reach and condensing it in a singular form. The results of that were more visual than he'd expected, and he could only wonder at how terrible such a working would have looked if he'd used it during the spring when the grove would have been full of leaves and grasses. As he watched and his runes burned, the entire area began to wither. Half-frozen trees sagged visibly. Then, as the last of their yellowed leaves fell in unison, some of the branches started to fall off as the strength of the wood was no longer able to bear the weight. Simon watched the snow, and branches rained down like the aftermath of an ice storm. And as it did so, a grayish ripple spread through the grass, moving outward in all directions from the grove. It slowed as it went, but all the scraggly yellow grass in its wake faded and sagged as well. He'd just ripped all the life out of a huge area, and he felt terrible about it. He was still near enough to the river that some spring flooding might well mitigate it. He tried to make himself believe it, but deep down, he knew this spot would be despoiled for a long time. Simon vowed not to make a habit of it, as he noticed that all that stolen life made the tree at the center blossom unnaturally and out of season. Even while everything else died, that life force was drawn in like a vortex, which made the largest remaining branches burst to life in buds that instantly flowered into leaves and blossoms. He started walking toward it then, and before he was halfway, the leaves were already starting to turn yellow and brown. A small forest had died to create a single tiny spring that would bear only one fruit, but that was all Simon needed. Greater life force transfer wasn't a spell he'd ever thought he'd have to cast. He certainly didn't think that he'd have to use it to power a second set of runes to focus that life with plants. But he'd been inspired. If he was using his enemies to power fire and lightning from arrowheads and blades to activate and mitigate spells, then he shouldn't be trying to do everything with life and healing by hand. That wasn't the way that alchemy and magic were supposed to work. While he'd never given any thought to making potions, he knew that he could embed a spell like this in something that was living like a fruit for at least a few minutes. The thought of how fleeting such a creation was likely to be spurred his steps, and made Simon run toward the tree even before he could see the fruit he'd done all this to create. It hadn't just been like some goddess had granted him a vision. It was half a dozen moments from his life, all lined up in a way that made it obvious in retrospect. The giant tracks that were and were not just lakes had made him question his own perspective for days. Now his mind was on fire as it combined the disparate ideas of half a dozen lives. However, once he'd figured out what he needed to do, it was the other experiences across his lives that showed him the way. The frost orb that had slain a village, the flawed flaming sword that he'd slain both himself and the basilisk with, and even the circle he'd used to simultaneously save and damn Freya all said the same thing. Real power needed a form to be channeled properly. Simon needed to grow young, but he needed to filter that magic through something, and that something had to be alive. Those constraints had forced him to consider the demon seed. Part of him wished he had it to study today, dangerous as it was. Back then, it had been nothing but a nuisance, but now he could see it for the miracle it was. Those thoughts, combined with the memory of growing his first tree from an apple seed so long ago, and 1,000 little healing magics performed in cities and battlefields around the world, had come together. They'd spoken to him. You might not have had the knowledge to heal a brain injury in Freya, his spirit reminded him, but you now have the magic that does. If only you let it manifest completely. The creation of such a thing was beyond his ability to plan, even as an artist. But using magic and nature, he could create the Palace of Shadows, and that was what he did now. As he reached the tree, he could see that his forbidden fruit had already grown. In fact, It was very nearly ripe, and as Simon watched, the dull green fruit swelled and then softened slightly. He picked that moment to pluck it, and even though it was, in theory, a perfectly normal fruit, he would have sworn he felt his hand tingle at the contact. Simon was conflicted then. Part of him was sure that he should return to his camp before he started to eat this, because of the profound changes it was likely to have on his body. The other part of his was sure that if he did, the short-lived miracle would lose significant amounts of its potency. It might even rot entirely. Even as he stood there, the tree that had given him this fruit was dying a final death, like everything else around him. As he watched, he could see that rot was spreading up the side even as the trunk cracked open to reveal a growing hollow. That decided it. Simon began to eat immediately. It was a fruit he'd had before. They were common enough on the plains north of Crovar, and though they tasted like tough bananas to him or mangoes that were only half as sweet as normal, he still enjoyed them. Ironically, the biggest downside to them was that they were only ripe and edible for a very short window in the best of times. That was even more true of the one he was devouring, though it might have been the sweetest, most delicious pawpaw he'd ever tasted when he first bit into it. By the time he was halfway through, it was already starting to go mushy and overripe. That wouldn't stop him. He would have kept going, even if it rotted before he reached the end. He had to. He could feel his mouth tingling as the energy it contained spread down his throat and into his stomach. Bite by bite, it felt like his entire body was vibrating. The tingling wasn't a taste. It was closer to the feeling of a slow, spicy burn, and the tingle of a 9-volt battery on the tongue. In reality, it was the greater life transfer from dozens of trees, powered by more than a decade of life and distilled into a single small fruit. And even after the strange feeling made his mouth go numb, he kept going. We stuffed himself full. And after a couple of minutes, the only things left were the pips in the center. He pocketed those, unsure of what to do with them. But even as he turned toward camp, he could feel his stomach begin to churn. Simon didn't make it more than half a dozen steps before he felt those muscle cramps spread to his limbs. "I'm not going to make it," he told himself. His first instinct was to cast a lesser healing spell to try to give him the ability to walk a little longer, but he suppressed that urge. The last thing he should be doing was using one spell to affect another. He had no idea what would happen at that point. "Really, I have no idea what's going to happen now," he reminded himself. He was deep in uncharted territory, and though he'd used the correct runes and channeled his intentions as clearly as he could, he was under no illusions that this still might end in his death. Just because the tree grove had died, the tree had blossomed, and the fruit had been created wasn't enough to guarantee that this would have a happy ending. It was enough to give him faith, though, and as he collapsed, he grunted at the sudden discomfort and then barked out a word of fire, unlike the masterwork of magic he'd just created. The burst of flame was one of the weakest spells he'd created, but he didn't need it to be pretty. He just needed it to light the trunk of the tree he'd collapsed next to as he curled up into a ball and tried not to scream. Reversing his aging a year at a time by stealing someone else's soul with a greater word of transfer would have been a gentle, pleasurable experience. He would have grown addicted to it. It would have become his life. This was the opposite. He hadn't drained a year of life energy from the world or even a decade. He'd done that, and then he'd used it to fuel a complicated work of flesh magic to de-age him directly. In the space of an hour, or perhaps a day, he was going to try to reverse time and make his body decades younger. It was hard to be precise with such things, but he was looking to cut his age in half, which would make him perhaps 16, given where his body currently was, and it was going to hurt. He might be able to imagine all the things that would have to change to make that happen, but the details he was going to have to leave to his own biology to solve. In some places, it was the sharp feeling of muscle cramps, and in other places, it was a bone-deep ache that was dull and throbbing. Everything about who he was unraveled a moment at a time as powerful forces surged through him. Those sensations only escalated. The feeling that his stomach was cramping was replaced with a burning like he'd lit himself on fire, deep inside. And perhaps he had. That was bad. But when a migraine started to thunder through his head too, it was all he could do to curl up into a ball and try to block out these sensations. Within minutes, Simon was screaming. He'd died a lot of painful ways, and his recovery after falling from the volcano had been awful. But this was violent and unbearable. At least when he'd been bricked into a wall and impaled, it was the same terrible sensations that he could slowly get used to. But here and now, everything was constantly changing. This wasn't just a sword through the chest. It was also a knife to his kidneys and a knee to his groin. It was everything hurting in every way imaginable. And something about the nature of the life force that was surging through him wouldn't even let the darkness take him. All he could do was lay there and writhe in agony for a long, long time as his whole world became suffering. Chapter 271. Simon writhed in pain until the sun set hours later. He was as hoarse from his cries as he'd ever been from casting a spell, and there were several moments he would have killed himself during the ordeal, if only he'd been capable of uttering the word of force necessary to sever his own head and give him a clean death. Sadly, that was impossible. All he could do was lay there, feeling each bone dislocate and each organ shrink as he inadvisably forced nature to reverse herself at his unnatural command. It wasn't until evening that the world started making sense again. That was when he could see that the burned-out silhouette of a tree still flickered above him. It was an ugly sight, but it was one he rejoiced in as he found his tide of agony receding. He found that sitting was harder than laying there and looking at the night sky. So, instead, he lay there, appreciating that the fire that was the sole reason that he probably wasn't deep into hypothermia. He looked out in the direction of his camp and his horse, but he couldn't see anything. He couldn't rise either. His body was entirely spent. The most he could do was raise one hand in front of his face and verify that his hand did seem smaller and less hairy than it had before all of this. His clothes fit much more poorly too, which were all the signs he was likely to see without a mirror. So, smiling at that, he just rolled over and drifted to sleep at the edge of what felt like his own funeral pyre. He was too stiff and sore to sleep well, but too tired to stay awake. So instead, he drifted in and out of a dreamless sleep for hours before he finally forced himself back to his feet long enough to stagger back to his camp. Stagger was the right word, too. His limbs were too short, and his center of gravity was too high. Even his reflexes felt wrong. It felt like his body no longer fit him. His clothes certainly didn't. That was something he'd thought of before he did this, he realized. The fact that he hadn't prepared adequately for that outcome was obviously because, deep down, he didn't think it would work. Still, when he got to his snow-dusted tent and pulled his mirror from his pack, he was surprised to see a much younger face looking back at him. Wow, what am I? 14. He asked himself as he touched his unfamiliar features experimentally. Simon immediately jumped at the sound of his now much higher-pitched voice. It was unnerving. What in the hell did I do to myself? He'd gotten exactly what he'd hoped for. And sometimes, that was the greatest punishment of all. Simon relit his fire and ate a little. But otherwise, he spent the rest of the day in his bedroll doing what he could do to make the clothes he had fit better, with alterations that could be affected by dagger and rawhide thong. In the end, there was nothing he could do about his boots, except to stuff them with extra socks, so they wouldn't fall off his feet when he walked. Fortunately, with his horse, he didn't have to do a lot of walking. Less fortunate was the fact that riding a horse was much more challenging. When he was almost 2 feet shorter, he found that out 2 days later when he started heading south again and found he had to practically redo his whole saddle setup, and compared to packing everything up and reloading his saddlebags with tired, suddenly weakened limbs. That was the easy part. Maybe I didn't think this through, he said to himself as he rode south. He'd been so sure of the right way to take down this city in a way that would help the future timeline that he hadn't thought of any of the practical issues with suddenly becoming a child again. Those turned out to be legion, and each time he camped, he discovered some new problem. His armor was useless. His weapons didn't fit much better than his clothing had. Simon was still okay with his dagger, but he was completely useless with his scimitar. Okay was being generous, really, because he wasn't good at much of anything for those first few days. Still, he got better. And, after a week, with the soreness gone, his body started to feel like it belonged to him. After a lifetime of being old, he'd once marveled at how young he felt when he returned to the body of a 30-year-old. This was like that. but even more extreme. And while he didn't quite revel in it, Simon certainly found it fascinating. Not only that, but suddenly, he had more energy than he'd had in a long time. What he didn't have was any credibility. Each time he stopped in an inn after that, the proprietor wanted to know where his parents or his master were. "Are you lost?" one kindly older woman asked. "What happened to your parents?" another inquired. "Are you really traveling alone so far?" Simon kept the same name he'd used as a merchant and married that old name and new face to an even newer background. But it did little good. Nijam tried several lies, but no one seemed to buy them. Soon, he gave up on those, and after he found a cobbler that he could buy shoes from, he eschewed civilization as much as possible on the way to the city because being treated like a child was just too surreal. No one had tried to talk down to him in a long time. He had the aura of a man who knew what he was doing, no matter his age. Now, though, it was all upside down. Some people tried to baby him, but others immediately sought to take advantage of him, and both were intolerable. Simon was sure that the latter group would only intensify after he reached Zerari. The city might have been one of the safest he'd been to, but it was rife with scammers and schemers, and he'd encountered more than a few pickpockets in the market. Still, it wasn't as if he could avoid it on that basis. He was going to have to find a place to lie low, and then he was going to have to search the city until he could find a selection and figure out a way to get himself picked. Of course, they might not pick you. He told himself as he saw the silhouette of the walls and the ziggurats on the horizon for the first time. They don't choose all the children, and they're almost certainly looking for the sight that you don't have. How are you going to work your way around that? Simon didn't know. He certainly lacked the clarity to make any sort of attempt at seeing other people's auras right now. Transforming himself into a child had muddied the waters of his soul for a long time, and he was quite sure that any glimpses of that sort of thing were well beyond him. Still, even if he couldn't perform that minor miracle, his aura was in pretty good shape these days. He was approaching negative 100,000. He would just have to hope that was good enough to be considered a child that had led a hard life. Truthfully, Simon had no idea what he'd have to have done as a teenager to rack up such a pile of karmic debt, but he was sure he could figure something out. If anything, he'd just tell these guys the same sob story he told the Whisperers when they'd interrogated him so long ago. Before he worried about any of that, though, he had to secure lodgings and learn to do a better job of being a kid because, right now, he was failing at that miserably. He could tell, by the way, people regarded him. Even if he didn't speak with them directly, he could tell that after a few minutes, they began eyeing him strangely. The first problem was easily solved with a small coin purse and a forged letter from a non-existent master claiming that he was the apprentice of some far-off trader looking to establish an office here. He had to let the owner of the building he was renting think that he was taking advantage of Simon, but he didn't really care. A couple gold coins bought him a small building in a nondescript neighborhood for a year, and it was privacy he really needed now, not coins. That space bought him enough room to hide his valuables and time enough to blend into his role. After that, it was all about getting proper clothes. He chose nothing fancy and traded coppers with the rag pickers so that he could better get into his role as an orphan. He even bought a smaller knife. Though he still prized his vampiric dagger, it was large enough on his new, smaller body to draw the eye, and though he could fight with it, he couldn't hide it. Throughout the week, Simon accomplished those things so that he would blend in, but the whole time he tried to figure out why it was that he still stuck out so plainly. That took some time, and even after examining himself in the mirror, he could find no real problems. It was only after he studied other kids that he figured it out. He was much too serious. When he studied children near his current age across the bazaar or in the streets, Simon noted that they were always moving. They were always chatting or playing, even if it got them cuffed by their parent or some other adult who had grown annoyed with their antics. That was all well and good. He certainly didn't hate the behavior, but he also didn't mimic it. Compared to his new peers, he was like a statue. He moved less, he spoke less, and he certainly played less. Even after he tried to join in their games. The cause for that was obvious. He'd spent several lifetimes, and in particular, this lifetime, cultivating patience. Now, suddenly, it felt like he was going to have to unlearn that. More than that, though, he was going to have to unlearn the small nagging voice in his head that told him he could be working on something more productive when he spent an afternoon playing tag in the streets, with strangers or tossing the hard leather ball around with a couple of the boys he spent the most time with. For the latter category of activity, that was easier. Practicing hand-eye coordination was an activity he could defend to himself. It wasn't play, it was practice. The same went for wooden swords. He enjoyed that, and even pretending to be worse than he really was able to beat even slightly older boys handily. That wasn't a surprise. His new friends didn't have decades fighting with a sword in hand like young Nigem did. Unfortunately, other tasks were harder. Simon played tag and hide and seek without too much complaint. But other word games, like the trading of riddles, he had an especially hard time with. He was far too clever to be a child, and he didn't really know how to play dumb properly for any length of time. You're going to have to learn, though, he told himself. Even if you get in with the Magi, you'll end up in a cage like Freya instead of accomplishing what you want. That thought gave him pause, and for the first time, he began to doubt his goal. His doppelganger had tipped him off once before, only for Simon to fall into the trap that had been laid for him. Was he about to do so again? That's not possible, is it? He asked himself. There's no way that he could know enough to do that unless, of course, he really is me. Chapter 272. The realization that Simon might be being manipulated was enough to make him steer well clear of the first selection he came across since his return to the city, but not enough to make him give up on the plan entirely. Even if the sight of those bright robes and conical hoods weaving through the streets was enough to make Simon steer clear, he'd come too far just to let this go. That didn't mean that he had to rush blindly into danger, though. Even as some of the other children ran toward them, he was content to stay very far away. Even if my evil twin is trying to get me into trouble, he can't control all the details, Simon assured himself. Even though he skipped that first strange procession entirely, it was only a few weeks later before he saw another. The weather was colder then, but not cold enough to keep everyone off the streets by any means. He considered skipping this one as well, simply out of spite. He'd seen the strange occurrences and their almost carnival-like atmosphere enough times on his last visit to know that he was hardly missing his only chance by doing so. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that he couldn't guarantee he wasn't about to get himself dissected again for decades, which seemed to be a distinct possibility when his doppelganger was involved. Until now, Simon had just assumed the man had been toying with him by poking holes in his worldview. Now, suddenly, he worried there might be more to it than that. Instead of joining in the festivities like a normal child would, he lingered at the fringes. And even when candies and brightly wrapped paper were tossed in his direction, he made no move to retrieve one. Simon had spent the last few weeks doing his best to learn to have fun, but as much pageantry as he could see in this event, it left him cold. He could practically feel the malevolent gaze of these men brush over him behind their colorful masks of painted leather and papier-mâché. The boys he'd been playing monster slayers with a moment before the bright entourage, and its eerie music did not share his concerns, and immediately darted forward to get bits of sugary sweets from where they'd landed on the cobbles. This time, Simon followed the procession even as it passed him by, but he never got close to it. Instead, he just observed from the edge of the square, where the whole thing came to an end with a few equally brightly colored tents. The whole thing sort of gave Simon Pied Piper vibes. A few dozen men performing minor magic tricks between songs and occasional pyrotechnics led a growing throng of children through the streets with candy. Then, when they had them all in one place, they chose perhaps half a dozen and led them into various tents for the selection. Simon knew from his previous conversations on the subject that less than 1 in 10 children were chosen to be tested, and less than 1 in 10 of those passed whatever those secretive tests. The idea that magic was rare didn't line up with his own experiences at all. He'd only tried to teach someone else to use magic on one occasion, and while that experience made him conclude that ability certainly wasn't equal, it didn't seem to be very hard. In fact, teaching the population of Zurari a few spells in the form of random graffiti had been one of his thoughts to destabilize the regime and prevent war from breaking out anytime soon. The only reason Simon didn't was because the idea of putting more fire and lightning wielders into the world seemed like a terrible idea. He didn't like the white cloaks, but he agreed that it would probably be for the best if magic wasn't put into everyone's hands. Still, It raised the question of what these men were looking for. Was it ability or obedience they were after? Was there any way he could find out before the time came to try his luck? Simon eventually climbed the facades of one of the closest buildings. It loomed 3 stories over the tents, but not even that viewpoint gave him any insight, though he sometimes heard music or even shouts from the largest of the 3 tents. There was nothing that provided him any insight. He was tempted to try to use magic to help him learn more, but he was pretty sure that it was his own divinatory efforts that had given him away last time, and he had no wish to flee the city again for weeks or months. Not with winter so close now. It was mild here, but the north was nothing but snow and ice. Unfortunately, a mild winter did not mean warm, and the selection still hadn't finished by sunset, leaving Simon shivering on the rooftop as he looked for any sort of clue that might help him. Unfortunately, he didn't glimpse anything like that until it was fully dark. It was only after the moon started to rise that the Magi emerged from the last tent without any children. They walked back toward the heart of the center of the city with their guards. After they were gone, the children who hadn't been selected emerged from the center tent. Simon thought he recognized a couple of the boys, and some of them rubbed their eyes sleepily. And once they got their bearings, they fled. Whether that was from fear or from urgency that it had grown so late, he couldn't say. But they didn't seem to be in any danger. Once they were gone, servants emerged from the shadows and began disassembling the whole thing like a different sort of magic. Simon watched closely then, but he didn't use magic to heighten his vision. He didn't know what they could detect, so he didn't want to risk it. Still, he got some glimpses. One of the tents had several finely dressed women escorted from it, along with foods and sweets like they'd been at a party. Another had paintings, art supplies, and other decorations. Both of those were strange, and he couldn't quite understand the meanings behind either test, if that's indeed what they were. Maybe I'm overthinking this, he whispered to himself as he watched everything. Maybe these are just temptations or distractions, and they gather children based on auras or something else I don't know about. When they broke the 3rd tent down, it made slightly more sense to him. That one, at least. He saw a large glass orb being carried out of, and a number of arcane-looking diagrams. When they packed those up in a wagon, he was tempted to go down there and steal what he could, but he held back. Instead of doing anything too risky, he resolved to keep on as he had up until now. In the days that followed, he managed to track down 2 different boys who had been tested but selected. Neither of them could remember a thing, though. That, more than anything, turned out to be the real reason everyone had run off like they'd been spooked. One moment, I was about to walk in the tent, and the next I was outside it. And, well, the sun was just gone. It was like no time had passed, but they'd plucked it from the sky, Ashala explained. That is very strange. Simon nodded, feigning concern. Because you definitely went in. I believe that. I just think that maybe it was too horrific and I blocked it out, you know, the other boy said. Why? Were you there at the selection too? Me? No way, Simon lied. They'd never pick me. Simon had been working on his streetwise orphan routine for weeks, and by this point, no one thought he was anything special, which was exactly the way he liked it. The other conversation went slightly worse, but it didn't tell him anything new. Neither did lurking around several other selections. Each time, they had the same strange parade with the same pipers and animal masks. Each time, they disassembled the colorful tents late at night when he couldn't see exactly what it was they were packing up. Once, he took a chance and used a word of lesser light focusing to give himself night vision, but all that told him was that his guesses had been pretty close to right. Sometimes, the selections had 3 tents, and sometimes they had 4. Sometimes they had 4. Sometimes they had a whole band instead of just an eerie piper, but those differences were fairly marginal. Other details were always the same. They always chose a handful of children no matter how many of them gathered, but there were very few patterns he could see for which children they actually chose. There seemed to be no preference for boys or girls. Even though Simon had never seen a female magi, sometimes they chose a noble if they were present, but not enough for Simon to take the time to buy finery. That was strange, too, since Simon had initially believed that the Magi were a type of nobility. In this case, though, there seemed to be some separation between material and spiritual wealth. That made sense if the whole thing really was a cult to the God King, of course. Doesn't actual talent or power come into the equation, though? Simon asked himself. After thinking about that for days, he decided the only way he'd really be able to see that was with the help of a mirror, given that his eyes couldn't see everything there was to see in this world. Once he decided that, he actively sought out the next selection. Still, it took a week to find one, and he had to race to the opposite side of the inner ring fast enough to attract the approbation of the guards. By the time he arrived at that one, the parade was done. But the choosing of the lucky children hadn't happened yet. "Mirror, show me their auras," he whispered as he turned away from the group and used the shiny silver disc to look over his shoulder, careful to mind its reflection. It took the magic mirror a few seconds to comply, but then the air around everyone shimmered to life. Except for the Magi, the effects were subtle, and Simon could only look for a few seconds not to draw too much attention, but he didn't see anything unexpected. The Magi had dark or very dark auras, and most of the children either didn't have one or had a little light swirling around them. Few of them showed any signs of darkness, and as Simon put away the mirror again, he noted with some disappointment that not one of them had as much gray surrounding them as he did. "I guess I still stand out too much," he thought to himself as he stood in a ray of sunlight between two columns and watched the selection occur. As the Magi with a red dragon mask picked out a few of the children, Simon raised an eyebrow. Though most of them looked quite poor, he was pretty sure he saw a pattern develop. He wasn't willing to say for sure until they released the children they didn't pick later that evening. But when he saw those results, he wasn't surprised. Every one of the boys and girls that the Magi had selected were those that had been touched by darkness. "Well, isn't that interesting?" Simon said to himself as he made the long trek back to the little office he slept in. "They aren't interested in bloodlines or talent. They want bad people." He noticed one other thing, too. The 4 women that were escorted out of the tent that always contained the food weren't nearly as dark as the Magi. One of them even had a bit of a glow about her, indicating that she was a far better person than her peers, but they were still much darker than the children or the other servants. Are they female Magi? Simon wondered. Or is something else going on here? All of these revelations made a twisted sort of sense, he supposed. Good people weren't likely to show much interest in human sacrifice, and they would run screaming when they found out what miracles really cost. It was also good news in a way. That development made it much more likely that he'd be picked. For a moment, that excited him, but that excitement made him hesitate again as he tried to second-guess himself. No, he decided. The only way I'm ever going to find out is if I go for it. There was no certainty that he'd be picked, of course, but he lingered closer and closer to the parades as time had gone on, and no one had ever given him a second look. But part of him knew that if he clambered at the front with the rest of the children, they would test him, and despite the danger, he needed to do that much, at least. Chapter 273. Simon didn't have to wait too long to take the plunge, though it sometimes took weeks of exploration and play through the vast and crowded city of Zerari for him to find the next selection. The next one was only a few days later. Truthfully, he hadn't even been looking for it. He'd been dragging his feet, looking for an excuse to find some new bit of preparation he could undertake to delay it a little longer while he dashed about enjoying his carefree life. That all changed when he was eating a skewer in one of the river markets, and he heard the familiar high-pitched sounds of pipes not so far away. That was when Simon knew it was time. While he wasn't quite in danger of giving up, he definitely felt like he was spinning his wheels, which he believed was one of the biggest dangers of the pit. Anyone trapped in here who lived long enough to get the hang of things without going insane could do anything, and be anyone. Simon often reflected that it was like a raindrop in an ocean. It would be very easy for Simon to just disappear until he died and ended up back in that cabin. He could just become Nijam. He could live his whole life as a magi, or a spice merchant, or whatever he wanted. As long as his hidden stash of gold held out, Simon had a very easy life. And whether it was fear of what was coming next or some hormonal change he'd inflicted on himself, part of him wanted to bask in that indolence a while longer. Today, those thoughts just made him walk faster. A while longer could very easily become forever, and though it would have been a good life, it would make for a bad trend. Simon could very easily see how it would be harder to escape that trap than not. If he started walking down that road of enjoying himself, Why not live 1,000 wonderful lives with 1,000 different women? Simon thought as he caught up to the parade. You could have new sons to replace Seum and new wives to replace Freya. He ignored those terrible ideas and instead squeezed through the crowd toward the robed, masked men. Their outfits might be colorful, but most of their souls were black. None of that mattered to Simon right now, though. All that mattered was acting like just another kid in the crowd and jumping when they threw sweets in his direction. Most of the children might never get selected, but every one of them loved the parades. The procession took half an hour before it wound its way to a large courtyard that held 3 tents. Sometimes there was a fourth, but this space wasn't big enough to hold it. Simon had no idea what that meant, but he hoped to find out. What if you aren't selected? Simon thought as he pressed forward with most of the other kids around, a juggler who was making the balls he was flinging around disappear one at a time. What if they just pass you right over? Simon ignored those worries too and pressed forward, trying to seem the most eager of all the children as the Magi in a red lion mask made the now familiar statements. Which of you is the bravest? Who can feel that spark of magic in their souls? Who loves our God King most of all? Each of these was met with roars of high-pitched voices, eager to be the one that was picked, but Simon made sure he was loudest of all on that final question. To him, the Magi were a secretive order with knowledge he wanted. But more than that, they were a cult. To the masses, they were a religious cult. And between that and his inside knowledge about the type of people they were looking for, he hoped that would be enough. With great theatrics, the Magi selected from the children one at a time. They claimed to be able to stare into the souls and determine who might have the spark of greatness. Simon knew what they were really looking for, of course, but he kept that knowledge from his face as he tried to feign wonder and excitement. He was rewarded for his efforts by being the third one to be picked out of 6 children. He was taken by the hand and ushered into the first tent, which turned out to be the one that had the orb, decorative paintings, and wall hangings he'd seen on other nights. Simon never understood why this tent was the first they visited, but he would now. You 6 are special, a Magi with a green bird mask intoned. But before we can proceed, we must find out how special you really are. There was a big song and dance then, where the masked Magi promised to reveal the secrets of the universe to the children, but didn't really say much at all. None of it interested Simon. It was more mythology than mysticism that continued for several minutes before they finally got to the introductions. Before they were allowed to approach the orb, each child was asked for their name, along with a few other questions. Simon noted that none of them seemed to have much, if anything, to do with the amount of magical power someone might have. They were more like something you'd find on a census. Fortunately, Simon wasn't asked first, which gave him time to come up with a convincing lie in an attempt to make himself seem like an ideal candidate. While he watched each of the children come up to the orb, he rushed to decide which clan his parents should hail from, and whether or not he should tell them how his non-existent parents died. Each time a child touched the orb, it brightened the room a little bit, but the effect was not dramatic. The Magi in the green bird mask noted the color and the brightness, and gave some insight into what such a combination might mean, though Simon felt like that was probably made up. Ah, pale blue, 4th magnitude, the man answered after the first child was done. You would make for a wonderful poet child. Simon didn't really understand what they were measuring, but even though it seemed more like horoscopes or mood rings than anything, he still committed everything the men said to memory. What if they have a way of compelling me to tell the truth like Freya did? Flashed briefly through his mind at the last moment as he stood and introduced himself. No such magic restrained his tongue as he announced, I am Nijam of Dyer's Road, and I am but a humble orphan. My parents died when I was very young, so I don't know what clan I hail from, but Simon planned to give the group at least the highlights of his well-planned sob story. But before he could do that, he was waved off, and he was directed to grip the orb. He did so, and for a moment it flared quite brightly before settling down into a dull red. Simon couldn't gauge anyone's reaction to that because they wore masks. The only indication he was offered was ember-colored, 3rd magnitude. I can see you've led a very hard life. Simon spent the rest of his time in that tent wondering if they made the light red because of his sob story, or if his suffering had somehow made it red. Do souls have a color? He wondered. Surely, if they did, his magic would burn brighter than all the children he was in here with, right? After the Magi had finished examining their souls, they congratulated them and said, "Each of you has passed and is fit to be a servant of the God King. Let us feast," before escorting all of them to the second tent. Simon was skeptical of that. Usually they picked exactly one child from each selection that he'd observed. Sometimes it was 0, and sometimes it was 2, but never more than that in his experience. So, he found it difficult to believe that his entire group had suddenly passed. It was far more likely that this was a trick for purposes he hadn't yet discerned. When they reached the second tent, he found it to be as luxurious a place as one could imagine, that still might be packed away in an evening. It was dominated in the center by a broad grill that warmed the whole place and made it smell divine. Most of the rest of the place was taken up by tables already filled with food, but some room was still spared for tapestries, statues, and piles of cushions for them to sit on while they ate. Still, despite everything else, the tables were the most dominant feature, and they were stuffed with food of all types. There were roasted birds spinning on spits, meat pies, and candies and pastries of nearly every variety that he'd seen in the city. Simon had spent his time in the city eating only the common food that an orphan like himself was likely to be able to afford, which meant stale bread and skewers of meat of uncertain origin. Compared to that, this feast was enough to make his stomach growl. The women he'd seen so often before were here too, though they wore veils, so he could see no faces. "Help yourself," the Red Lion masked man said with a wave of his hand. "Whatever you like, as much as you like. Simply ask one of our beautiful cooks, and they shall grant it to you." The other children hesitated, just like Simon did. He was pretty sure they worried they'd get in trouble for obeying, but Simon wondered what the game was. This was a test, but not an explicit one. He lagged behind at the back of the group while the first boy stepped up. I'd like one of the cheese breads, please, and perhaps a bit of the shawarma if you wouldn't mind." The street urchin had eyes as big as saucers, and Simon was sure he'd go back for seconds and thirds if he was allowed. He might eat his own weight in food this afternoon. Simon didn't blame him, though. Just this much was a fairy tale if you were a poor child. "And you shall have both," the green-masked magi said. "Who would you like to serve it to you?" The boy seemed confused, and then stuck out his hand at random, pointing at the nearest woman. "Does it really matter?" he asked. "I suppose it doesn't," the Red Lion masked magi agreed half-heartedly. It did, though. Simon was sure of it. He just wasn't sure why. As the first girl and second boy started to make their selections, Simon struggled to figure this out. There were 3 women here. Were there always 3 women when I spied on these selections at night? He wondered. He was pretty sure that there were usually 4. More importantly, he was pretty sure that there were usually 3 women with dark auras and one that was brighter. Is that it? He thought as he moved forward in line. 2 magi, 3 tents, 4 women, 5 children. Is that a real pattern? Or am I connecting dots that don't make sense? Chapter 274. Simon desperately flicked back and forth between trying to understand the game and looking for the 4th woman he expected to be here. But it was only when he approached the table and the silent women standing behind it that he finally figured out what he needed to do. All of the women had been chosen at least once already. But those, as it turned out, had been the wrong choice. Simon hesitated before picking out several seafood delicacies he hadn't had the chance to eat in ages. That was the easy part. Next, he waited for the Red Lion masked magi to ask him who he wanted to serve it to him. He paused then, for dramatic effect, and raised his hand, but instead of pointing at any of the women in question, he paused and then looked at the magi as if he needed reassurance. "Anyon?" he asked. "Well, it's generally beneath a magi to serve you," he said, making the man behind the green bird mask chuckle. "But if you want me to—" "No, not you," Simon said, faking an involuntary shudder. "Her." Simon pointed past the man, the statue that stood there against the wall behind the table. There was no indication that it was a person. Simon wasn't sure if they'd accomplished that through illusion magic or very clever body paint and clothing. But either way, she was a perfect disguise. Despite his absurd choice, The Magi didn't mock him. Instead, he paused before asking, "Why would you pick her instead of anyone else?" I thought it would be clever," Simon lied. He knew what this really was. This feast was a distraction from the real test. They wanted to know who could see things that weren't there, like statues that were actually people. While Simon couldn't do that without a little help, this time he could at least fake it convincingly. "You sure there's not some other reason?" the Magi added as he gestured to the woman. "Something deeper?" As the red-masked man signaled her, she came to life, making the other children gasp in astonishment or squeal with delight. Simon could see that. It was rather miraculous to see what had been a marble statue suddenly come to life and start serving him some of the most delicious food he'd seen in years. It made him feel like this was a fever dream. Even so, he couldn't ignore the Magi's question. "She seemed safer," Simon said finally, deciding to act like he was afraid of sharing his secret. "Ah, I see," the red-masked man said, leaning close enough that Simon pretended to flinch away. "And is that because she was brighter, perhaps? Tell me, child, do you see the lights?" Not all the time," Simon stammered, "but sometimes." "Very interesting," the man stepped back, seemingly satisfied. Simon had no idea if his performance was enough to make him pass their test. But as the red Magi retreated to confer with the blue one, he took his platter and ate with the rest of the children. That was the first time they spoke to each other, and all of them squealed with excitement. "Can you believe we're all going to be Magi?" one girl gasped. "This is incredible. I've always wanted to know magic." Everyone agreed, even Simon. Some insisted that they wanted to serve the God King, but most of them were just excited that they would be rich or powerful. He knew the truth, though. Most of them wouldn't remember this. "Hell, I might not remember this," he told himself. It was hardly a sure thing. He'd figured out one trick, but there was no indication that his soul had been special from that orb in the first tent. Simon didn't let his doubts slow his efforts to devour his fried shrimp and sweet breads, and he definitely didn't let them dissuade him. There was nothing he could do differently anyway. All he could do was play this to the end. The Magi gave them ample time to eat. It was only after everyone had gone back for seconds, and a few of them had gone back for thirds, that the masked men finally gathered them up and took them to the next tent. This one was the smallest of the three and had a hole in the roof to let in daylight. There, each of the children was given a slate, some paper, or an easel, and given simple instructions. "Make us a picture of our beloved ruler," the green bird mask man ordered. "But I've never seen him," the youngest boy pouted. "How am I supposed to know what he looks like?" "You've seen statues, haven't you? And mosaics, surely you know what he looks like," the Magi countered. That much was true. Simon had seen many public works of art of the man. To him, all of them looked just different enough that he was pretty sure that whoever the ruler was, he didn't look like any of them. Simon had no way to prove it, though. It was just a suspicion, and for the moment, an irrelevant one. What really mattered was how he wanted to handle this. Should he paint them a masterpiece? Obviously not. There was no way he could explain that. For this test, at least, though, he was pretty sure he knew what they were looking for. They'd already tested his soul and his sight. But unlike the rest of these children, he knew how important imagination was to the casting of spells. And that was obviously what this was. Simon didn't try too hard to make his art good, but he did try to make it interesting. He picked up half a dozen hues of pastels and got to work. While some of the other children were still arguing that they weren't exactly sure what to do, he was busy drawing a crude version of the city, with its rings of walls, a workable skyline, and, of course, the ziggurats. Once he had a crude, smudged version of that in place, he drew a semi-transparent version of the God King, towering over the whole of the city with his hands stretched to the heavens, just like they were on most of the statues around Zerari. While Simon had been one of the first ones to start his little art project, he was one of the last ones done. And even though he deliberately tried not to make it look too good, it still looked worlds better than any of the other children's efforts. This one was a stick figure, and that one was an angry face. Only his drawing had shading and composition. He almost immediately regretted it, but the two men he was with seemed thrilled by it. Though they took away all of the artworks for study, they studied his the longest. That was comforting, because when they were done and returned to the original tent with the orb, they put all the other kids who had gone through these strange trials with him to sleep with a whispered word. Magic! Simon's mind screamed. Magic, I don't know. He felt fear go through him then. But even more than that, he felt a thrill. There was so much here that he could learn. Despite his secret certainty, though, Simon remembered to act panicked. 1 second he'd been sitting, and the next he was on his feet looking left and right like a cornered cat. Be still, my child, be still, the green-masked magi told him. The others will be fine and will be released when we are done. They have had a good day, but they don't have half the potential that you have. Potential? Simon asked warily. Potential for what? Magic potential to serve, the green man asked. I just have one more question for you. You don't even have to ask, Simon blurted out. I want to serve, especially if I get to eat regularly, the man in the red lion mask asked. We know you will serve. The question is, how far will you go? How far? Simon answered with feigned confusion. He knew exactly what this was. This was a deal with the devil, and unfortunately it would only be the first of many when dealing with people who had souls as black as this. For our God King, anything is a big word, the man said. It's easy to say but harder to do. Without this city and him, I'd have less than I already have, Simon insisted. I'll do whatever I have to prove it to you. Would you kill them? The green-masked man asked, gesturing to the children. Would you kill them while they are helpless and sleeping? Normally, Simon would have hesitated, but he knew that there were survivors. More than that, he knew that the same number of people that went into these tents each afternoon came out each night. So, instead of questioning whether he might have to actually do it, he simply reached back and pulled the knife he always carried from his belt. Then he raised it up high like he was about to stab the first boy to fall asleep. It was all an act, of course. If they didn't stop him, he'd pause at the last moment and take care of them instead. He couldn't kill them while they were in such close proximity to these kids, but he could make them wish they were dead, and that was almost as good. Fortunately, he never got that far. That was the moment that one of the magi whispered something behind him. In an instant, he felt the unnatural exhaustion stealing across his mind, and he began to slump down on the cushions next to the other sleeping children. He knew that they'd used magic on him. Is this where they wipe my memory of all of this? He thought with a growing sense of dread. Did I go too far? Although he was sure he'd passed some of the tests, he had no way of knowing if he'd failed this one in his eagerness any more than he knew what word they'd used to incapacitate him. Still, even as he slumped bonelessly to the ground, he fought the fatigue that suddenly wrapped around him like a warm, fuzzy blanket. Simon knew the effect was magical. He knew he could probably cancel it with a word of lesser nullification. If he did that, though, he was also fairly certain that the orb they'd just used to test him, along with any number of other indicators, would flare to life to betray him. And that would end this adventure before it started. More than anything, he was worried they might make him forget all this. The idea of losing his memory was vastly more terrifying than the idea that they might imprison or even torture him. He couldn't do anything about that without ruining everything, though. All he could do was trust in their bland, slightly interested expressions as he was dragged into the darkness. He was fully aware that it could be a giant mistake, but even so, he struggled against it. He lay there as the masked men discussed the situation, and a few words percolated through his fitful slumber. Not sure about this one. Something is off. That picture, vicious. Good enough to become an acolyte at least. Each of those echoey words came from somewhere far away, and that distance stripped them of all their meaning before they reached him. Still, Simon's drowsy mind struggled to put together the pieces. Were they going to choose him? Were they going to pass him over? Was this all a ruse to cover some other hideous fate? All three. The brightness of the orb plans later? Were those different voices? Was it a single speaker? He couldn't say. Everyone sounded the same as his grip on the last threads of consciousness slowly lapsed. He had no idea, but the longer he lingered in this unnatural sleep, the more the world around him faded. Eventually, Simon could hear nothing at all. He might have laid there for another minute or the whole night, and he wouldn't have known the difference until he awoke with a start by the man with the green bird mask. Simon yawned as they awoke him. It annoyed him that he'd been put to sleep by a word of power, but it annoyed him more that it had been said too quietly for him to hear and learn it. Still, nothing bad seemed to have happened while he lay there, and when he woke, he was still in the same spot, and no one had slapped him in chains or anything. "Come with us, young Nijam," the man said as he shook Simon's shoulder. "Where are we going?" Simon asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. As he stood, he noticed they hadn't even taken his knife from him. "You are an orphan, yes?" the man with the golden lion mask asked. I am," Simon agreed, not sure where this was going. "Then there are no parents to pay or agreements to be made," the Magi said. "You can come with us directly to your new home. You'll find more food and warmth there than you ever could on the streets." Simon couldn't exactly hesitate at that, not without suspicion. Instead, he forced himself to smile widely as he nodded and was escorted out of the tent. The third Magi stayed behind to whisper something to everyone else. They won't remember any of this, he thought to himself triumphantly, as he was led by the remaining Magi toward the ziggurat of lesser miracles. They won't, but I will. Simon smiled to himself a second time as he was escorted alone through the dark streets. This second smile wasn't forced like the first one had been. It was a small, secret thing that he kept to himself. Despite his glee in the fact that there was zero sign that he'd done anything to arouse suspicion, he was still cautious. Indeed, there was every indication they considered him a marginal candidate, good enough to become an acolyte at least, were the words they'd used to describe him, and for Simon, that was perfect. He wanted young Nijam to be no one special. That was the best way he'd worm his way into the center of this place, and learn what he could while he figured out how to cripple them from the inside. Simon didn't want to kill people at random, of course, but it was probably going to take a certain amount of killing to stop the industrial slaughter of criminals, slaves, and other undesirables that powered this strange city. And Simon wouldn't shy away from that. Something would have to be done. Chapter 275. Simon's heart was still pounding in his chest when he was escorted by the two remaining Magi to the waiting carriage. He might have completed the selection, but his journey was only beginning, and perhaps, for the first time in many lives, he was truly entering uncharted territory. It might be the first time since the Unspoken, he thought to himself as he walked. Certainly his time with the Oracle's little cult had been uncharted, of course, but she was much more benevolent. His time in Hippolyte never felt like he was walking into the lion's den, but what he was doing now certainly did. Every little detail was putting him on edge now, from the way the Magi walking with him talked about him, as if he wasn't there, to the silent nighttime streets, to the deferential way the slaves and servants moved around them as they broke down the other tents. A few hours ago, they would have looked at him like garbage, but now they didn't dare to look at him at all. He was one of the elect, and it wasn't hard to stay in the sort of shell-shocked character that was his role as Nijam. For now, he emulated the silent Magi and kept his eyes firmly fixed ahead on the elaborate carriage that was waiting ahead of them. Normally, Magi traveled like peacocks on brightly colored palanquins, but for such a large group, that was infeasible. The thing was just the opposite of their usual conveyances and was lacquered in dark colors with heavy curtains to block out the world. But that made it no less fancy. Even the spokes on the oversized wrought iron wheels were twisted into delicate geometric patterns. When the first Magi entered, he whispered a few words under his breath, and a tiny glowing butterfly sprang into existence. It did more than light the dark, claustrophobic interior of the vehicle, though. It wasn't just a glowing mote of light like Simon would have cast. Instead, it fluttered and flapped inside the glass sconce attached to the ceiling of the compartment. As soon as the door was shut, it was all that Simon could do to pretend to be astounded as he tried to decide if the behavior was created by the words, the intent, or the vessel. "Do not worry, Nijam," the red-masked Magi said with barely restrained mirth. "That is the least of the miracles you will learn in your new home." Simon wasn't sure what to say, so he simply nodded and enjoyed the light show. He'd thought they would leave immediately, but they waited until the third Magi joined them, which made for an uncomfortable moment in the suffocating incense that permeated the confined space. Once all 4 of them were in the wagon and they started moving, the men quizzed him for a few minutes about a number of particulars. These were the same sort of test questions he'd had to endure through the selection. These seemed more of an effort to determine what bad things he'd done to make his aura so dark at such a young age. How many years had he been on the streets? Was it a hard life? When was the last time he'd eaten well before today? Each was easy enough to lie about, but he still had no idea if they might have any way to sort lies from truth with magic, so he tried to base his answers on true things just in case. Let them think he was obfuscating if they wanted. They would just assume he'd done terrible things he didn't want to talk about. That was a normal enough human reaction. So, he told them how he'd lived alone almost since he'd first come to the city, and the frequent fights he'd gotten into with other boys his own age. He neglected to mention the small fortune in gold he had buried under a wall in the building he currently rented, though, and that those fights had all been for play, not survival. Eventually, their interest in him waned, and they began to talk about him rather than to him. Simon ignored that, but only because he figured out from the way they spoke that they'd switched to a language they didn't expect him to know. He still had trouble parsing who was speaking what language since he could understand them all, but he'd grown very good at reading social cues. Listening to them while they thought they were speaking in secret was better than being asked questions. Anyway, because it was much more revealing. It was also disturbing as they joked with each other about whether or not Simon would survive the indoctrination. "He seems tough enough," the red-masked magi answered, when the blue-masked magi seemed to imply he wasn't going to make it. "I'm not so sure," the green-masked magi added. "There's talent in him for certain, and a darkness too. He's a fine neophyte, but I'm not sure he has enough fight in him. The other acolytes may eat him alive." "Well, that is half the point," the blue-masked man added. "The pyramid is for sorting, and not everyone survives the process. All will serve the God King to the best of their ability." Their words seemed to imply that Simon was going to be thrown to the wolves, but he didn't mind that. More ominous was the idea that his death might still serve them, somehow. That almost certainly meant they did something to the bodies or the souls of those who died, and he had no desire to find out if Helade's magic would protect him from such a fate. This time, you might have bitten off more than you can chew, Simon told himself as he pretended to wait impatiently. While all this went on, he fidgeted and struggled not to respond to the things they said, lest he reveal things about himself that he shouldn't. He also resisted the urge to open the curtain to peek outside, so that no one would see the need to correct him or worse, and interrupt the flow of the conversation that the 3 magi were having. While they'd covered the windows for some reason, Simon had hoped to see the ride into the inner city. During all of his previous trips, he tried to avoid the areas where he was most likely to find an abundance of magi, but now that he finally had an excuse to gawk, he was denied the chance. It was frustrating. But he knew there would be other opportunities. By the time they arrived at the Pyramid of Lesser Miracles and everyone exited the carriage, Simon was pretty sure that these 3 had lost almost all interest in him, and they passed him off to an older man in gray robes. He still had a bit of the ageless look that all magi shared, but it was strained, like it was a bad facelift. "We have a new neophyte for you, Minder," the blue-masked magi told the new man before taking off his mask and tossing it back into the carriage as his peers were doing. "He's quite the artist. See if you can make something of him." "Of course, exalted ones," the man said in a carefully neutral tone as he bowed to them. "Each child you bring me will find their place in the God King's plans." Each of those comments was interesting to Simon. There were so many layers there. There was the difference of hierarchy, deference, and religious fervor. Even color seemed to play a role in whatever was going on around him. The 3 magi he'd been with had all been dressed up in finery fit for any noble, but the minder wore gray, and the few children his own age he could see wore matching robes of brown or black, depending on their ages. Then there's his agelessness, Simon thought to himself. What does that mean? Is he a magi in a teaching role, or something else? Simon only had a few seconds to take all of this in. As soon as the magi were done speaking with the gray-robed man, he whirled on Simon and judged him silently for several seconds. It occurred to Simon too late that most children would have withered under that gaze. The most he could do was look away suddenly, as if the man's intensity was too much. That seemed to please him, because he finally spoke then. You're a scrawny one, aren't you? The gray man asked. I'm surprised they didn't throw you back and find someone more worthy. Simon pretended to flinch at the insult, but he expected it was the first thing that men like this said to every neophyte within the order. After a moment, he added defensively, I just want to find my place in the pyramid. I expect your place is on the street, the Minder said with a feral grin, which is where I'd send you if it was my choice. But if the Magi have chosen you, then we will give you a chance before we throw you away. Simon thanked the man, but his stiff response made him think that the Minder expected something more dramatic. Simon didn't care if he was disappointed, though. And after a few minutes, Simon was taken to a nearby building where he was forced to bathe in cold water before his hair was sheared off, and his scalp was shaved by an old slave woman who was only slightly more gentle than the Minder had been so far. Through all that, he was lectured about the grand expectations placed upon all of them and a bunch of near-religious mumbo-jumbo. While he listened, he largely ignored what the man said. Instead, he noticed that no one bothered to ask his name, which was, again, very telling. Then shivering. He was given cheap sandals and rough brown robes that reminded him a little of his time with Zoa before he was made to throw the rest of his belongings into the fire of a brazier that seemed to be kept burning for that express purpose. While he did so, the Minder gave a short lecture that he'd obviously given many times before. In it, he tried to impress on Simon that this was the end of his old life. You have nothing now, the gray-robed man explained. Nothing but what you earn from gaining the God King's favor. Do you understand? Any family you might have had has been paid for. Any objects or garments are only ashes now. Even those robes belong to our Lord and can be taken away if you ever displease him. I do, Simon answered, trying to sound appropriately afraid as he kept his teeth from chattering despite the warm night. This time, the Minder nodded and seemed satisfied with Simon's response for once. You may sleep there tonight, the man said, pointing at a corner not so far from the fire. In the morning when they blow the horn at sunrise, you will go to the top of the pyramid and present yourself to your instructor. Your class will help you sort everything else out from there. Despite his experience and his age, he was a little taken aback by that response. The Magi inducted children into their cult or school or whatever this was, and then, rather than answering any questions or explaining anything, they treated them like shit and threw them to the wolves. I'm really going to enjoy tearing this place down, he thought, as he bowed and moved meekly to the corner. The unspoken had been pretty creepy, but at least they'd given him an explanation and a tour. Here, he didn't even know what he'd be doing tomorrow. He was just kind of expected to wing it. Chapter 276. It's all part of the brainwashing, Simon reminded himself as he lay there pretending to sleep. It was hard to sleep on cold stone, but he eventually managed. Still, before the world faded to black, he lay there for at least an hour pondering his current predicament and second-guessing himself. Am I being too meek? He wondered. Should I have begged for something to eat or asked more questions? He wanted to behave like all the other kids, but he had nothing to compare himself to, even after spending weeks and weeks playing with children in an effort to remember what that was like. He didn't even notice that he'd slipped off until the dull, brassy blast of a horn echoed through the complex, waking him immediately. Simon had spent years waking to the gentle chime of Hippolyon's gong, but this was the opposite of that comforting sound. It was a discordant roar that was loud enough that he felt it through the stones he was lying on. He was up immediately, and after a look around as he struggled to remember where he was and what he was supposed to do, a light-skinned slave gestured and said, You best hurry, boy, or there'll be nothing to eat when you reach the top. That was when Simon remembered. He was supposed to go to the top of the pyramid and find his class. He thanked the man as he dashed out the door and started running across the plaza toward the giant step pyramid that dominated the area. He'd expected some step between waking up and class or whatever it was he was moving toward. That would have made sense. But then, it also would have made sense to put the lowest class at the bottom of the pyramid. He didn't let these eccentricities annoy him, though. Instead, he tried to see the pattern in the strangeness and understand what it was telling him. Well, he would later, at least. More data and time would let him figure out what in the hell these assholes were trying to do. But he lacked the bandwidth to ponder larger questions once he started on the stairs, even in a miraculously young body. Running up the steps of a 100-foot-tall step ziggurat wasn't easy, and before he was halfway up, running and breathing were the only things he could focus on. No matter how tired he was, though, he was still able to take some pride in passing many of the other boys, despite their seemingly earlier start. The black-robed boys were older and taller, so they ran faster than him, but he ignored them. He was only in competition with the other brown-robed boys and girls, who ran just as quietly as he did up the stairs. They said nothing as he passed them. Most didn't even look at him as they were focused on their own struggle. As he wondered idly how many years people would have to run up and down the stairs, he noticed that the pyramid was made of sharp-edged basalt stones. While it was brightly painted with murals on each level, it was hard enough that the stairs showed little wear, though he wasn't sure how long it had been standing here. Accounts differed in Zurari and tended to range between centuries and forever. Today, history wasn't his concern, though. It was keeping his eyes open and mouth shut. When Simon reached the top floor, he was breathless and sweating. But he was apparently one of the first to arrive. He was handed a bread trencher filled with porridge by a woman in gray robes who seemed to be his new teacher. She didn't seem much kinder than the minder who had tried to put the fear of God into him last night. But she did nod and say, "Punctual, excellent, that will serve you well here." Simon considered thanking her, but it felt wrong, so he resisted the urge. Instead, he took his food and walked to the edge of the pyramid, not so far from the stairs, and gazed down at everything. First, he looked at the stairs and the students still struggling to come up them. Only the students in the brown robes came all the way to the top. The black-robed students only went halfway up, and the few magi in colorful robes that were out and about this early stuck to the courtyard. They didn't even come up to the first floor, which continued to strike Simon as exactly backward. Once his food was cool enough, he started to eat. It was an awkward exercise without a spoon, but he used pieces of his bowl and made do until there was nothing left of either of them. As he ate, he watched the other students arrive, and he noticed that the food they were given decreased in both quantity and quality. After a while, they were given only bread and eventually nothing at all. Simon thought that was the worst it could get for them, but the last few got worse than nothing, up until she'd carried a long, slender pointer, which gave her as much an air of authority as her gray robes. However, it was only when she started to whip the latest boys with it like a switch that he understood why his classmates seemed to fear it. Simon thought that was an interesting twist, but the last thing he was going to have a chance to do was examine it. Instead, when the final student arrived, the teacher waited only a moment before calling the class to order. Simon expected to be forced to give some awkward introduction then, but that was skipped too. Instead, he sat down with everyone else in a wide semicircle that occupied most of the top floor of the pyramid. Unlike the exterior of the building, the interior was Spartan and undecorated. The room had a large blackboard, and there was a large spiral staircase winding down into the darkness on one side of the room. That seemed to be the absolute center of the pyramid, but everyone else ignored it, so he did too. When everyone was assembled, she led them in a prayer to the God King of the world, which struck Simon as a little funny because he did not, in fact, rule over most of the world that Simon had experienced. Still, he kept that amusement from his face and did exactly what the young boy to his left did, down to the mouthing of the words and the hand motions. The whole thing had a rote feel about it, and only a few of his fellow students, or initiates or whatever it was they all were now, really seemed to care about them. Simon cared even less than they did, but he did his best to fake it. Something about having to be at the front of the pack to get your breakfast made him think that it would probably be for the best if they considered him to be devoted as soon as possible. Even just standing there and doing the same things as everyone else earned him enough looks from the boys and girls around him that he was certain they recognized him as the new kid. The teacher said nothing, though. The most she did to acknowledge that he hadn't been there yesterday was to hand him a slate and a piece of chalk after she started to discuss the lesson, which turned out to be learning to write. Nothing could have been a bigger waste of time to Simon. He knew how to write in dozens of languages, but there was nothing he could do about it as he instructed everyone in the correct way to connect the letter to other letters in the flowing cursive fashion that the Mirani used, depending on what words were involved. Simon did as he was told, though he was careful not to make his lines too crisp or his forms too perfect. He was careful to be diligent and act as if he was devoting real effort to this, because their teacher often lashed children who became distracted at random. Still, even as he did so, he tried to look for some hidden subtext. He thought that perhaps there was some mystical symbolism in the words that she chose, and that there was a certain similarity of the shape to some of the words of power that he knew. Simon struggled with looking for a deeper meaning until he finally gave up around lunchtime. In the space of 4 hours, they hadn't even managed to cover 4 letters. At that rate, it would take almost a week before they covered all 31 letters in the Marani alphabet. Simon despaired at that as gray-robed servants came up from the stairs and handed out pita bread stuffed with rice and grilled vegetables to everyone in attendance. The food was decent and filling, but the idea that he'd gone through all this and leaped through so many hoops to put himself in a remedial elementary school class hurt his soul. "You're supposed to be a street rat orphan," Simon chastised himself. "Half the kids in this room are probably..." Literacy is kind of a prerequisite to gaining magic, and most of these kids probably don't have it. They were wise words, but they didn't help as much as they should have. Though the plain brown robes that everyone wore hid people's origins and social status, the way they talked revealed all that and more, and Simon learned a lot over lunch as people peppered him with questions. He gave out his name freely enough, but whenever possible, he tried to turn other people's questions into questions of his own, because just giving away information would mark him as a sap and a pushover. When one girl asked him which tribe he was from, he shrugged it off and said, "If I told you I was Stullian or Byral, would that get me to the good part faster?" Another boy followed up to ask if he was from a merchant family based on the clans he'd name-dropped. But Simon ignored that too and countered, "I thought I was here to learn magic and serve the God King, not become a scribe." That made a few boys smirk, and at least one laughed out loud, though he stopped immediately as soon as he'd drawn the eyes of the teacher. "Magic is later," another girl promised him. "Our ruler, in his infinite wisdom, put magic in words so that the peoples of other nations can never use it against us. So, first, we must learn to read. Then, we will learn to read magic." Simon pretended to accept that explanation, even though he knew that magic was spoken and written in an entirely different language. If that was the explanation they gave to eager young children, at least it made sense. And he could accept that whatever stories he was being told were for an intended audience that he was only pretending to be. The break was short, but the day was long. Despite his fears that it would take forever to get through the alphabet, it looked like it was planned that way. Even though he couldn't detect any traces of magic in it, he could see that it was a sort of rotating curriculum that covered the same topics over and over, so that students could learn by repetition. That made a sort of sense, since the class was always filling with new students and losing those who graduated. Still, simple math told him that he was doomed to be here for weeks at least. There were nearly 50 students in brown robes. If 2 to 3 were being added to the class every week, and a similar amount were moving on to become acolytes, then that was still 3 to 6 months here learning things he already knew and pretending to suck at them. That was the worst part. He decided as he traced the 5th letter of the day, if this was detailed calligraphy practice, he would have embraced it. Fortunately, just as he was about to go insane, they were given free time to work on art for a while, given how harsh everything had been up until this point. That surprised him until he remembered that artistic ability was one of the things that he'd been tested on in the selection. Well, at least they're trying to develop imagination as much as knowledge. He told himself as he wiped his slate clean with his sleeve, tried to decide what it was he could draw. This wasn't what he'd expected, but he'd make his peace with it if he could learn the answer to some of the deeper mysteries in this world. Chapter 277. That evening, when they were finally allowed to leave, Simon followed the rest of the students to the pair of dorms where the neophytes slept. The black-robed students had not re-emerged from wherever they had disappeared to that morning inside the pyramid, which made the river of children flowing down the pyramid and into the dining hall near the foot of it a sea of brown and tan, with only a speck of gray, where a slave or a minder supervised the organized chaos. The children were not as boisterous as he would have expected, but then they were not entirely muted either. They were rather serious for kids, but there was still shoving, teasing, and snickering whenever they thought they were far enough away from an authority figure to avoid a scolding. Simon did his best to blend in, but mostly, He was surveying the little city within a city that surrounded the giant step pyramid and trying to square a few circles. Where had the black-robed students gone? Why did this feel like religious daycare instead of the dog-eat-dog existence that the first minder had practically promised him? It didn't make any sense to Simon, but for now, he didn't make waves or ask any questions that might strike his fellow initiates as odd. He just did whatever they did and kept his eyes open. Dinner was waiting for them. And despite how chaotic everything was, it was his first real socialization, since he'd gone down what was becoming this very strange rabbit hole. Unlike breakfast, every child got to eat. But the best foods were in short supply. Children were jostling for position at every stage of the process with little wooden bowls. Simon struggled with them, but only because it would have been strange not to. He didn't care at all whether he got a honeyed pastry sweetened with dates or that his bowl was more chickpeas and root vegetables than it was meat. He was happy to eat and learn. Must we truly labor over the same letters over and over again? One complained, "We learned these already only weeks ago." This endless cycle of initiation wearies the spirit. Another piped up, wrinkling his nose. "Couscous, yet again. When will we earn the right to wear the black robes?" These quiet grumbles and hopeful pleas were interspersed with hurried mouthfuls of food and a constant barrage of questions. Many were directed at Simon, the newcomer, but he remained elusive in his responses. Instead, he found it much more interesting to listen to other people than to repeat his own fictional and ever-shifting backstory again. Is it true that the children in black never come back? Simon asked one of his more persistent questioners, repeating part of a rumor he'd heard mentioned only a few minutes before. Some of them just disappear, right? No way, the slightly older boy laughed. They just have longer days than us. They come out every night. They even bring out the ones that died. Students die? Simon asked. This time, his surprise wasn't feigned. Intellectually, he kind of expected it, but the reality still stunned him. Learning magic is hard, the other boy said with a shrug. He acted like he didn't care, but Simon could see fear and sadness flicker quickly across his face. Some people just aren't cut out for it, not like me. Don't listen to him, another dark-haired girl said. The acolytes hardly ever die. He's just trying to scare you. There's no real danger to being an initiate or an acolyte. How do you know? Simon asked. Because I've been here for weeks, and I've only seen one body, she said confidently. The first boy countered that he'd been here for a whole month, and he'd seen at least two. Apparently, when someone died, they placed the body in state on a bier in the courtyard before burning it. Simon quickly did the math and decided that probably meant something like 25 kids were dying every year and whatever they were doing down there, depending on exactly how big the class size was. And it was probably in the hundreds. Given how quickly children were recruited and flowed through the initiate stage, that could be something like a 10% mortality rate. While the idea of killing 1 in 10 kids was rough, the fact was that acolytes probably persisted in this program for years, so it might well be 20 or 30%. A chill went through Simon as he looked around the room and tried to imagine a third of all of these kids were just gone. Some of them had a special talent that he didn't yet fully understand, and many of them had no doubt led lives hard enough that a few were monsters in the making. Still, the idea that one day, a couple of years from now, a huge proportion of them would just be dead hurt him enough that he kind of wanted to shut this whole shit show down tonight with the most powerful souls he had, instead of infiltrating and learning from it. The truth was probably worse than that, though. Magi weren't exactly common. There were hundreds, or maybe thousands, but certainly not tens of thousands in the city. If they artificially extended their life, then only a few would die every year from violence or mishap. So it wasn't like a lot of kids from here would ever reach that point. Simon's gaze drifted as he tried to do the math, but when some tough kid jostled him, it slipped away, and he was glad to let it. His mind hadn't been going anywhere healthy. This whole place was a filter, a very dangerous one, at that. As strange and tumultuous as dinner had been, after the dark-robbed acolytes started to appear in the dining hall from their mysterious absence, the younger brown-robed students quickly began to vacate the large room through another door. It wasn't hard to see why. By some unspoken rule, they were clearly a caste above the younger initiates, and anyone that found themselves too slow to vacate their spot had their bowl knocked aside or worse. Though they didn't quite beat the younger students, the abuse became more physical than verbal at some point. I can see that the Magi are really trying to raise some fine, upstanding bullies here. Simon thought to himself as he abandoned his long, empty bowl and moved to join the rest of his classmates. Even that casual cruelty wasn't what he noticed most. Though, that was just how many of them there were. There had been dozens and dozens of brown-robed children in Simon's group, but there were hundreds of black-robed students pouring in, and it was evident that as large as the dining hall was, not all of them would even be able to fit in at once. So that's it, he thought. This is just training wheels for true torment. Just like writing and art are training wheels for true magic. Simon wasn't so sure that teaching all of these kids powerful magic and poor impulse was a good combination. But if it was a recipe for a real bloodbath, then why were there so many children? Wouldn't they have been an endangered species? It was hard to say, but as he passed outside with one tide of children, he saw nothing worse than bruises on the other group. Whatever violence they were engaged in, it was non-lethal. While some of them looked malnourished, none were exceptionally well-muscled, so there wasn't any sort of martial drilling going on in the depths of the pyramid. Still, as Simon walked toward the place, he'd be sleeping for the foreseeable future. He wondered what it was they did down there all day. They were up at dawn, just like him, and then they weren't let back out until after dark. They were practically denied the sun. You'll find out, Simon reminded himself. When the time comes, you won't have a choice. That night, when Simon went to go look for a bed, he found another surprise. While the black-robed children had graduated to full-time bullies, many of the brown-robed kids were already bullies in training. The boys and girls separated when they reached the place where they slept. Both groups were chaperoned by gray-robed minders until they went into austere halls with bunk beds for close to 100 people, which was far more than they needed. He found that the hard way when he asked someone which bed in the long bunk house was free. New kids sleep on the floor, the dark-eyed kid said with a laugh. For a moment, Simon chose to believe he was joking, but as the beds started to be claimed, one at a time, starting with those that were closest to the door, it seemed more and more likely that he wasn't. Top bunks were more in demand, so Simon decided to take one of the unclaimed bottom bunks midway down the hall. But the boy he'd asked about a bed only a moment before stepped forward and repeated himself. New kids are on the floor, just like last night, and every night until another new kid comes to replace you. As the young man spoke, he pointed to one of the back corners of the long room. The longer you're here, the closer you can sleep to the door. Those are the rules. Everything is a pecking order, huh? He thought with a sigh. This was enough to make him wish he'd just gone with tagging the walls of the city with magic words and letting them tear themselves apart. The rules, huh? Simon smiled coldly. Whose rules? The minders, the teachers. Who cares who made the rule? The bully yelled, trying and failing to push Simon as he twisted his chest and stepped back half a step to avoid the other boy's touch. Everyone else did it, so you gotta do it too. I slept on a floor last night because a Magi told me to, Simon shot back. But that floor had a fire. So unless you're ready to cast a "New kids don't deserve fire," someone shouted from the growing crowd. Warmth is for those who've been here the longest. Another echoed. Simon ignored those outbursts and the smug look that the other boy gave him at that show of support, and continued. So, unless you're ready to show off your magic for all of us, I don't think I have to listen to what you have to say. The boy's face reddened with embarrassment as much as anger, and there was a collective gasp from the nearby boys as a wide ring began to form around the two of them. Simon really didn't want to fight a kid, even if he was a kid himself, but the last thing he wanted to do was show weakness. He'd only been here a day, and he could already see what a bad idea that would be. Still, he waited for the other kid to throw the first punch, and the second, since the first was so half-hearted. You'd really rather fight me than let me sleep in a bed no one is using? Simon asked, after he slipped the second punch and pushed the kid back, almost off of his feet. You're the one that's making this harder than this has to be, the boy said, as one of his friends moved to join him, turning the thing into a 2-on-1 affair. You're going to end up in that corner one way or another. Simon had just enough time to wonder if these two were some of the most senior students, or the most junior before they rushed him together. That was a question worth answering, but it would have to wait. While he didn't want to hurt anyone, watching two boys team up against him like this made him feel slightly less bad about it. This time, he wasn't quite so passive. He didn't try to dodge again, which was what they were expecting. Instead, he moved forward close enough that the second boy's fist didn't have a chance to get any force behind it. He took that feeble punch in the chest as he delivered one to the other boy's stomach. His blow was hard enough to double the other boy over. Then Simon took a step back and let the first asshole come at him again before Simon pushed him over his friend, forcing them both to fall to the ground in a tangle of limbs. He might not be any stronger than these other boys, but he had lifetimes of fighting that they didn't, and he felt certain he could take any group of 2 or 3 in the whole room, save for perhaps the biggest and oldest, who seemed content to watch. As Simon moved to the 2 kids on the ground, no one interfered. That surprised him. He'd expected to have to make at least 1 or 2 more examples, but this seemed to be all there was that qualified for entertainment in the room, and no one wanted to miss a thing, which left Simon in the awkward position of how to finish this. He was unwilling to beat these 2 bloody, but it was clear that he couldn't leave things unfinished either. So, he decided to try threatening before brutal. As the second kid was getting up, Simon pushed him out of the way and advanced on his friend like he was going to deliver a bicycle kick to the ribs. He stopped at the last second, but the way that his would-be bully balled up to protect himself against a blow that never landed still provoked gales of laughter. While everyone was being so loud, Simon crouched down and spoke only loud enough that the boy on the ground could hear him. "If you tried that shit on my street, I wouldn't stop beating you until you'd never walk again. Do you hear me?" Simon snarled. "Good thing for you. We aren't on my street, and I promised the Magi I'd try to be on my best behavior." "You did?" the boy asked, trying and failing to meet Simon's gaze without flinching. "I did," Simon agreed. "But you cross me again, and I'll push you all the way down the stairs of the Pyramid of Lesser Miracles. I swear on the God King I will. I'll do it, and I'll tell everyone it was an accident." That left the other boy pale, and when Simon offered him his hand to help him to his feet, he didn't even register it at first. Chapter 278. That night, Simon slept on a top bunk further back in the room instead of the bottom bunk he'd originally planned. They weren't any warmer in that drafty stone room, but he understood why they were in higher demand now. They were more defensible. Despite that advantage, though, he still got very little sleep. It wasn't winter's chill or his thin blanket that kept him up either. His fight, brief as it was, had left him paranoid enough that he woke up almost any time someone snored too loud near him or got up to use the bathroom. While he didn't expect his wannabe bully to try anything again anytime soon, he was certain he'd painted a target on his back with at least a few others. None of those feelings went away in the morning. Instead, when his internal clock finally said it was almost time, and he could see the thinnest light painting the sky through a high window, he roused himself before the sun could finish rising, dressed in the dark, grabbed his little slate, and quietly paced out of the slumbering hall before the horn blew. As he walked through the darkened room, one of the other boys who was sleeping near the door surprised him by saying, "First, you want to show everyone how tough you are, and now you want to be first, huh? I don't see this whole magic thing working out for you." Simon wanted to ask what the boy meant by that. It was obviously a threat, but was it a threat coming from him or from the adults? Would the teacher, or even perhaps the Magi, hammer him down if he stood out too far? "Listen, you can be first if you want," Simon answered with a shrug. "I don't care if I'm 10th or even 50th. I just don't want to run up those stairs again." That drew some drowsy snickers out of some of the other boys, but no one tried to argue with him or stop him. So he kept going. Unfortunately, when he reached the door and tried to open it, he found it locked from the outside. That made him shake his head and his own stupidity. He should have realized it wouldn't be that easy. Running is the whole point. He chided himself. The dull sound of the door rattling against the frame provoked a second wave of laughter. They'd been expecting that. "Not so smart now, are you?" the first boy said. A little louder this time. Simon endured their quiet derision and took a silent step back from the door while he waited. Whether he was waiting for the door to open or for someone to jump him, he couldn't say precisely. Fortunately, the former happened before the latter. A few moments before the horn rumbled through the dark to let everyone know a new day had arrived, there was the sound of the bar being removed. As that happened, the boys in the nearest bunk started to get up, and before the door had even opened, they were crowding close to Simon. When the door opened, it was like a wave, and despite what he'd said before, he was running just like the rest of them. He charged ahead with the other leaders of the pack in a desperate race that left the door to the girls' sleeping hall before they'd even emerged. They were halfway across the plaza before that ugly horn even started spewing its dull, brassy notes throughout the plaza of lesser miracles. At first, he was running just to keep from being trampled by the boys behind him. But soon enough, as the crowd thinned out and there were only half a dozen people anywhere near him, he started to get into it. This wasn't quite play, but it was still more fun than swimming through the awful mix of hot and cold water that he had to do every morning at Hippolyon, so he ignored the way his breath steamed in the cold air as he pushed himself harder. As they crossed the courtyard, a wave of black-robed boys finally met and overtook them. Though they'd been in here longer and were no doubt in better shape, some of them were running fast enough that he was fairly certain they were using magic to make the dash that much faster. The idea of spending even a week of your life to run a bit faster struck him as pointless. But then, he had no idea what the rewards and punishments were. They probably don't even have to bear the cost themselves, he told himself as an afterthought as he kept charging forward. This was something he'd considered before. But learning magic in any sort of organized, academic way would require the students to be able to shift the costs of spellcasting onto someone else, lest they all graduate as old men. That was certainly a big part of what was going on in the heart of the pyramid. And though he was sure it involved blood magic or worse, he still wanted to know what it was. Simon enjoyed the competitiveness of running across the plaza, but that enjoyment stopped the moment he got to the stairs. After that, he took back everything mean he'd told himself about Hippolyon. The water was only miserable for a minute or two, but the stairs were miserable all the way up. Still, he didn't want to outright give up now, and he charged on as the half a dozen around him dwindled to only 3. He didn't even know that one of them was the boy that had given him the hard time until one of them gasped. "I thought you weren't going to run, and I thought I was going to be allowed to walk," Simon yelled back, his voice full of mirth. "How could I have been so stupid, right?" The other boy laughed at that. Simon didn't come in first place, but he was close. He was in the top 5, and that was enough for him. He had no wish to climb any higher than that. Still, he was rewarded with a double portion of fried eggs wrapped in a gooey cheese-filled wrap that was as messy as it was delicious. Simon moved to sit down on the edge of the pyramid where he had yesterday. But when he recalled the threat he'd made the night before, he opted to sit a little further back, against one of the pillars at the entrance. His spot still afforded him a beautiful view of Zurari and the God King's pyramid, as well as the rest of the acolytes and initiates that were running up it. Though Simon had intended to sit alone and make sure no one tried to jump him, he was very quickly joined by others. First, it was the guy who'd called him out on the stairs. And after that, a few other hangers-on made their presence known. Simon's new rival, or whatever he was, introduced himself as Aljim while they ate, and he seemed friendly enough. Truthfully, it seemed sincere enough that Simon didn't even think it was an act. "You ran like the wind," he said with a smile between loud bites of breakfast. "Truthfully, I didn't think I'd be able to beat you at the end there." "In a few weeks you won't," Simon agreed. They both laughed at that. "It's true," Aljim admitted. "I've been doing this for months now, and practice does help, but with any luck, I'll be gone before your legs get strong enough to pass me." The two of them ate and talked, and Simon found out that he was one of the most senior boys in his class, which meant that he'd soon don the black robes and disappear into the heart of the pyramid. That would probably put a damper on making friends with the kid, but Simon tried anyway. After all, in a month or 2, I'll be heading that way myself, he thought as they chatted. Some of the boys were still definitely sour toward him, but a few of the most senior seemed to take a liking to him, and that helped to deflect a lot of hate he'd expected. Just after the prayer to the God King that seemed to be a part of every lesson, Simon caught the boy he'd put down glaring at him. He never got his name, but that look made it clear that Simon had made an enemy for life, and probably a few bonus enemies just for good measure. Simon ignored all of that. no one did anything untoward in the presence of the teacher. They didn't dare because it was impossible to say what would set her off. She might overlook one or two troublemakers only to thrash the third hard enough to make them beg for mercy. It was capricious, and Simon spent the day keeping his hands busy and his mouth closed. One of the girls had forgotten her slate in her bunk, so the teacher had made her spend the rest of the day running up and down the steps as punishment. Simon would have preferred the lash to that and made a note never to make that same mistake. Still, aside from those activities, the day was remarkably boring. He practiced another 5 letters until he wanted to kill himself and listened to half a dozen lectures that seemed to all have the same moral, unswerving loyalty to the God King. It was stultifying. It was like someone took all of the Greek fables that every child had drilled into their head from an early age and rewrote them so that the moral was the president is always right. Can't reach the sour grapes? It's because you didn't believe in the God King. Hare lost a race with the tortoise. It was cursed with slowness for its impious behavior toward the God King. It was all so transparent to Simon. He'd often thought of the Oracle's compound as a cult, and on some level, it probably was. But it was nothing like this. There was no brainwashing, just entreaties to see the world differently. This was the opposite. There was only one way to see the world, and that was with the God King at the center of it. Their teacher was quick to badmouth other peoples and other cultures whenever they came up in one of her lessons. The pale-skinned savages of the South were often portrayed as villains in the fables she told. Sometimes, they were even in league with the goblins and other monstrous races. She wasn't too kind to the Marani that dwelled beyond the city either. She called the horse clans backward savages, and, at one point, declared that one does not need horse archers or cavalry charges in an age of magic. All anyone needs is faith in our Lord's power. While Simon doubted that most of the citizens of the city, let alone the country, would agree with that, they had no way of knowing that they were being ruled by a sinister priesthood. Simon spent much of the afternoon trying to figure out how he might get that word out. But without the advent of the printing press, he really had no idea. When class ended, he walked down the pyramid with his new friend. But Simon had no greater understanding of magic than he'd started with, and no real idea of how he was going to put a crack in this country's warlike ways before they got around to attacking Blackwater and Ionia again. Chapter 279. That night, he had another fight, and this time it was against 3 boys. There was no attempt to challenge him publicly, as his rival had done before. The fight had occurred just after dinner, and it had been as surprising as it was brief. Simon won, though he paid the price of a bloody nose. It didn't hurt much, but the uneasy feelings it caused still made it difficult to sleep. He wasn't safe here. It's a good lesson, he reminded himself as he lay in bed that night. The children were just a reminder. It was the Magi that were the real danger. He could see them in the courtyard and occasionally at the edges of the dining hall or the back of their lonely stone classroom. Simon had no idea what they saw when they looked at him, but he was sure it was more than he wanted them to. Still, he did his best to put on a convincing act. After that, everything just sort of became the same. He started living the same day over and over again. Every morning would begin with a race and a prayer, and every evening would end with a struggle for food and dominance. There were little moments of normalcy with some of the boys and girls his own age. There was one afternoon when a few sticks and some spare time became a pitched sword fight at the base of the pyramid on the way to dinner, and another time when they tossed an underripe melon around like a ball during lunch until they were punished for it. Simon didn't even mind being forced to stand the rest of the day. It had been worth it for a moment of normalcy. Those moments of joy were rare enough that even that one element made it clear that this was the worst imaginable way to raise children. However, they weren't being raised to become children or even good citizens. They were being raised to become fervent cultists and mages in the service of the God King of the Marani. That was the only reason they would spend more time on prayer and song than on anything he'd consider practical magicraft preparation. Still, he couldn't deny it was effective. It was almost hypnotic to be living the same day over and over again, and even if the propaganda didn't affect Simon, he couldn't exactly blame the other kids for falling victim to it. Some days, they had new teachers, and other days, a new kid would arrive or depart from their group. These were never pointed out by anyone. He just noticed them because, in a world of seeing the same thing over and over again, anything new stood out. Simon was tempted to try to be friendly to them, but that would have stood out even more than the new people, and he restrained himself. The most he was willing to do was to deflect the worst of the bullying, which wasn't too hard given his growing reputation as someone who knew how to fight. Those became the rhythm of Simon's life. He'd fight when he had to, eat when he could, but mostly, he just tried to deal with how boring it was to pretend to learn and progress from a literate street rat to biddable mage in the making. The curriculum seemed to reset every week or 10 days. They'd go through the alphabet, learning to write each letter, and then after the students had been introduced to the whole collection, they'd get to simple words. After that, just when the class was starting to make headway, they'd go back to the letters again, though it would take a few loops to be sure. He was all but certain he'd be learning the same things over and over until he graduated in a couple of months. The teacher would make them repeat the same few sentences, which were mostly just praises and oaths of obedience to the God King. At these points, they were so repetitive, though, that even as she pointed to the words, he was pretty sure that most of the kids were memorizing rather than reading or understanding them. It wasn't how Simon would have taught the class, but then, he was pretty sure that was on purpose. They weren't trying to create a thinking, literate group of people here. They wanted people who were just literate enough to read the words of power and string them together in appropriate ways. Suddenly, things about the way they'd fought him in past lives made a lot more sense to Simon. He'd always thought that they'd had a certain arrogance and a lack of creativity in their tactics. And this was the reason. They were learning obedience first, arrogance second, and everything else after that. Is that the reason their generals were more creative? He wondered. Were they taken from the tribes outside the city or the nobles who had a more well-rounded education? He wasn't sure, but all of this became easier for him to bear once he started to grasp what and why. Boredom was insufferable, but resisting sinister programming at least gave his mind something to struggle against. In the meantime, he had a Jeem and a few other acquaintances. They weren't quite friends. Simon wasn't sure anyone had friends here. They were just the people that he didn't expect to attack him over an extra serving of jam or the last skewer of roasted chicken. What does it matter if we go hungry or are beaten? The boy proclaimed on more than one occasion when someone would whine. We are to become magi. Such a thing is worth any suffering, Simon had to agree. And truthfully, he could only admire the kid's optimism. He tried to act the same way, but in Simon's case, it was entirely fake. He hadn't experienced a real thrill in this life since, well, since I made a tree that grew a fruit which transformed me into a child, he realized. That had been months ago, though. By now, winter was almost over, and the chill in the air could only be felt at the windy heights of the pyramid. Simon was saddened by the fact that he hadn't really experienced wonder in this life since he'd become a child. That was the whole point of being a child, wasn't it? He'd had fun playing with other children in the streets, and he'd enjoyed pulling the wool over the eyes of the Magi and figuring out their tests. But wonder, that would probably have to wait until he'd penetrated deeper into the organization. Toward the end of his second week as a brown-robed initiate, he saw his first dead acolyte. They went down the pyramid the same as always. But halfway down, all of the muted joy and boisterous he'd grown used to was drained from the group as they noticed the body laid out on a stone plinth near the foot of the pyramid. The black-robed child turned out to be a short-haired girl. Not a boy as he'd thought from high above. She was laid out with her dark robes on 2 layers of wood, but no one seemed in any hurry to burn her. Not one of the gray-robed minders who stood there watching as the children regarded the corpse said anything, which was practically inviting superstitious rumors. Simon looked around surreptitiously and wondered how many of these kids were going to have nightmares tonight. He'd seen hundreds, or perhaps even thousands of dead over his many lives. This one only stung because she was so young, but the only burden that would be on his heart about it would be the fact that he would never know how she died. The girl was no more than 14 or 15, and she was both pale and unmarked. If she'd had a bite on her throat, he would have said a vampire had done this. But as it was, his gut said that some magical mishap had drained her life force. No one spoke about it at the time. They just observed the body for a moment of respectful silence before continuing on their way. In the dining hall, there was less pushing and shoving for food than normal, but that was the only thing that showed that anyone had been affected. No one talked about it, at least directly, and Simon made no effort to force the issue. He hadn't planned to bring it up at all until he saw the girls' funeral pyre burning as they walked out into the night. That was both eye-catching and traumatizing, and he could see that the sight stopped a number of his fellow students in their tracks. Still, he respected that grim silence and didn't attempt to break it. Even with a Jeem, until they'd reached their drafty dormitory. "Does it scare you that you might die, I mean?" Simon asked the boy he almost thought of as a friend. "If there was no risk of death, then how would we even know it was worth doing?" Ajim asked, trying and failing to cover up his dark thoughts with a smile. "This is magic we're talking about." "It is," Simon agreed. He, more than anyone, knew how valuable magical knowledge was and how much he'd risk for more of it. He was currently infiltrating people who might do terrible things to his soul if they caught him, just for a few more words of power. But nothing seemed wrong with her. What if it's just random? "I'm too strong and fast for such a fate," the boy boasted, "and you are too. We have nothing to worry about." Simon thought about that a lot, especially after he heard someone crying themselves to sleep later that night. He didn't know who it was exactly, but it didn't matter. They were being trained to be little monsters, but they were still just kids for now, and what they needed was an adult to tell them everything was going to be okay. In the days that followed, he didn't have any more heart-to-hearts with Ajim or anyone else. That was more because of his growing bitterness, though, than because of anyone else. The idea that the very heights of friendship in this place could be measured by who wasn't liable to attack you over food was depressing. But not as depressing as when Ajim was taken from the class in their third week. Until that moment, he didn't realize he'd missed the boy. He'd provided moments of normalcy, if nothing else. And in small ways, he'd made this whole charade more bearable. When Simon saw the minder stop Ajim partway up the pyramid, one overcast morning, and take him off to the entrance that had been reserved for those wearing black, he was surprised to find that he did. Simon kept running, but the boy looked back long enough to flash him a smile. Then he was gone. "I guess I'll never beat him to the top now," Simon thought with some regret. He tried to tell himself that it was a stupid thing to feel bad about, and that he'd see the other boy again in a couple of months. But even after he finished his breakfast and started practicing his first letter of the day, that feeling of disappointment lingered. Chapter 280. If the days had felt repetitive before, they only became more so in the weeks that followed the disappearance of Simon's only friend. The weather might have been improving, and the pyramid might have remained just as colorful as it always had been, but his life had become very gray. With every new body brought out of the pyramid and set alight in the plaza, his mood darkened further. "None of this needs to be happening," he told himself, for the 1,000th time, just to avoid screaming it out loud in one of his incredibly repetitive lessons. Simon could practically predict everything that his teacher was going to tell them on any given day. The letters always followed each other in the same pattern, and the stories and paeans she offered up to the God King almost always occurred after the same letter they always did. He'd lived in a complicated sort of time loop for a long time, but he'd never felt more like he was trapped in the same day than he did now. Every day, he woke up and ran to ensure he was fed. Then, he was bored to death all day while he slowly pretended to get better at the remedial writing lessons. All that really happened, besides giving him hand cramps, as well as the chance to sketch the city that stretched out around them in all directions, was that he slowly moved forward in seniority. After a few weeks, there were more than a dozen kids newer than him, and just as many of the older boys and girls had vanished into the pyramid, never to be seen again. Well, never was probably too strong a word. Simon saw Ajim twice in the dining hall. Once, their eyes even met. However, even though Simon saw a flash of recognition on the other boy's face, there were none of the dark-eyed boy's smiles to accompany it. They both just continued on like nothing had happened. Simon thought about that meeting for weeks. He even drew the boy's eyes sometimes, when they had time to practice art as he wondered about his fate. Was the gulf between them one of trauma, experience, or magic? The latter concerned Simon the most, of course. After his time as a vampire's thrall, he had no wish to be beholden to anyone like that ever again, though he thought it was the least likely. The magi he'd met, however briefly, seemed to have their own personalities and priorities. The same was true with the Minders. If the ruler of the Mirani could just turn everyone into adoring mind slaves, then he would have no need to bombard the public with statues and stories of his greatness. That meant that the answer was trauma, experience, or some unguessable third option. Simon had no idea what that could be, but he had a lot of time to contemplate the horrors that awaited him when he finally donned the black robes, because they didn't seem to be in any hurry to give them to him. Even after Simon had been there for almost 2 months, and made sure to show that almost all of his letters and pronunciations were perfect, they showed no interest in graduating him. Instead, they simply slowly collected one of the boys who had been there longer, even if his penmanship and art skills were only half as good as Simon's. That, at least, was a good sign. If they were so hidebound that everything had to be done in the proper order, then they'd miss a lot of details. And all of that would be to the good for him, because once he had some idea of where they kept the things worth knowing, he planned to find a way to get his hands on them. It was somewhere in his 3rd month when he started to get flashes of people's auras again. It was usually first thing in the morning, when the doors opened up before he started his run. That moment of glare from the increasingly bright sun wiped his sight. Then, for just a moment, he could see the world as the place it really was. And in this compound, it was much darker than any of the colorful decorations would lead someone to believe. It surprised him, but it made sense too. He hadn't used magic in about half a year, and his whole life had become a sort of tedious mediation of the pointlessness of being. However, without the Oracle's teaching, he would have surely dismissed it. It was just a few hazy blurs around the people that happened to be in his vision, and a web-like array of black lines that looked like a spider's web. It only lasted until he blinked a time or two, and then they were gone. Still, it was those black lines that he found to be the most haunting part of his gray little world. They came from every part of the Magi's compound, and all of them disappeared into the heart of the Pyramid of Lesser Miracles. Something terrible awaited him down there, and Simon felt like he could almost see what it was in the eyes of the boy who had once been his friend. Line or no lines, his purgatory continued on. Truthfully, at that point, Simon was starting to believe that they'd figured him out and that they were just toying with him. He might stay here, scratching shapes into his slate until it was as worn out and useless as he would be by that age. Then, suddenly, on a drizzling morning, when he could scarcely be bothered to run up the steps one more time, that all ended, and Simon found one of the gray-robed minders standing in his way. At first, he thought that the man was there for another boy, running to his right. They both slowed, but after a moment, the other boy started up again. No, he's not stopping him. He realized it's finally time. Something different is finally going to happen. Simon smiled as he slowed to a stop at the realization before walking to the gray-robed man who was beckoning to him that morning up the stairs. But he wasn't feeling joy or happiness. His facial reflexes were on automatic these days. But he only felt relief as the vast weight of frustration was being lifted off of him. He was finally being released from purgatory into some fresh new hell. But he would take it. He would take anything over living this week one more time. Well, Nijam, have you mastered the art of the word? The stern-faced man asked. Are you ready to experience the greater mysteries? There was only one answer to this question. I am if the God King allows it, Simon said with a small bow. He could have said that in ways that were more grand, but he was supposed to be a teenager, not a courtier. The God King doesn't allow it, the mender answered. He demands it. An empire as vast as his always requires more loyal, talented magi to run. You are a long way from there, but in time, if you survive. He let the unspoken threat linger, and then, without a word of explanation, he turned and walked into the dark tunnel entrance that led further into the Pyramid of Lesser Miracles. Simon didn't hesitate and followed the man into the dark. This was what he'd come here for, after all. He was finally going to learn some magic. Simon moved to catch up with the man, but by some trick of geometry or magic, the minder moved further and further away from him. 24 steps into the tunnel, Simon was shrouded in darkness and apparently alone. That was enough to make him slow to a stop. Hello. He called out cautiously. I think I'm lost. And a room to his right suddenly illuminated. Simon knew that it was magic even before he turned, unless they had a particularly well-crafted red lantern. There was no way to make that color light in this world without it, since they were a long way from inventing neon. Half blind by the sudden flare of light, Simon turned to see a small room he would have run past. It was round and perhaps 20 feet from one side to the other. Numerous boys in black robes stood around the walls, but the center was reserved for a magi in red robes. He was standing beneath a glowing replica of the God King, depicting the man with his arms spread wide as he looked down in judgment. In this case, I'm the one being judged, Simon thought as he stepped forward after only the slightest hesitation. While he was getting sick and tired of all this ceremonial bullshit, he understood the purpose of it at least. This was a special moment, and they wanted to burn it deep in the minds of all of their would-be acolytes. They wanted to make this impression permanent. And how better to do that than with an image of the God King presiding over this important moment? It's probably not even a lesser illusion, he decided as he approached the Magi and gawked as he looked up at the thing. Nijam, you have come before us today to be given a singular opportunity, the red Magi intoned. He was wearing a monstrous half mask that was meant to make him look like a devil. At least, Simon was pretty sure that's what it was. Are you ready to swear your allegiance to serve the living God that rules over us all so long as you shall live? I already do. Simon lied in a tone that was as eager as it was genuine. With a little more ritual and any sign of magic, he might have been hesitant, but only for the rest of his life. He was game for that. But I will swear to serve him with every ounce of, you live for him, but would you die for him? The Magi interrupted. Simon hesitated, as he suspected anyone would, but that was mostly just for show. If they actually tied him down to an altar to turn him into a blood sacrifice, he'd turn himself into a supernova. But as long as it was just words, he'd play along. A quick look around the room revealed that the only one wearing one of those amulets was the Magi in red. So the other acolytes here were definitely still way down the totem pole. I will give my life to the God King in whatever way he requires, he said with something that sounded a lot like conviction. That is a noble offer, and we will take you up on it. As the Magi spoke, all of the acolytes produced black clubs from under their robes and advanced toward him. A surge of cold fear went through him then. It's all just a ceremony, he told himself, willing himself to stand there like a good little brainwashed puppy. He thought that they'd stop just short, or at worst, there would be a little ceremonial violence. But that wasn't what happened. Instead, they beat the crap out of him. He didn't even try to fight back. There was no set of clever moves that could help him avoid the blows of a dozen boys with cudgels. He didn't recognize any of the faces and took some solace that at least it wasn't Ajim who was beating him. At least he didn't see the boy. That would have made all of this hurt more. It took less than 10 blows to drive Simon to his knees, and less than 20 to make him curl up into a ball. He could feel a concussion as his skull bounced off the ground, and the way that his hand went numb after a particularly hard strike told him that one or more fingers had definitely been broken. Still, he didn't cry out. He wasn't sure if the Magi who had spoken would actually carry out his threat, and he kept expecting the other boys to stop before they actually killed him. But either way, he was determined not to give anyone the satisfaction. He did that much, but the only satisfaction he got from the experience was the sudden unconsciousness when someone struck him on the temple. Simon didn't even have time to wonder if he was unconscious or dead. He was out, like a light. Chapter 281. When Simon woke up, almost pain-free and lying in a lumpy bed, he felt a surge of disappointment. Back to the cabin after all of that, he sighed internally as he opened his eyes. What a waste! He'd expected a gang initiation with some secret society. Mumbo-jumbo, not a murder. He supposed that meant that he'd done something to reveal himself, cutting his quest to learn more about magic short. Now, he expected to see the same thing he always did after he was returned to life. The rough timbered ceiling of his cabin by the dim light that managed to leak in through the closed shutters. But he was disappointed there, too. He wasn't in the cabin. He was lying in a dark room with a stone ceiling. Simon blinked as his brain froze, trying to square this circle. Wait, did I die or not? He balked. If I was alive, then I should be in a lot of pain. Healing magic, he whispered to himself as he struggled to rise. His limbs were heavy and weak, and now that he was focusing, he could tell there were a few lingering aches that whoever had treated him had missed. Almost as soon as Simon started to sit up, he was pushed back down by a gray-robed woman who leaned forward from the shadows. "Easy there, Nijam," she said soothingly, forcing him to lie where he was. If it was just healing magic, you'd have been up days ago, but this will take longer, I'm afraid. Longer? He asked, trying not to let his skepticism leak out. What happened? Exactly what the Magi told you would happen, she said seriously, as she lay a cool cloth on his forehead. You died for your God King, and in his kind, beneficent wisdom, he raised you up. And you live again. Simon didn't believe that for a second, but after thinking about it for a moment, he said, Praise be. I'm so glad he found me worthy. As he spoke, though, he noticed he was wearing the black robes of an acolyte now. Only those who are restored to life by his grace are fit to learn true knowledge, she answered reverently. The two of them prayed together then for a time before she left him to recover. The whole time, though, Simon's mind was racing. What a mind fuck! His brain screamed as he examined the strange symbols that had been drawn on his body with flaking red paint now that she was gone. At first glance, they looked like words of power, but they were just nonsense words. And as he found no pair of matching symbols on him as he went, he felt sure they were just another layer of stage dressing in all of this. He knew that some religions crossed the border into cult territory, but to beat children into unconsciousness, then heal them, and tell them they died. That was crazy. No, what's crazy is that they make you believe their God King is where all this power comes from, and it's not, Simon's mind shouted, refusing to let the topic go, even as he lay there in the dark. While he didn't think that magic was a natural force, it was certainly a universal one. It might even be reliable enough to be considered a scientific force. If he had a few lifetimes in a laboratory, he could probably figure out the variables involved in some of the words. He could write equations that explained how pronunciation affected the power of a word of fire, and he could accurately measure the difference in life force costs between a lesser word of force and a word of force. While Simon wasn't close to understanding any of those things with any sort of precision at the moment, he believed that they were understandable in the same way that the more he understood anatomy, the better he could heal someone, and the more vividly he imagined a spell, the better it would turn out. While he was certain someone had created this framework of words and spells, he was sure it wasn't this God King. What need would a city, or a nation, have for war if they could simply rewrite reality? No, this is the work of Helids at best, or the demons at worst. He decided as he lay there, reiterating the opinion he decided on long ago. While it was entirely possible there was some third answer to the question, he was sure the Mirani one wasn't it. Well, he was mostly sure. If he finally infiltrated the Magi and found exactly the sort of equations that he was hoping to discover one day, then he supposed he'd be willing to eat some crow. That wasn't very likely, though. Later that day, or night, or whenever it was, the woman returned by candlelight and gave him some water. He asked for some food, as he expected any child his age would, but she insisted that he had to fast. Being reborn is hard on the body, she insisted. Once you have rested, we will feed your mind and your soul, but your body must adjust. The way that she persisted in going on with this lie angered him, and Simon had to look away often as he composed himself. No wonder Ajim could barely meet my gaze. Simon swore to himself. The poor kid thought he was a zombie, looking back on the way some of the kids in black had acted. Though it suddenly made more sense. For every loud, obnoxious bully, there was a quiet kid coming to grips with all of this. Simon had assumed that what he was seeing was sadness because someone they knew had died, but that probably didn't upset them half as much as finding out they had died. If the God King can restore me to life, then why does he let any of his acolytes die? Simon asked his minder later that evening, when she brought him a scroll to practice his reading on. Surely it is not your place, nor is it anyone else's, to question his will or the word of his Magi, she corrected him sharply before softening slightly. Nijam, you have to understand that what happens here can be very dangerous, and those students that you see taken lifeless from this pyramid fell short in some way. So, our ruler decided not to raise them up a second time. You don't have to worry, though. As long as you are devout and focused, he will protect you. Is that what those amulets are for, then? Simon asked, pointing to the small amulet the minder wore around her neck. It wasn't as large as the strange lotus-shaped amulets that made the Magi explode. But it was the first time he'd gotten to ask one of the minders about it, so he decided to go for it. In a way, yes, she agreed as her hand went to her throat. One day, if you are worthy, you will have the very same honor. The woman seemed conflicted about that and left Simon soon after that, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what her turbulent emotions were supposed to mean. Was it shame because she wasn't a full Magi or guilt for lying to him? Were the minders simply the lowest rank of Magi, or were they the highest rank of slave? He didn't know. No one bothered to explain any of these things to him. Over the next few days, all he did was grow hungrier and read the same few scrolls over and over again. Though he pretended to have trouble sounding out the words and acted like it took him 2 days to discover what it was he was reading, he knew in seconds. It was the same religious propaganda he'd read aloud with all of the other initiates every few days for months now. That was tedious, but it was expected. It was also one of the only things to do in this dark room. While his minder had confirmed that this was the Pyramid of Lesser Miracles, besides the black featureless walls, her occasional presence, and the occasional echo of disturbing sounds from somewhere else, he had no real information about that. Simon spent those days with regret. It wasn't regret that he'd done this, but regret that he hadn't brought the entire house of cards down already. The place was a madhouse. It was a factory of abuse and psychological manipulation that produced zealots. It's so strange, he thought to himself as he meditated, and tried to make everything he knew align in some way that would make it make sense. It's like the Mirani are two entirely different cultures. There are the clans on the plains that seem more likely to fight each other than anyone else. And then there is the God King's cult in here, training the next generation of monsters. How does that happen? While Simon understood that the mages could probably destroy the tribes or at least crush them enough to bring them to heel, he also saw why they wouldn't want to. It was those endless minor wars that powered the slave trade of the region, and blood magic was thirsty business. While Simon didn't have a clock or a calendar in here, based on the way his hunger rose to a fever pitch and then slowly fell away, he was pretty sure he was in his dark cell for 3 or 4 days before they finally released him. Then, weak from hunger, which he was assured was really enervation related to his resurrection, he was finally escorted from the pyramid through a complicated maze of tunnels that he was going to have a hard time learning, despite how carefully he'd paid attention to each twist and turn. The place was very confusing, and that was almost certainly on purpose. Still, as he walked out, he did catch glimpses through different doorways. He saw a lecture hall, some practice rooms, some locked doors that might have been prisons or storerooms, and a library. It was that last one he was most interested in, but he didn't expect they'd let him wander around that anytime soon. Instead, he was brought outside just as the sun was rising, blinding him. Simon was sure that was planned too. The whole thing just dripped with symbolism. Still, the effect was somewhat wasted on him, because the flash of light let him see the river of darkness flowing up the pyramid into the tunnel they'd exited for a moment. They want absolute obedience before they give you cosmic power, he thought to himself as he walked down the pyramid with shaky legs. All of the other kids would be charging up the pyramid right now to make sure they were fed, but he couldn't see them. Instead, he was being escorted down the second set of stairs on the far side. He hadn't been over here before, but he was sure there was a reason for that, too. "Where are we going?" he asked when they were halfway down. "To get you fed first. Then you'll have some private lessons before you rejoin the rest of the acolytes," she explained. You might have thought that the black robes were only a single stepping stone, but there are many steps between the world of an initiate and the Magi. This is but the first step into the darkness, and it is only through that darkness that you will one day understand the light. The woman's words were cliché, but they made a strange sort of sense to Simon, and he didn't complain. Still, his patience was wearing pretty thin. It had been months since he'd started down this road, and he had nothing to show for it. Only the glimpse of that large room packed with books and scrolls was enough to make him wait a little longer. A little time in a place like that was worth almost any amount of suffering. So, for now, he let himself be led down the stairs to whatever awaited him next. Chapter 282. That morning, Simon was offered a feast, but he forced himself to eat sparingly. He'd starved before, and the body did not like to switch from famine to feast too quickly. Still, he felt bad for leaving so much of his tiny banquet untouched. He was given a sweet porridge with dates and plums, nut-encrusted honeybreads, and every other treat that seemed appropriate for breakfast. He was given watered wine, too, which was something he hadn't been given before now. Even a few sips of that were hard on his young body, though, and he was halfway to drunk by the time they gave him a tour of this side of the compound. It wasn't so much of a plaza as the other side had been. It was more like a series of stone footpaths between oases of flowers and trees. Whereas the other side of the pyramid had been dominated by initiates and acolytes, as well as the tightly packed buildings that supported them. This side was closer to a garden. It wasn't claustrophobic, but the area was still ringed with 2- and 3-story buildings, and the wall was still behind them. The pyramid still dominated the skyline, of course, but it was like the other side of the compound was a no-frills military school, and this one was a luxurious college campus, even if they both shared the same design cues. One thing they didn't share, though, was the people. There were no brown-robed students anywhere, and precious few black or gray robes to be seen either. This was a place of color, and very nearly the sole domain of the Magi, which made Simon that much more interested in it. He wasn't sure if this tour was supposed to be a carrot or if he'd be taking the next step of his training here, but either way, this felt like progress, and it mollified him slightly. As they crossed the grounds, his minder told him what most of the buildings did, but he was tipsy enough that it was hard to give her his entire attention. But he got the gist of it. This was a research facility, that one was a temple, and those 2 buildings were libraries for the initiated. Even though he didn't ask, she also explained that the Magi didn't live in the district the same way that the acolytes did. They owned homes in the noble quarter or other fashionable parts of the city. Simon didn't need her to tell him that. Of course, he'd already figured that out through his own research efforts when he was still a merchant. Still, even if that was something a street rat like Najam might have known, Simon didn't interrupt her. He was eager to learn all he could before they reached their destination, and she didn't disappoint. She was trying to make him feel special, and along the way, she explained many things, like the way he should address those Magi he happened to cross paths with, and the fact that acolytes were forbidden from most of those buildings, except for those who had reached the apprenticeship stage of their journey and were running errands for their masters. That was interesting, but Simon doubted he'd be getting a master for a good long time. At this rate, I'll be an adult again, he thought petulantly. Simon was escorted for several minutes until they finally walked into a large yellow building. There, he was handed off to another minder, after a brief conversation where they spoke in a tongue he wasn't supposed to understand. This one can only barely read. He's not the fastest learner, but not the slowest either. The woman who had been escorting him explained as they talked about him like he wasn't there. I don't think he'll give you any trouble, but I don't think he's one you'll be able to trade for any favors either. Pity, the man said, regarding Simon with a jaundiced eye. There's many a Magi looking to claim the rights to a talented apprentice, but there are so few to go around. Well, I understand. This one was raised on the street, but he's learning to read and write as quickly as the rest, she answered with a shrug. Maybe you can speed his progress? Well, if he's any slower than the last one you brought me, I'll beat him until he has to be healed again, the man in gray said with a laugh. That was a bad sign, but Simon focused on the bookshelves and the writing desks of this place. It wasn't quite a classroom or a library. It was more like a scriptorium. The Unspoken had a whole wing of their library just set up to copy a few of the more important books, so the existence of one here didn't surprise him. Still, he didn't think he'd be allowed to read and copy anything interesting. He didn't really even understand why this was the next link in the chain of becoming a Magi. Fortunately, the new minder didn't leave him in suspense long. Do you know why you're here? The man asked almost as soon as his previous minder departed. To be a Magi, Simon ventured in an unsure voice. Broadly correct, but still useless as an answer. the man sneered. "You have learned the basics of reading and writing, and now you are here to practice both until you are no longer a danger to yourself or to those around you." Why would reading or writing be dangerous to... Simon's question was cut short as he was cuffed across the face. He'd known it to be a stupid question, but he hadn't quite expected the slap. "This is probably how some of the acolytes die," he told himself as he stood there trying to act unsure. "They piss off assholes like this. Magic is as powerful as it is fickle," the man said with exaggerated slowness as if Simon was hard of hearing. One wrong syllable, one wrong gesture, or one incorrect line, and it might well be the end of you. "Do you understand?" Simon nodded hastily, but only because he wanted to keep the joy from his voice. Gesture-based magic was something he definitely wanted to learn. He hadn't been completely sure that the Mirani even knew it since it was something he'd only seen a few magi use. But if that was something he could finally unlock the secrets of here, well, then this guy could go right on treating him like dirt for as long as he wanted. Even as Simon tried not to beam, the man proceeded to explain just how important precision was. Simon didn't fault him for that. That was something he'd learned well during his time in the White Cloak's Black Forge. "We won't even be learning with true words of power," the man insisted as if Simon had asked a question. "If I gave you a single word to transcribe, you might well blow yourself to pieces." Simon let the man rant as long as he wanted, adding in a "yes, sir," and a "no, sir" where it made sense to do so as he spelled out the details. He'd had his moment in the sun, and now he was stuck here, along with the other 24 students that were already here, and his job was simple: to learn to write with precision and read with clarity. The bruises on some of the other students told Simon everything he needed to know. Either they were getting violent with each other, or Master Dolan, as he insisted Simon call him, was every bit as short-tempered as he seemed to be. Simon was set up on his own writing desk, and another student showed him how to sharpen a quill. Then he was left with paper, ink, and his own devices. It seemed a poor setup for learning anything, and judging by peeks at the students nearest to him, it was. But Simon was sure there was a reason for that, too. Do they want us to feel inadequate? He wondered. Or let the cream rise to the top? Simon wasn't sure. Judging by the unfamiliar faces, some of the people in this stage of the education process had been here for some time. While Simon recognized a few of the people as he should, there were many that he did not. Mentally, he tried to calculate how long Ajim had been here and decided that it was probably a month or a month and a half. So, some of these people have been here longer than that, Simon decided. That made sense, he supposed. It wasn't like the Magi were running an IQ test to select candidates for their bizarre little cult. They were choosing bad eggs with every reason to be loyal to the God King. It was the opposite of how any decent army or university would be recruiting. So, it wasn't surprising at all that there were some incompatible candidates that got stuck at various stages. Simon didn't even want to think about what would happen to them eventually. It was an ugly thought, and he couldn't imagine it would end well for people who disappointed the Magi for too long. That left Simon with a conundrum. Should he try to push through this quickly and risk getting the wrong sort of attention? Or should he blend in and take a few beatings for failing to perform as he pretended not to know what he was doing? Truthfully, he would love nothing more than to spend a month practicing fine Mirani calligraphy. They had such a lovely flowing style to their letters compared to the languages of the South. He would love to practice it, but that would definitely blow his cover. That first day, all he did was scribble a bit and make a few half-hearted attempts at the letters that were displayed on the far wall. He was too busy looking at everything else to make much progress. No one seemed to expect too much of him that day, and that night, there wasn't much in the way of bullying even, which surprised him. He remembered why very quickly as he lay there listening to crying children and the sound of other people's nightmares. That's right, he reminded himself. Everyone here thinks they've just died recently. No wonder they have no fight in them. The fact that at least one part of his life was going to be easier should have made Simon's life that much easier. Instead, it made him want to leave even more. It was just too depressing. And thinking about all the trauma they'd inflicted on all these kids with a lie just made him want to blow up this whole deranged system that much more. Simon didn't sneak out of the place where they slept that night, but he did on almost all the nights that followed. He told himself it was a bad idea. but the combination of temptation and outrage proved far too potent for him. What was he supposed to do if they didn't even bother to lock the door? At first, Simon thought that part was a trap, but given that they slept in the attic and the privy was on the first floor, any of them had a perfectly reasonable explanation to leave the room at night. Simon was careful those first few nights, but the longer he stayed in this new place, the more he lingered at night in places he shouldn't. Soon, he was going to sleep right away, then waking up during the night and spending hours downstairs looking through books by city lights that came in through the windows. Master Dolan's room was on the second floor, and most nights, that's where he was, snoring away. But sometimes, when he was out, Simon would sneak in and dig through his things as well. This made Simon very drowsy during the day and earned him a sound trashing when he fell asleep sitting up once. But mostly, this new minder left Simon alone because he was making better progress than anyone else under his tutelage. His letters were improving, but he could read whole sentences whenever he was prompted to do so without a little bit of carefully added stammers and pauses. The goad King W watches of, ver e even when we slum. Slumber, so long as we pray to him always, Simon sounded out one day, not even earning a smile from the dar grey-robed Nan. Better, was all he barked before moving on. Chapter 283. Part of Simon wanted to explain that, hoping that students would get better, because they feared another beating was about the worst teaching method imaginable. If he'd taught his own son like this. See 'em! Simon clamped down on that thought before it could blossom. He didn't think about Freya at all anymore, and Elthna only rarely. Neither woman caused him much heartache, but the idea that he'd saved his son without even getting to spend more time with him still hurt enough that he avoided the memory. He was scarcely older now than the boy had been at the end. It didn't matter. Memories of people that didn't exist weren't any more important than learning to write words, which he already knew exactly how to draw with perfect form. What mattered was what he did with his evenings, though there weren't a lot of words of power hidden amongst the documents he'd searched so far. They were there. They were always written in the same strange way, though, so that someone wouldn't accidentally cast a spell or something. Zivan was not written as Zivan. It was written as Zivan. In the same way, Baram was written as Baram, and Hiak was written as Hayak. These were training texts, so there were only a few of the most basic words. He found no new words of power or new meanings for the ones he had, at least no useful ones. Someone very smart magi, at some point in the past, had come up with a clever idea to solve one of Simon's biggest problems with the idea of teaching people magic, and that was to make the minor word mandatory to every spell in the primer that was apparently meant to teach acolytes their first spells. Ofenvaram wasn't listed as minor or disperse. It was listed as by order of the God King I invoke. His fellow students were basically being taught that they couldn't cast a spell without using that word, which was clever in a way. Simon actually respected that. That one little change probably saved a lot of lives. That wasn't the part of the book that interested him, though. That was the section on hand motions. Simon didn't know how much longer it would be until he learned from this book as a student in some official capacity. He was tempted to start casting spells the very night he found it. Instead, he waited because he wasn't sure they had some way to detect if he was doing magic. It had not been such a long time since they had hunted him throughout the city for his divination efforts, and he still wasn't sure what had triggered that. I soon might, though, he thought, hopefully. For all their awfulness, the Magi knew many things that he didn't, and he would put up with a great deal to pry those secrets free. Still, just because he couldn't try to cast the spells he'd discovered in that thin blue volume labeled the basic techniques for calling down the God King's blessings, didn't mean he couldn't read about them. That he did from the very first moment, devouring page after page of fairly biased theory. To some extent, it reminded him of some of the demonic tomes he'd read so early in his adventures. Rather than thanking this demon or that one and invoking them in the rituals they listed, though this was all about the state religion, indeed, in most cases, there was a long litany of phrases that one had to recite before they were supposed to speak the words of power, which served no purpose at all. It's still pretty common with warlocks, though, Simon reminded himself as he mentally reviewed many of the texts he'd read over his many lives. If a word contains power, then more words must contain more power. While he understood the flawed logic, the only benefit it might provide was in the way it strengthened the caster's belief and imagination in what was about to happen. As Simon read the book, he ignored most of the pages, but he took the time to use a mirror to commit the most important pages to his library in case he died before he had the chance to try them for himself. Really, the thing seemed pretty straightforward. He only had a couple of concerns about the new concept of gesture-based magic. The first was that the information was woefully incomplete. The book contained gestures for only the words of light and fire. But the second one was the product of pure paranoia as much as anything else. The book showed a series of complicated hand gestures that were no doubt slower than speaking the words. Each gesture required only a single hand, so Simon supposed it might be possible to trace the modifier and the actual word of power simultaneously. But he wasn't completely sure on that front. It would require experimentation. All of this will, he reminded himself with a shake of his head. He wasn't even sure how the words and gestures would interact together. What he was sure of, though, was that the information was incomplete. At the bare minimum, if they lie to the students about what Offera means, then what else are they lying about? He wondered. It wasn't like he only had one night to figure all of this out, though. While all of the other acolytes were eager to steal as much sleep as they could every night, Simon had weeks to think about these things on his nighttime adventures. By day, he would scribble on sheets of paper as he tried to make his handwriting look as awkward and juvenile as possible. And by night, he would creep around looking for any scrap that he could find in the slumbering building. His minder didn't seem to have any fear of what the acolytes in his charge might find because they were a long way from possessing real reading skills. And that gave Simon any number of opportunities. Students cycled in and out of this place, the same as they had when he was an initiate. Here, though, there was no order to it. It wasn't just taking those who had been here the longest every few days. Here, those were almost always skipped, and it was those who were closest to writing in a clean hand that vanished one day without notice or explanation. When those who might never master reading or writing vanished, they usually did so in groups, and Simon was quite sure they did not share his eventual fate. Something terrible happened to them, and as much as he wanted to investigate that, for now, it remained a mystery. In all of his late-night adventures in those first few weeks, he was only almost caught on a single occasion. That time, their minder came back to the building well after midnight. The man was completely drunk, and the female magi with him seemed halfway there herself. But even the unwelcome surprise of listening to the two of them fumbling in the doorway didn't make him panic. Simon had planned for a moment like this from the very first night, which was why he read so near the large table at one end of the room where lunch was typically laid out. His plan had been to roll beneath it and hide there until the danger had passed. However, when he realized the two of them probably intended to fuck on that very spot or somewhere close by, he decided to dash out of the room toward the privy and then returned blearily as he pretended to rub the sleep from his eyes. Ruining the minder's moment earned him a sound thrashing, but it was better than the alternative. "If I catch you SS sleeping, I'll lock you in the basement for a week." The man threatened him with slurred words. Simon believed him, but as it happened in the morning, the man didn't seem to remember exactly who it was he was annoyed with because he took his ill mood out on everyone who even looked a little tired instead. Still, Simon endured it. That turned out to be one of his last forays into the dark, too. It wasn't because he feared getting caught either. It was because he stumbled into an even better way to disappear and explore things he shouldn't. Minder Dallin had no problem sending his students off to perform his personal errands. This was something Simon had learned in his first few days in the scriptorium. Sometimes, he even sent them to help other magi with tasks in an attempt to curry favor with them. He chose the dullards of the group, but since that was exactly what Simon was pretending to some degree, he eventually found himself being sent off to do errands almost as often as he was scribbling. Simon was trying to walk the tightrope of just enough progress to be worth continued effort, but not so much that he was in danger of graduating to whatever the next level was. He didn't relish his time spent copying tracts from one of the many books of Psalms that praised the God King, of course. But his explorations had been very enlightening, even if they mostly revealed more about the nature of the venal magi to him. It wasn't until he was sent with a note to fetch a few books from one of the libraries, though, that everything changed. Simon had started that trip, worried that he should really get his ass in gear so that he didn't end up wherever it was that Minder Dolan sent the rejects. But as soon as he saw how easily the librarian accepted his presence, he changed his mind entirely. It might be worth it to milk this for as long as possible, even if they do sacrifice me. He told himself as the librarian helped him to fetch several volumes. He strolled the aisles with the man, committing the names of a few of the more interesting volumes to memory should he ever find his way into this place again, without an escort. When it was done, the man wrapped each volume in a ribbon and sealed that ribbon with wax in the library seal so that no one would be tempted to read things they shouldn't. Simon assured the man that he could barely read, but it was through gritted teeth. He'd been so close to finding a new way to steal knowledge he wasn't supposed to have. That frustration faded on his way back to deliver the books to the scriptorium as he figured out exactly how he could get around all of these measures and read whatever he wanted. Slowly, a wicked plan was coming together in Simon's mind. And though it took him a week to put all the pieces together, he enjoyed every minute of his scheming. The first and hardest part of the whole thing was to find a place he could read without being discovered. As an acolyte, he couldn't just sit around. Unless he was walking very purposefully from one point to another, he was bound to get stopped by one or more magi. Punishment for shirking was bad enough. Those boys and girls were often publicly shamed and beaten. Simon was sure that the penalty for reading things the one wasn't allowed to read would be much worse than that, though, which was why he needed to find a spider hole. While knowledge was plentiful here, if one knew where to look for it, privacy was normally only found while everyone else slept. That was solved when he was sent one day to help remove furniture from a building that was going to be renovated. From the blood spatter on the walls, anyone could see that someone had died in it, but that didn't bother Simon. He just wanted to know if it was a murder or a magical experiment that hadn't gone so well for whoever had lived there before. It was an ugly end, but for Simon, it was an opportunity. Chapter 284. For his plan to work, Simon needed only 4 things, and he already had 2 of them. The first was a place to read, and the second was the names of a few books that he wanted to read. Now, all he had to do was forge a permission slip and then get an opportunity. That last one would be easy, at least for now. Minder Dolan sent Simon out frequently enough now that he was in real danger of finding out what happened to those who were deemed irredeemable, and Simon vowed to make sure that didn't happen. Still, he didn't rush things so much that he would miss this opportunity. Instead, he spent a whole morning diligently forging a library request from Magi Hajalna. He'd helped her to lug heavy boxes related to some experiment she was working on, so he knew her signature. Today, whether she knew it or not, she was asking to borrow the Motions of Magecraft Handa lexicon on subtle meanings. Simon had picked out both of the books based on their titles on his last trip to the library, and though he knew nothing about what they actually contained, their names seemed clear enough. While he was there, he would pick out a couple more names in the same way in case he had the chance to do this again. But truthfully, he already felt like he was pushing his luck with this stunt. Every time you do this is a time you risk getting caught. He reminded himself as his minder sent him off on an errand that amounted to little more than hauling and sweating for a magi he didn't recognize. That was fine. Suffering was the lot in life for an acolyte, and that didn't bother him. He only feared that one of these days, one of these preening mages was going to try to perv on him at some point. Then, he was going to have to blow his cover by transforming them from a human to a fine paste. That didn't happen today, though, thankfully. Instead, after he was dismissed, instead of going back to the scriptorium, he went to the library. And then when the librarian gave him the books he requested, without batting an eye, he quickly retreated to the blood-stained room on the 2nd floor of the now vacant building on the south side of the Pyramid of Lesser Miracles that would probably give anyone else nightmares. I wonder if they ever accidentally make things like the Demon Seed or the Frost Orb here. He wondered as he took the stairs 2 at a time once he was off the street. Simon didn't care about old violence. He was barely afraid of new violence, but it did make him curious. His hands were shaking with excitement, not fear when he sat down beneath the window where the light was good, but no one would be able to see him, so he popped the seal off of the first book. Even though he knew nothing would happen, part of him feared that some alarm would sound at that, like a shopper who hadn't paid for their order. His mind couldn't help but imagine what it would look like for someone to shout a word of greater nullification over a bullhorn as a medieval SWAT team broke down the door to arrest him. That was enough to make Simon smile as he started to leaf through the new book. But he suppressed the laugh. He'd chosen the lexicon first because he could really only do this for an hour or two, and he believed that it was likely to have less interesting information than the guide to gestural magic. Simon was completely wrong on that front. The thing contained the better part of a chapter on most of the words he knew, discussing a variety of meanings. Most of those he knew, but some of them he didn't. A quick look revealed that the only words he knew that it had omitted were the words for greater and the words for soul. That seemed to be a somewhat intentional oversight to him. I wonder how many of the books here are censored here, he asked himself. Is there anything that the unspoken do that these guys don't? He frequently compared the two, but that was because they were the only two organizations in this world that had this much overlap. The same was probably true of corporations or government agencies back on Earth, but Simon hadn't known much about either of those things in his life, and even the memories that he thought he remembered secondhand from movies were more than a little blurry now. That wasn't important, though. What was important was that he'd finally found new words. Over Simon's 40-ish lives, he'd found only 16 words of power. He'd found a couple scattered here and there, a couple in evil grimoires, and most of the rest during his time with the White Cloaks. He hadn't expected to find many more after that. But in this book, there were two more for him to feast his eyes upon. The first was Farshal. It was a word to alter other words only if this text was to be believed. It wasn't meant to be used when casting a spell, but in response to a spell or an ongoing effect. Simon saw the uses even before the book had finished explaining them to him. It's not a spell to change what I'm casting, he thought. Stunned. Almost all words do that already. It is a spell to alter spells that are already in existence. In his mind, he envisioned it as a sort of counterspell, able to redirect lightning or fire. I might even be able to siphon off someone's spell back to pure life energy. He realized such a word would take a lot of careful experimentation and practice, of course, but it seemed very versatile. The other one seemed almost as flexible, but a bit more evil, given how he knew it was probably meant to be used. Whalera was the second word he found that he hadn't heard before, and from the moment he whispered it aloud, he felt it burn into his soul with all of the others. This one seemed less useful than many others he knew, but Simon was experienced enough to understand why it was referred to as the word of the God King. They just can't help themselves, can they? He asked himself, his voice dripping with derision. The lexicon defined it as by his permission, or at his will. But Simon knew that wasn't quite right. The word was conditional. If this happened, then that would happen. His doppelganger had done something similar by making an earth effect powered by life force in the barrow mounds. But the trap would have been far more elegant with this. The Librium Malefica would have definitely benefited from it. He realized almost immediately, if it hadn't been forced to use tiny contact points, then the whole gilded edge would have been dangerous to touch instead of single random spots. Maybe that was the point, though. He reflected as he thought about how close he'd come to getting sucked into hell by that evil book. Maybe the whole point was to choose which awful monster got to chew on your soul for the rest of eternity with a roll of the dice. It didn't matter. What mattered was what this word could do. It was a switch, and if he was reading right, then it was capable of multiple outputs based on the way the spell was written. If a hand gripped the hilt of a sword that was ensorcelled with this spell, then it might be able to do a lot of different things. A wand might be a better example, though. As he imagined it, it was almost like a flute or some other simple instrument. However, in this case, you didn't blow into it, and sound came out. You poured life force into it, and then depending on which holes you covered, different effects came out. Simon had seen a few of the magi carrying wands and staves, and while he couldn't be sure this was how they were designed without examining them, he was pretty sure that they would be something like this. Because unless they knew something he didn't about the words of power, they didn't exactly require any implements to make them work. Simon burned through his remaining time reviewing this book, as he looked for more useful details, and his mind raced. He didn't even get to the book he'd expected to spend most of his time with. It turned out that the idea of learning new words was more intriguing than the possibility of casting old words in new ways. He removed the seals and hid the books underneath some building materials, where they were unlikely to be found before he had another chance to do some reading. Then Simon rushed back to the scriptorium, where he hastily scribbled and sat ready with several good excuses in case his minder quizzed him. Fortunately, the man barely seemed to notice he was gone. Unfortunately, because Simon spent the next couple of days trying to show the man that he wasn't completely worthless, he wasn't sent out as temporary slave labor for almost a week. On the one hand, that was okay, because his new words had given Simon a lot to think about, and his mind was already racing with ideas. On the other side, though, that was long enough that he was almost afraid to fetch his stolen books for fear that someone might have laid a trap. He struggled with what he should do for part of the day as he helped Magi Josvin gather and organize herbs for some healing experiment he was planning to perform. It was easy enough work. The hardest part was listening to the Magi expound on his medical theories. They were crazy enough that it made some of the backward healers he'd worked with over the years sound like well-informed masters of the craft. When Simon was finally released and his moment of truth came, he wanted to believe that it was his heightened intuition that told him to risk it. The truth was simpler, though. He'd liberated the information, and Henidetto learned as much of it as he could. In that sense, his paranoia was no match for his curiosity, and he found his stolen knowledge right where he left it. Simon scooped it up immediately and started reading, giving himself 3 hours to absorb as much as possible. Of course, learning complex gestures for every word in such a short period of time was impossible, but he still wanted to know what he could. In the end, it took less than an hour to grow disappointed with the tome, whereas the first book had been surprisingly interesting. This one was like a badly written instruction manual for learning the waltz or a series of secret handshakes, and even before his allotted time had expired, he found himself disinterested enough to return to the lexicon he'd already read almost cover to cover in an attempt to gain more knowledge. That didn't last very long, though. The sound of 2 people talking as they entered the building on the floor below him and started up the stairs put the fear of God in him. This would be a bad place to get caught, and though he was never going to reunite with Soa at this rate, he definitely didn't want to end this life here. Simon was up in a flash. He hid both books under a tarp so they wouldn't be found immediately, and then, with only a quick glance to make sure the alley that the window overlooked was clear, he jumped the 12 feet down to the ground. From there, he immediately started walking purposefully back to the scriptorium, and when he arrived, he got immediately ready to work as he tried to look focused instead of worried. He spent all of that day and most of the night waiting for the other shoe to drop, and when he was sent out on another errand the following day, he didn't even attempt to go back to see if the books had been found. He had no evidence that anyone had even noticed them, of course, but he had no proof they didn't either. And something about the current situation told him that he was inches from having to fight his way out of something ugly. As the days passed, Simon told himself he'd find somewhere new to read. He promised himself he'd get some new books even. Unfortunately, as much as Simon would have liked to linger and abduct more books to read, he didn't get the chance. A few days later, he was woken up in the middle of the night by a stranger in black robes and told, "Follow close behind," but say nothing. Chapter 285. No one else woke at their passing, but even though the man wasn't particularly quiet, the way that his peers lay completely still implied that magic was involved. Have they put me to sleep like this often as well? Simon wondered. He was often awake for part of the night, but if someone were to place a sleep spell on him, he'd never know. It galled him that he still hadn't learned that word of power despite all of his meddling. However, at the moment, such a piece of knowledge was the least of his worries. Right now, his thoughts were racing. Was this a minder or someone more sinister? Did they know what he'd been up to? Where was he being taken? Was he being disciplined or promoted? Simon had long prepared to use a greater word to end his life if things turned ugly. Inside the pyramid, he'd planned to use an amplified word of force to bring the whole thing down on his head. Outside of it, he planned to use an amplified word of fire, if he had to make his body explode. While he couldn't be sure that such a thing would keep them from having some grip on his soul, it was the best he could do if things got dire. Simon was led outside into the chilly night without a word. It was late enough that the arboreal plaza was empty and filled with shadows instead of drunken magi, and the only clue he was given was that they moved steadily toward the pyramid of lesser miracles. That told him nothing, though, whether he was moving a step further in this diabolical food chain, or they planned to sacrifice him on some cursed altar. All roads would lead here. The first surprise came when they reached the base of the giant structure, and they didn't go up the stairs. Instead, they entered the lowest tunnel and then took stairs down into the bowels of the earth. Simon had long known the place was a mound of rooms and tunnels stacked on top of each other. He had no way of knowing exactly how many there were, of course. But he suspected that the deeper they went, the more diabolical they got. They made it 100 yards and 3 floors before Simon heard the first scream distantly. But he ignored it, and instead followed the black-robed man more by the sound of his footsteps than by sight. "You have learned the basics of reading and writing." "Yes, Nijam," the man asked as they walked through the dark, "and the importance of clean, precise lines when honoring or beseeching our God King." I have, Simon agreed. Sure, that's what he was supposed to say here. "Good," the man answered, not sounding particularly pleased. "Very good. Then you know enough of the basics to become a shadow, at least. You shall wait here in quiet contemplation until someone comes to collect you. You are not to speak to anyone. In fact, once they collect you, you are not to speak again. Not ever, until you become a true acolyte. The things you will learn in the coming days and weeks are dangerous, and if you attempt to repeat them without preparation, it might very well kill you. Do you understand?" Simon started to say, but the air was stolen from his lungs as the Magi accompanying him used a lesser word of force and sent Simon flying to one side. He'd been pushed into some kind of shallow cell. He slammed against the wall and then fell to the ground, gasping. "I told you not to speak." Someone resurrected by the God King himself should know better. The Magi chastised him. "That was your last warning. Now, wait here until someone comes to collect a shadow. Then, listen and learn as much as you can, but say nothing until the time comes to take your next vows. A few words from me and you'd be nothing but paste," Simon told himself silently as he lay there gasping. He was probably supposed to be terribly afraid to be left in here for an uncertain amount of time, but he was mostly just angry. Simon still hadn't recovered by the time he heard the man walking away, but he was too busy berating himself to notice. He should have suspected it was a trap. Everything here was. Everything was a trap, and everything was a show. At this point, somehow, this place embodied the worst elements of a cult and a military boarding school. He didn't dare say that out loud. He didn't even sigh in annoyance. Instead, he sat up, and after he felt around enough that he was satisfied he understood the shape of the room, he sat there and meditated, listening to the world around him. For months now, Simon hadn't known true silence. That was impossible when he slept in the same room as dozens of other boys his age. Even his time in the depths of the pyramid recovering from his own faux death hadn't been completely silent. And tonight was no different. Simon tried to listen to the distant chanting and, more rarely, the echoed cries of pain. But mostly, he just reminded himself that this was all meant to make the inducted members of the cult feel a certain way. This time, he decided it was more fear than honor or awe that they were trying to induce. What if they forget about me? Simon decided that most boys his age would think if they were left here for this long. What if something happens and they never find me? While Simon's thoughts weren't quite serene, he wasn't exactly about to piss himself with fear. He knew this was part of the show, and he waited patiently for his hunger to rise and then fall, telling him what time of day it was. The noise picked up some time after he estimated it was breakfast, which tracked. There were definitely times in his life when waiting like this and staying perfectly silent and still would have killed him. Fortunately, he wasn't that person anymore. He had eternity these days, and it was time to start acting like it. Besides, he was pretty confident they'd keep him here for less than a day. If he was supposed to stay longer, he would have heard the other people who had been left here from the day before or the day before that. They'd be whimpering, or at least breathing, but they weren't, which meant he was all alone. Or they're all dead, his mind whispered to him, but he ignored it. He'd been locked in caskets and frozen in stone for decades. Sitting here for a couple of days was nothing. Simon's logical conclusions were rewarded later that day. Sometime later, after his hunger started to wane, they came for him. This time, it wasn't magi, though, but older acolytes. Simon's hunger, or lack thereof, told him it was night and that 18 hours had passed, but the boys tried to make it seem like days had passed as they hazed him. Really? We came all the way down here so you could get a shadow this sad and pathetic? One of the boys asked with a sneer. It's not like I get a say in it, the second boy said glumly. He carried a lantern, and once Simon could see past the glare, he saw there were 5 of them. That made sense. The fact that only 3 of them spoke while the other 2 lingered sullenly behind them also made sense. 2 of these boys had shadows, and one of them was there to pick him up. They were all slowly moving up this demented pecking order, but somehow the Magi managed to make all of them feel like shit about it the whole way. The 3 boys who could speak bickered a bit and found a dozen ways to criticize Simon. He was dumb. He was ugly. He looked poor. They seemed to be doing their best to provoke him, but he was sure that nothing good would happen to him if he so much as looked angry. After the way the Magi had launched him against the wall, he was pretty sure that these 3 had all the authority in the world to beat the shit out of him. He found out just how true that was later that night. Not personally, he watched acolytes beat the shit out of 2 other boys, one in the mess hall when he cursed because he wasn't getting any food, and once in the bunk room when someone cursed after they stubbed their toe. Simon took back everything negative he'd ever said about the way the other brown-robed initiates had treated him. The brown-robed initiates might have been little barbarians, but the acolytes he was with now were little monsters. They were always fighting and struggling with each other for scraps of anything. Food, blankets, and especially recognition. They acted like stray dogs, not like little boys and girls, and Simon struggled to keep his disgust off of his face. That night was rough. He barely got any food, and he wasn't able to sleep well at all on the cold stone floor. But he made do. It wasn't until the morning that his acolyte gave him the facts of life, while they waited for the doors to be unbarred, so they could run across the plaza for breakfast and lessons. You seem to have figured some of this out already, because I haven't had to put you in your place yet, the boy said to him without bothering to give Simon his name. That disrespect offended him a little bit because he could very easily beat the snot out of the rail-thin boy, but Simon reminded himself this was all part of the game and nodded instead of scowling. But there are a couple of things you need to know. First, he exclaimed, is that until last night you were nothing. You were literally so useless that you didn't even cast a shadow. Now that you can read and write, that's all you are. You're just a shadow for your betters. And that is all you'll be until you are ready to be tested and take the oath. Simon could tell he had a whole speech worked out, and he was fairly certain it was the same one that was given to him weeks or months before. It was hard to create awe and wonder on an assembly line, but the Magi were certainly doing their best. And if you slow me down, and we don't get anything to eat, I'm taking it out of your hide. The boy finished as the doors slammed open, and nearly 100 boys in black robes started running across the plaza in the same mad dash he'd grown used to in his first months here.